Our main character, a young man named Evan who works as a delivery courier, was out making deliveries that day as usual. At one point, his phone vibrated and he answered the call. An unknown woman told him she was pregnant by him and that they needed to talk. However, busy with his deliveries, Evan thought it was a scam. He said he didn't have time and hung up the phone angrily. Then he sped up again, skillfully weaving through traffic. Shortly after, the main character arrived at the food delivery hub where his coworkers were outside chatting animatedly about something. At that moment, Evan parked right next to him. He asked his chubby coworker what he was mumbling about. He explained that the daughter of the influential Sue family was going to marry the son of the richest man in the city, but the hero wasn't interested in this. Then his coworker showed him her photo on his phone and complained that such a perfect girl was marrying a rich but ugly guy. When Evan glanced at the photo, he suddenly froze, realizing that the face looked familiar to him. The hero immediately snatched the phone out of the fat man's hands, and then the young man's memory gradually became clearer. At that moment, the hero realized that he knew her. She was the same drunk girl who had once tried to seduce him. Then he realized that she was the one who had called him a few minutes ago and started to think that maybe the call hadn't been a scam at all. This whole story happened a month ago when a girl from the Sue family, Sarah, was stumbling down the hotel hallway. She felt really dizzy and suspected that a man named Oliver had slipped something into her drink. Then she headed toward her room, number 809, but because she was so out of it, she got the number wrong and went to the door of room 806 instead. She noticed that the door was slightly open and wondered if she had forgotten to close it earlier. Meanwhile, inside the room, Evan was sitting on the bed, already drunk, and kept drinking alcohol. He remembered that someone had told him his aura was too strong for just one shot, and in the end, he resigned himself to working as a courier. At that moment, the girl, barely able to stand, walked into her room and collapsed onto her bed. She looked at the young man and asked who he was and if he could help her, explaining that she felt dizzy and very hot. The hero himself, being drunk, was captivated by her appearance and thought she was incredibly beautiful. When Sarah came closer and started asking for help, he got confused and wondered if this was all a dream. He clenched his fists and tried to control himself, but the girl was so attractive that he responded to his feelings. Then the memory ended abruptly, and Evan returned to the present, still staring at Sarah's photo on his friend's phone. He started making fun of the hero, reminding everyone that Evan often made up stories. For example, about a romance with an international movie star. The other employees joined in on the joke, recalling his stories about being an arms dealer or the head of an elite family in Beijing. However, Evan kept his cool, saying that they just didn't understand anything, and adding that he was acting right in front of everyone. But just as one of his coworkers dismissed his words again, the conversation ended abruptly. A luxurious red sports car pulled up in front of the delivery center, immediately catching the attention of all the couriers. Then the driver's side door opened and a girl stepped out. It turned out to be Sarah herself. The couriers were literally frozen in place, staring at her in awe and calling her a stunning beauty. As she approached, one of them recognized her from the photograph. Then everyone realized, in astonishment, that the person standing before them was none other than the daughter of the Sue family herself. However, the guys couldn't understand why she had come to their modest delivery center. At that moment, they started to suspect that maybe their coworker wasn't lying about knowing her. The girl walked straight up to Evan, who was calmly stretching at the time, and asked him why he wasn't answering her calls. The others were completely stunned. They couldn't believe that Evan actually knew the famous heiress Sarah. However, the hero pretended not to notice anything and calmly asked what was going on. Then Sarah got straight to the point, looked him in the eyes, and announced that she was pregnant and the baby was his. This statement caused a stir among those around them. They couldn't understand how such a rich and beautiful girl could be expecting a child with their friend. Evan himself was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes as if trying to regain his composure and asked her if she was sure. The girl, with a serious look on her face, replied that he could go with her to the hospital to make sure. Then, while she waited by the car, His friends started urging him to go with her. In the end, the hero agreed and asked his friend to cover for him. After that, they drove off in a red car, leaving the stunned employees behind. Evan asked if the baby was really his, and Sarah replied by asking why she would lie about something so serious. Then she said that if the child was his, he would take responsibility for both her and the baby. However, Sarah looked at him skeptically. She let out a little laugh and asked him how he planned to do that on a messenger's salary. However, the young man leaned back calmly and confidently said that there was nothing wrong with honest work and that he could provide for her. Then she reminded him of his position in the Sioux family, but the hero just brushed it off, saying that all that status stuff was nonsense. Annoyed by his indifference, Sarah stepped on the gas. As a result, the car jerked forward and the man lurched ahead, hitting his head on the windshield. He was outraged, accusing her of doing it on purpose, and asked what was so special about her family. Shortly after, they arrived at the hospital. The girl parked and calmly announced that they had arrived. As they got out of the car, Sarah warned him not to speak lightly about responsibility. She reminded him of the serious consequences he would face if her family found out that the delivery guy had gotten her pregnant. This infuriated the hero, who declared that it was no joke to him and that if the child was his, he would absolutely take responsibility. However, the girl ignored his words and told him to follow her. They walked down the hospital hallway, after which she headed toward the door marked operating room. Evan stopped in his tracks, surprised, and asked why they were going there. Then Sarah turned around and said she was going in. At that moment, he realized her intention was to terminate the pregnancy. Panicking, the young man grabbed her hand, trying to stop her. He started trying to convince her that even though she thought he wouldn't be able to support them, money wasn't a problem for him and he would find a solution. At that moment, a nurse approached them and told them it was time for the procedure. The girl looked at Evan with a slight smile and then followed the nurse. Then she went into the operating room, leaving Evan outside. He stood in front of the closed door, feeling helpless and angry, realizing that he couldn't stop the girl. At that moment, in the operating room, Sarah was lying on the operating table in a hospital gown. The surgeon asked her if she was ready. Meanwhile, another doctor was preparing a syringe and asked her to relax. The girl closed her eyes and was already prepared for the operation. However, at the last moment, just before the procedure began, she raised her hand and stopped them, saying they needed to wait. Meanwhile, Evan had already come to terms with what was happening and decided that if Sarah was determined not to keep the baby, then he couldn't stop her. However, suddenly the operating room door burst open and Sarah came out. The young man was stunned. He jumped to his feet and asked how she could have come out so quickly, doubting that operations were that fast these days. Sarah, as if nothing had happened, calmly said that she was tired and asked him to take her home. Then the main character nodded confidently, hugged her, and added that he could even fly a fighter jet. Then he got behind the wheel of his red sports car and drove her from the hospital to the exclusive Long Long district. On the way, while Sarah rested, Evan received a call. The man on the other end of the line announced an evening auction at the Jianye Tower and said that the old man wanted him to attend. Additionally, the caller added that Lucas, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, is on his side. Shortly after, they arrived at a large house on the Sioux family estate. Evan announced their arrival, waking the girl up. Sarah immediately told him to leave before her family saw him, but noticing she looked pale, Evan offered to walk her to the door. However, the girl refused his offer and told him not to meddle in her affairs. However, as soon as she turned around, her heel got stuck in a crack. Sarah lost her balance and fell forward abruptly. At that moment, the hero darted forward like lightning and managed to catch her just before she hit the ground. As he helped her up, he commented with a slightly teasing tone that she was extremely clumsy. In response, she blushed with anger and pinched his side with all her strength, making him cry out in pain. However, this sudden movement also affected her. She winced in pain, and seeing her condition, Evan unexpectedly picked her up in his arms. He carried her in his arms toward the house. still a little upset with Sarah for pinching him. He took the girl to a luxurious house and carefully laid her down on the sofa. Then, he opened the first aid kit and began to examine the leg she had twisted when she fell. Sarah tried to protest and told him to leave, but the young man told her not to move. At that moment, while he was wrapping her ankle, two women suddenly entered the room, interrupting them. It turned out they were the girl's mother, Lauren, and her best friend, Sophie. The mother, shocked, demanded to know what was going on. Then both Evan and Sarah explained at the same time that she had twisted her ankle. Then, looking calmly at her astonished mother, the girl added that her boyfriend had only helped her treat the injury. These words caught the hero completely off guard. At the same time, the mother was even more shocked. She pointed at the man in the delivery uniform and asked in disbelief if that man was really her boyfriend. Then, still in shock, the woman demanded to know who he was and what was going on. After a brief pause, Sarah quickly backtracked and explained that she had twisted her ankle and that the young man had only helped her get home. Then her mother, now calmer, realized she had scared her a lot and reminded her that she would be getting married soon. Her husband will belong to the influential King family, so she can't afford to make any mistakes. Evan, who had remained silent until then, sensed the obvious disdain in her words and asked what was so wrong with being a delivery man. Lauren bluntly told him that he was a nobody and that he was trying to achieve something that was beyond his abilities. And then she added that he should just keep dreaming. Those words hurt him, and an angry expression appeared on the young man's face. However, before things could escalate, Sarah stepped in and calmly told him he could go, thanking him for his help. Then the hero nodded briefly and headed for the exit. And as he was leaving, Sophie watched him with a thoughtful look on her face. After he left, Lauren told her to help Sarah get to her room and to clean the floor where the dirty messenger had been standing. Later, once they were in the bedroom, Sophie helped Sarah sit on the bed and immediately asked her about her current relationship with that guy. Sarah said there was nothing going on between them, but her friend didn't believe her and said she couldn't be fooled because Sarah's eyes told a different story. Cornered, the girl confessed that she was pregnant by him. Sophie was completely shocked, asking again if she was really pregnant and why, of all people, it had to be the messenger. Sarah then explained that she had drunk too much that day and tried to pass it off as an accident. Sophie asked her what she planned to do and reminded her that hiding the pregnancy from the influential King family wouldn't work forever. To her surprise, the girl firmly stated that she had decided to keep the baby, and Sophie thought she had lost her mind. In response, Sarah tried to calm her down and explained that she had already talked to Evan and he had promised to take full responsibility. But her friend didn't agree with this, saying that she needed to come to her senses. She also said that she considered him unworthy of being the heir to the Sue family. Tired of being lectured, Sarah said she would figure it out herself. Then she changed the subject and asked why her friend had come back to the city. Sophie explained that her grandfather had come to Jiangning to meet with an important person and attend an auction, so she had come along with him. However, Sophie's expression suddenly changed and she announced that she had a great idea. Leaning in closer, she whispered a plan. If the truth came out, they could just say the messenger had raped her. Sarah replied in disgust that it was a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Evan left the Sue family estate and walked through the elite villa district. He took out his phone and said with annoyance that there were no taxis in the area. At that moment, a black car pulled up next to him. The young man saw a man in a formal suit get out. An elderly man approached him and greeted him as a young master. He introduced himself as Lucas, president of the Kulon Chamber of Commerce, and explained that he had come to accompany him to the evening auction. Evan, putting the pieces together, remembered the recent conversation and confirmed that his grandfather had already told him about this arrangement. The main character then told Lucas that he needed to shower and change clothes before the auction. He promised to take care of everything, after which they left in a luxurious black limousine. Soon, we find ourselves at a lively auction taking place in a spacious ballroom filled with wealthy guests. Evan arrived there looking completely different. having swapped his messenger jacket for a perfectly tailored suit. While he was standing by the window, his attention was drawn to a familiar face. It was Sophie, Sarah's friend, wearing a white evening gown. The girl approached him with obvious disdain and asked what a messenger was doing at such an exclusive event. However, without waiting for an answer, she immediately assumed he worked there part-time. At that moment, Evan froze and fell silent, about to explain himself to the girl. But without giving him a chance to speak, she grabbed his hand and pulled him aside, declaring that she needed to talk to him. Taking him to a secluded spot, Sophie told him that if he didn't take responsibility for Sarah's child, he would deeply regret it. These words left the young man stunned, who then commented that he thought the girl had gotten rid of the child at the hospital. In response, Sophie said irritably that he was wrong and that Sarah had decided to keep the baby. This news shocked the hero, who uttered her name in disbelief, realizing that the procedure had failed. However, the girl saw this as an attempt to dodge responsibility and repeated that if he tried to leave, he would regret it. To drive her point home, she pressed her sharp heel hard against his foot. Evan screamed in pain and Sophie simply turned around and walked away. As soon as the girl left, the host's voice echoed throughout the room, announcing the start of the auction. Still coming to terms with the fact that Sarah had decided to keep the baby, Evan decided to wrap things up as quickly as possible and go find her. At that moment, a woman dressed in a business suit approached him and respectfully addressed him as a young gentleman. She introduced herself as Stella, his new assistant, appointed by President Lucas. Then, the hero nodded and said it was time to go. They headed together to the main shopping district. Suddenly, a short, chubby man entered the room and announced that the main lot of the day, the new district project, would go to the King family. It turned out that this man was Oliver, the eldest young master of the King family, and he warned everyone that they had to show respect, or else they would face consequences. Stella explained that he belonged to the Qing family, one of the wealthiest in Jiangning, and their main competitor for the project. She added that the Qing family intends to win the project and use the marriage alliance with the Su family to get out of their difficult situation. Evan immediately remembered the conversation about Miss Su being married to a wealthy man and realized that Oliver was Sarah's fiancé. The young man finally understood the whole situation. He connected the girl's engagement, her family's problems, and this struggle for the project. At that moment, the auctioneer presented the main lot, plot number 53 in the new district. Without a second thought, Oliver grabbed the sign and immediately bid $5 billion. There was an uproar in the hall. Many said that with the upcoming marriage between the King and Su families, no one would dare to oppose them. However, just when it seemed like the outcome was decided, Evan calmly raised his sign and offered $6 billion. The room fell silent, and then a heated discussion broke out. The guests tried to figure out who this insolent man was, assuming he obviously wasn't from around here if he dared to challenge the King family. Meanwhile, Oliver turned pale with rage, clenching his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. He stared at Evan and shouted, demanding to know who he was and why he was looking for trouble. Despite his aggression, the hero pointed out that this was an auction where the highest bidder wins and asked what the problem was. Then Oliver, blinded by rage, asked if he hadn't heard that the King family needed that project. Evan replied with complete confidence that he had heard everything perfectly, but didn't see how it had anything to do with him. These words sparked a new wave of murmurs among the guests, amazed by his courage. Not wanting to back down, Oliver raised his paddle again and announced a bid of $7 billion. However, the protagonist responded without hesitation with a bid of $8 billion. The tension in the room was rising quickly, and soon Oliver, accompanied by others, headed straight toward Evan. As he approached, he shouted that in Jiangning, it was the King family who made the rules. He made one last desperate offer of $9 billion, daring Evan to keep bidding if he wasn't afraid of dying. In response, the young man just smiled. She easily added another $1 billion to her bid, and then Oliver finally lost his temper. He shouted that the hero had it coming, then landed a hard punch. However, Evan was incredibly fast, easily dodging the blow and, in a single move, delivering a powerful counterpunch to his opponent's face. Oliver was sent flying to the side, screaming in pain, and the hero asked him disdainfully if he really thought he could take him on alone. While Oliver lay stunned, his two bodyguards jumped up and rushed at him. However, Evan moved with astonishing speed. He threw precise punches and powerful kicks, and in the end, took him down without any trouble. Oliver struggled to his feet and shouted at Evan, accusing him of having a death wish for daring to lay a hand on him. However, the hero replied with a cold smile that now he was the one who was going to do the hitting. The young man attacked again and, with a powerful kick, sent one of Oliver's men flying. The bodyguard crashed down hard on top of his boss, and both ended up on the floor in a very humiliating position, unconscious. So, in a matter of seconds, the bidding was over, and Evan asked the auctioneer if anyone else was going to bid. He stammered and hurried to reply that there were no other participants. And so, having won the auction, the protagonist wrapped up his business. After that, he turned to Stella and told her to sign the documents and transfer the funds, explaining that he had urgent matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Sophie was standing in front of her grandfather, the same Lucas who had helped Evan. The girl asked why he had called her so urgently, which was the reason she had missed the auction. The man then warned her to be careful when her guest arrived and admitted that he still couldn't figure out his character. Sophie let out a little laugh, wondering who this important person could be for her influential grandfather to be so cautious. At that moment, an assistant entered the room and announced that the auction was over, but the winner wasn't from the King family. The girl was stunned and said that was impossible. She couldn't believe that the project had slipped out of the King family's hands. Then her grandfather calmly said that the man they were waiting for had already arrived, and Sophie noticed that this man acted with too much arrogance. Then, considering that the information was too important, she told her grandfather that she was going out to call her friend Sarah. As she walked down the hallway, the girl thought about how the King family's defeat would put her planned cooperation with the Sue family in jeopardy. Absorbed in these thoughts, she didn't look around and suddenly bumped into Evan, who was walking toward her. Furious, the girl looked up and recognized him. Then she started scolding the smelly messenger for not watching where he was going. However, her urgent call turned out to be more important, and she immediately stepped away from the young man to give Sarah some important news. After Sophie left, the hero went to meet Lucas, who greeted him respectfully. Evan confirmed that he had finished his business at the auction, and then casually asked about the woman he had just run into. Lucas introduced her as his granddaughter Sophie and pointed out that she was single. He also praised her and added that she had admired Evan for a long time. This matchmaking attempt amused the hero, who tiredly said he wasn't interested. Changing the subject, Evan asked if he knew Sarah. Lucas explained that the Sue family's upbringing was very strict and that the girl herself was quite stubborn. He added that she doesn't easily get close to people, and as far as he knows, she's never had a boyfriend. This information brought a slight smile to Evan's face. At that moment, his phone rang. Sarah's name appeared on the screen, and he answered, saying he had just been thinking about her. The girl asked if he had time and told him she wanted to see him. The hero immediately agreed and asked where she was. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he got up, told Lucas he was leaving, and added that he could let the old man know. Meanwhile, Sarah remained seated on the bench, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Her face was very serious. It looked as if she was preparing herself for a difficult conversation. After a while, Evan arrived on his red motorcycle, still dressed in a formal suit. He approached her silently and got straight to the point, telling her not to worry about the baby, since he would take care of both of them. Then he made her a serious proposal, telling her that if she wanted to get married, they could register the marriage at any time. However, Sarah still seemed skeptical, and with a slight smile, she doubted his ability to provide her with that kind of life. Then Evan calmly looked off into the distance and said that he didn't see anything that was out of his reach. To make her point, the girl raised her hand and showed the watch she was wearing on her wrist, asking him if he knew how much it cost. To her surprise, the young man correctly identified the model, Pasha de Cartier, 42 millimeters, made of 18-karat rose gold, and mentioned a price of $352,000. Sarah looked visibly surprised and asked him how much he earned and how many years he would have to work to afford something like that. In response, Evan calmly told her not to worry about money and added that he wouldn't let either her or the child go without anything. The girl rolled her eyes and told him he shouldn't show off, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a phone ringing. It was her mother, who demanded that Sarah come home immediately, telling her that Oliver was already waiting to talk about the wedding. Then, the girl turned to Evan and asked him to take her home. The young man said with a slight smile that he would be happy to. He helped the girl get on the motorcycle, and soon after, they set off. During the ride, she snuggled up against his back, closed her eyes, and a calm, barely noticeable smile appeared on her face. Shortly after, they returned to the Sue family estate. Evan walked the girl to the front door, and as soon as they went inside, Sarah told her mother that she was back. Lauren appeared immediately and started scolding her daughter angrily for being gone so long, telling her that Oliver had been waiting for her for quite a while. The girl calmly explained that she had just gone out for a walk, but her mother noticed that Evan was standing behind her. She asked with annoyance why she had brought someone home, reminding her that her wedding to Oliver was coming up. The man then greeted Sarah and confirmed that he had come to talk about matters related to the wedding. He introduced himself as Oliver, the second young master of the King family, and smiled with feigned politeness. The young woman tried to postpone the wedding because, after the King family lost the new district project, their cooperation had not been completed. However, Oliver insisted that they should get married first, and that all other matters could be resolved afterward. His true intentions were hidden behind his words, to achieve intimacy first, and only then decide whether or not to help her family. Lauren, trying to salvage the situation, began to persuade her daughter, reminding her that Oliver had promised to give her $1 billion immediately after the wedding. However, Sarah abruptly cut her off, telling her not to say anything else, and then declared that she would not marry him. This refusal surprised both her mother and Oliver. Then, Sarah walked over to Evan, took his hand, and announced that not only was she not going to get married, but she was also pregnant with his child. Her mother screamed in horror, grabbed her daughter, and started demanding an explanation, pointing out that he was just a messenger. Sarah asked them not to force her to marry Oliver and assured them that if they gave her time, she could help the family get through the crisis. Lauren, furious, raised her hand, about to hit her. However, at that moment, Evan suddenly grabbed her by the wrist, stopping the blow. He looked at her and asked what was so wrong about being a messenger. Then he said that marrying off your own daughter to an unworthy man for profit is the real shame. The woman tried to break free, yelling at the smelly messenger to let her go, and the situation started to escalate. Oliver finally couldn't take it anymore. He pointed at Sarah and accused her of indecent behavior, saying he never expected that from her. Then he started talking about how she had allowed the messenger to be with her, after which he turned his anger toward Evan and swore he would kill him. However, before Oliver could do anything, Evan rushed forward like lightning and slapped him hard across the face. After such a blow, he staggered back and fell to the ground. Then he looked at Oliver, who was defeated, and declared that she was expecting his child and therefore was his woman. Meanwhile, Oliver writhed on the floor, screaming in rage, unable to believe he had been hit. Boiling with anger, he grabbed a heavy ashtray from the table and lunged at him, shouting that he would kill them both. However, Evan calmly smiled and told Sarah to stay behind him, and the girl agreed. When Oliver lunged forward brandishing the ashtray, the hero dodged him effortlessly. Then, with a single move, he landed a crushing blow to his opponent's jaw, forcing him back and causing the ashtray to slip from his hands. As he lay on the ground, Evan said that he had dared to lay a hand on his wife. However, he didn't stop there. The young man grabbed the scoundrel by the neck and declared that he would teach him a lesson that very day. Right after, he started landing a series of hard blows, ignoring the cries of pain and desperate pleas for help. Just as he was about to raise his hand for the next punch, someone shouted at him to stop. The hero heard an authoritative voice demanding to know who dared to behave with such insolence. A group of imposing-looking people entered the room, led by an old man with a long white beard and a cane. The little girl, both scared and surprised, addressed him, calling Grandpa. The appearance of the head of the family made everyone freeze instantly. Grandpa Tsar looked around to see what was going on. His face darkened, and he declared that he had heard everything. Then he stared intently at his granddaughter, struck the floor with his cane, and demanded to know if it was true that she was pregnant by that messenger. Sarah quietly confronted. Her relatives began to get outraged, saying the situation was unacceptable, and her grandfather declared that the only solution was to get rid of the girl. However, Oliver, who was having trouble getting up, disagreed and shouted that even if she had an abortion, that girl would never be part of his family. All the family members started blaming each other and complaining that everything was over, that they themselves had ruined Sarah, and now the Sue family was doomed. Meanwhile, the girl stayed silent, her face full of pain. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and demanded that the arguing stop. However, all that tension took its toll on her. She screamed in pain, grabbed her head, and felt dizzy. Before she could fall, Evan caught her, held her in his arms, and told her not to be afraid because he would take her far away from there. Seeing this, her family, including her parents, rushed at her, demanding that the filthy messenger let her go and threatening to break his legs. However, Evan looked at him with disdain. He asked them if they even considered themselves human. Without saying another word, Evan turned around and headed for the door, carrying the now unconscious Sarah in his arms. When her parents tried to block his way, the young man effortlessly kicked them aside, sending them flying in all directions. Then, stopping at the door, the hero turned around and said he was taking the girl with him, asking if anyone had any objections. In response, everyone remained completely powerless, unable to stop him. After that, holding the unconscious Sarah in his arms, Evan added that since no one objected, he would be leaving and walked out of the Sue family estate. He then took the girl to his modern apartment in a high-rise building. Once in the apartment, the young man carefully laid her down on the sofa. At that moment, a card fell out of her purse and rolled onto the floor. The hero saw the card. He picked it up and examined it closely, and then, to his surprise, realized that today was her birthday. At that moment, he felt a slight pang of regret, thinking that despite her wealthy family, no one seemed to remember her special day. After about 20 minutes, Sarah began to regain consciousness. She sat up slowly, feeling weak and disoriented, rubbing her eyes and trying to figure out where she was. At that moment, Evan came out of another room, wearing an apron, and handed her a plate of food, telling her she was probably hungry. The girl walked over to the table, where the young man had already prepared a full dinner for her. The hero then declared that his cooking skills were so good that even a princess from Dubai would beg him to let her try his food. Sarah smiled at his confidence and said with a hint of irony that he should brag a little less. Then they sat down at the table. But the protagonist asked them not to use bad language that day, which left him a little puzzled. Before she could clarify what she meant, Evan revealed his surprise. He pulled out a small pink cake with a lit candle and wished her a happy birthday with a confident smile. Sarah was completely taken aback. She covered her mouth in surprise and asked him how he knew. The young man just smiled smugly, saying it was pretty impressive. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sarah couldn't say a word and tears welled up in her eyes. Noticing this, the hero declared that he was even willing to offer her his shoulder. Something not even international supermodels have access to. His ridiculous confidence lightened the mood, and the girl burst out laughing. Then he invited her to try the sakut. Sarah tried it and admitted that it was really delicious, to which Evan confidently replied that it couldn't be any other way. After a while, he asked her to make a wish. The girl closed her eyes, put her hands together, and nodded silently. When that moment passed, the hero became more serious and asked her about her plans for the future. Sarah reminded him of his promise to support them, wondering if he was going to go back on his word. Then, Evan assured her that would never happen, but in return, he asked if she would dare to marry a messenger like him. Inspired by this, the girl stood up and confidently declared that she would dare to challenge them if he couldn't provide for him. Upon hearing this, the young man made a decision and announced that they would register their marriage the next day. However, their plans were interrupted by the vibration of the hero's phone. He told the girl he had to answer it, and she nodded. Then he stepped out onto the balcony to take the call. The man on the other end of the line, whom he called Mateo, warned him with concern about the danger. He reported that a hitman named Hydra was heading to the city of Jiangning to eliminate him. He explained that Hydra was last seen near the Lin family's villa, and Evan said he would find time to deal with the assassin tomorrow. While the hero was out on the balcony, Sarah was sitting on the couch, eating cake and talking on the phone. She was talking to Sophie, who congratulated her on her birthday and asked if she was the first one to do so. The girl replied with a slight smile that her friend was the second. And looking toward the balcony, she said that Evan was the first. Her friend immediately got upset and started demanding an explanation about how she had gotten back in touch with that messenger. Sarah sighed and said it was a long story, adding that they had decided to register their marriage the next day. These words sent Sophie into a panic. He tried to calm her down and promised he would think of something. He also said he would get in touch with the mysterious and influential man who won the auction, whom his grandfather knew. Meanwhile, Evan's conversation continued, and Mateo added that the eldest princess had asked about his whereabouts 2 days ago. When he heard this, the hero became more serious and demanded to know if he had told her he was in Jiangnan. The other person admitted he had no choice, since he knew the princess's character and was afraid of the consequences if he refused. This news shocked Evan so much that he even dropped his lighter. Furious, he started demanding explanations. He accused Mateo of betrayal. He tried to smooth things over, saying that the princess's background made her an excellent candidate and that maybe Evan should agree. However, Evan abruptly interrupted him, demanding to know when she would arrive. At that moment, his phone started vibrating again, which annoyed him. He looked at the screen and saw a message from an unknown number. Sophie proposed a collaboration to him. She explained that working with the Su family on the new district project would be beneficial for both parties. Almost immediately after, Lucas called him, since he had found out about his granddaughter's actions and began apologizing for the trouble caused. However, the protagonist calmly said that everything was fine. Then, the young man got to work and gave 2 clear instructions. He informed him that he would need a sniper rifle and ordered that Sarah be given full control over the new district project. While Evan was out on the balcony, Sarah was relaxing in the apartment, lying on the bed and reading when her phone vibrated. Sophie informed her that she had gotten in touch with the same man who had won the project and that he had agreed to cooperate with the family, Su. And most importantly, he insisted that Sarah lead the project. They were supposed to meet the next day. At that moment, Evan came back into the room and noticed her good mood, asking her what was making her so happy. However, Sarah, who still thought of him as just a messenger, ignored him and said it was a work matter that, in any case, he wouldn't understand. The hero leaned in toward her until their faces were almost side by side, and he told her that there were many things about him that she didn't expect. Embarrassed by how close he was, the girl blushed and asked him what he was doing, reminded him that agreeing to the marriage didn't mean anything. However, instead of continuing, Evan simply grabbed a pillow from the bed. Then, calmly, he told her that if she was tired, she should get some rest and that he would sleep on the couch. As he left, the young man added that reading while lying down was bad for pregnant women, which left Sarah confused. Lying in bed, the girl thought she had been wrong to believe he was going to do something different. The next morning, Evan was already out on the balcony, doing an intense workout, one-arm push-ups. Sarah came out to meet him in her pajamas and watched him with interest, asking with a slight smile if he was practicing the frog style. The hero corrected her. He explained that it was a technique called the coiled dragon arm, something she had never heard of before. He then added that it wasn't a flashy martial art, but a real, lethal technique, and demonstrated several moves. Evan, looking at her, shared his father's words about the need for martial arts to stop conflicts and protect the family. Changing the subject, the hero told her he had made her breakfast, and the girl was touched, because she hadn't expected such a gesture from him. In response, he said that she still didn't know much about him, and then she added that after eating, she had to go home. He explained that they would need her residence permit to register the marriage. Evan jokingly asked her again if she was really sure she wanted to marry the delivery guy. As they headed toward the motorcycle, Sarah asked if they should meet each other's parents first. However, Evan explained that his family might not approve of her and suggested that they would have to accept it after the baby was born. Upon hearing this, Sarah asked him if he was implying that she was part of his family. Then, the young man smiled and sized up her looks, figure, and personality, but added that her marital status was a bit disappointing. Sarah asked if he thought he was too good for her, but Evan just laughed and told her not to take things so seriously. Somewhat reluctantly, she sat behind him. He told her to hold on tight to his waist, and then they drove off. However, without knowing it, they were being watched, as Oliver and his subordinate observed them from behind cover. The fat man noticed with disgust that the girl had spent the night with the messenger, and his fighter asked what they should do next. With his face twisted in anger, Oliver gave a cruel order. He ordered them to kill the messenger and take the girl to the hotel. The subordinate, cracking his knuckles, nodded and said he would go after him right away. Meanwhile, as they drove through the city, Evan noticed a white van following him in his rearview mirror. He quickly realized they were being followed. Quickly, he sprang into action and told Sarah that the plans were changing, that she needed to go home to get her things, and that he had something to take care of. Then, Evan suddenly sped up and started weaving through traffic, trying to shake off their pursuers. Sticking to his plan, he took Sarah to a safe place. After making sure she was safe, he got back on his motorcycle. The main character left, drawing the attention of those who meant him harm onto himself. The white van immediately chased after him, continuing the pursuit into the upscale residential area. Evan deliberately led them to a large, modern villa, and when he reached the right spot, he stopped in front of it. When he got off his motorcycle, he seemed to be waiting. When he looked up at the balcony on the second floor, the young man saw a man hiding there and realized it was an ambush. However, Evan calmly walked toward the house, deciding that since all his enemies had gathered there, it was time to finish them off right away. He entered the luxurious house and went up the stairs. In one of the rooms, there was an open case on the table containing a sniper rifle, just as he had ordered earlier. Then, the hero picked up the weapon and admired the quality of the work done by that old man, Lucas. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. It caught Evan's attention. He looked up and saw a blue bra on the bed nearby. Before he could react, a girl wrapped in a towel came out of the adjoining room. It turned out to be Sophie, Sarah's friend. Seeing a man in her room, the girl started demanding an explanation, wondering what that smelly messenger was doing in her house. However, the next instant, a red dot appeared on her forehead, and when he saw it, the protagonist shouted at her sharply to get down. At that very moment, a bullet shot through the window, and then the young man tackled the girl, pulling her out of the line of fire. At the last second, they fell onto the bed together, and Sophie, not understanding what was happening, started struggling, demanding that he let her go. However, Evan quietly warned her that she needed to keep quiet. Otherwise, if she made another sound, they might kill her. Then he stood up, grabbed the rifle, and the girl, stunned and still in shock, started asking what was going on. The hero walked over to the broken window and aimed his weapon toward the villa, chuckling under his breath. As he did, he pointed out that Hydra clearly didn't have 9 lives. Immediately after, he fired a precise shot. The bullet crossed the courtyard and hit the shooter who was on the balcony across the way. The hero struck him right in the head, killing him instantly. Evan then calmly lowered his weapon, noticing with a hint of disappointment that the Hydra had been defeated far too easily. However, before he could relax, a second bullet from the other side shattered another window. Then the hero shouted at the girl again, telling her to duck, and immediately lunged toward her. He covered her with his body. They fell to the ground, and the bullet whizzed past the spot where they had been standing, slamming hard into the wall behind them. Lying on the floor with Sophie, Evan quickly realized there was more than one shooter outside. Acting preemptively, he grabbed the clothes that were on the bed and tossed them into the air as bait. The hero concluded that, clearly, he had several guests. Jabay. Just as he had anticipated, the bait worked, and the enemy shooter opened fire on the moving object. At that moment, Evan aimed and fired his second and last bullet. The bullet shattered the window and struck another sniper who was hiding elsewhere, instantly incapacitating him. However, things didn't end there. Almost immediately after, an intense shootout began from a third position. Then, Evan grabbed Sophie and quickly jumped with her behind the couch, using it as cover while the back walls were being attacked. When the gunfire briefly stopped, Evan calmly reached out and pulled a bullet casing from the wall. He noticed the 6-pointed star at the base and recognized it as ammunition from a mercenary organization in Eastern Europe called ABIS. Then he turned to the girl, who was still scared, and asked her when she had gotten involved with such dangerous people. At that moment, suddenly, he remembered something. Sophie explained that a businessman from Eastern Europe had tried to buy her company's technology, but she turned down the offer. Meanwhile, the shooting continued. Evan quickly ducked his head again, warning her of the danger approaching, as another bullet whizzed past him. Both of them stayed under cover among the shattered glass and debris, waiting for the right moment. Realizing he was out of ammo, the hero understood he had to act differently. And then his gaze fell on the shards of glass scattered on the floor. Making a risky decision, he grabbed a sharp piece. After a brief pause in the gunfire, the hero suddenly leapt up and threw it with incredible speed, like it was a knife. The improvised projectile hit its mark, and the last sniper screamed in pain. In this way, the immediate threat was eliminated. After that, Evan stood up and calmly told the girl she could get up now. Since it was safe, Sophie stood up and declared that her job as a messenger was just a cover, then demanded to know who he really was. Furious, the girl threatened to tell Sarah everything, but he immediately put his finger to his lips, demanding silence. Evan's expression turned serious, and he said he could hear a noise outside. Frightened, Sophie asked if the enemies were still out there. Panicking, she grabbed him and asked, "What was it? What should they do now?" Then Evan calmly assured her that everything was under control. Meanwhile, downstairs, 3 of Oliver's men had already entered the villa, armed with machetes. One of them recognized Evan and wondered what the messenger was doing in a place like this, while their leader assumed he was just an ordinary thief. It was at that moment that the young man appeared at the top of the stairs. He looked down at the armed men and greeted them casually. Then, with a confident smile, he asked if they were looking for him. The leader pointed a knife at him and said they were Oliver's men, then accused him of getting involved with their boss's girlfriend. However, Evan remained completely calm and simply asked what exactly they were planning to do. Enraged by his behavior, the attackers lunged at him, shouting threats and insults. However, the hero moved with incredible speed and with his first kick knocked out one of his opponents. Immediately after, almost instantly, he neutralized the second one, and within seconds, both attackers were unconscious. In the end, only their stunned leader remained among the opponents. The bandits stared at Evan, trying to understand how the messengers could have such skills, realizing that this was no ordinary person. However, not one to accept defeat at the hands of a mere messenger, he shouted furiously and lunged at the young man with a machete. But Evan easily leapt over his clumsy swing. At that very moment, he landed a devastating kick to the man's arm. The blow sent his weapon flying, and the attacker fell to the ground, leaving all three opponents defeated. Meanwhile, Sophie, who was watching everything from the top of the stairs, couldn't take it anymore and screamed in fear. Her scream snapped their leader back to his senses, who, despite his defeat, was still conscious. Annoyed by her scream, he struggled to his feet and, seeing an opportunity, lunged suddenly at the defenseless girl. Before she could react, he grabbed her and pressed the blade to her throat, threatening to kill her if Evan took another step. However, Evan remained completely calm and said with icy indifference that he could do whatever he wanted. What's more, the hero began to approach slowly, wondering why he still hadn't carried out his threat. The bandit, drenched in sweat, shouted at him in a panic to stop. However, in the very next instant, Evan closed the distance in a flash. Before the enemy could do anything, the protagonist grabbed the blade between his thumb and index finger. The bandit was stunned when he realized he couldn't even move the blade. Then Evan mockingly asked again why he still hadn't done anything. The bandit was terrified. He realized he was absolutely powerless against this man. Next, with a barely noticeable movement of his fingers, he snapped the metal blade. The fragments flew in all directions, while the bandit and Sophie watched in astonishment. Without giving his enemy time to recover, the hero grabbed him by the neck and wondered if such a pathetic man was even worthy of fighting him. Out of breath, the bandit tried to save himself and blurted out that he was a member of the powerful Black Dragon Society. However, Eva didn't show the slightest bit of interest and said indifferently that it didn't matter. After that, he slammed his head hard against the ground, knocking himself unconscious. However, he quickly got up and began to beg Evan not to go down the path of crime. However, these words had no effect at all. Then the hero stomped hard on his face, making him scream in pain as blood spurted from his mouth. Completely broken, the bandit started begging for mercy, trying to soften his heart by saying he supposedly had an elderly mother. Then, in a desperate attempt to save himself, he claimed that Oliver had already gone to look for Sarah, and that if Evan didn't hurry, it would be too late. This news shocked the hero, who became furious when he realized the bandit hadn't told him sooner. Then, the young man delivered one final powerful blow, leaving him completely unconscious. At that moment, someone knocked hard on the door, and a voice from outside announced that it was the police. Realizing he had to act quickly, Evan told Sophie he was going after Sarah and would leave the situation to her. Shortly after, 2 police officers entered the house. One of them showed his badge and asked what had happened. Police cars stopped outside, and Sophie began to explain that she was showering when 3 men broke in with knives. After her statement, the police arrested the 3 attackers. Then, one of the officers reported to his superior that they had discovered 2 bodies. They were the snipers who had been in the villa across the street. Meanwhile, Sarah found herself in the bedroom with an enraged Oliver, who told her he was going to take her by force. The frightened girl demanded that he leave, but this only made him even angrier. Then, with a mocking smile, he said he had already sent people to kill the messenger and lunged at her, intending to carry out his plan to the very end. Oliver pinned the girl down on the bed while she struggled and demanded to be let go. However, he just mocked her, saying she could scream all she wanted. But no one would save her. That messenger was now busy with their own problems. However, just as he leaned toward her, there was a loud blow that struck his face. Oliver was thrown to the side and collapsed on the floor. Evan stood in the doorway and said that he must be tired of living if he dared to touch his woman. With difficulty, Oliver got to his knees and clutched his face. Battered, he furiously asked if the messenger knew who his father was. However, the young man remained indifferent and replied that whoever his father was, he would have to answer for his son. That's how it is. Oliver jumped to his feet and declared that his father was the richest man in Jiangning. and that, going against him, was as good as a death sentence. After that, he launched himself to attack again, but Evan easily dodged him and sent him stumbling back with a powerful kick. After that, the hero turned to Sarah and gently told her not to be afraid because it was all over. He pulled her close and assured her that as long as he was around, no one would dare hurt her again. Meanwhile, Oliver, still battered and barely regaining his senses, got up and left the room, throwing out one last threat. The messenger would regret it. Once the danger had passed, Sarah looked at Evan and asked him the time, and he, a bit surprised, asked her what had happened. Then the girl explained that she had almost forgotten an important meeting at her company and asked if he could go with her. Shortly after, Sarah and Evan arrived at the place, and as they got out of the car, they were informed that President Liu was already waiting for him in the conference room. Then they went in, and the girl apologized to the woman in the business suit for being late. The woman turned out to be President Liu, none other than Stella, Evan's assistant, and she was surprised to see him. Realizing this, the hero put his hand on her shoulder and pretended they were old classmates. This greatly surprised Sarah, who couldn't believe that Evan and the powerful President Liu actually knew each other. The girl noticed this strange coincidence, and Stella nodded nervously, after which they invited her to take a seat. However, just as they were about to begin, the door swung open, and Sarah's grandfather, her father, and two other men from the family walked in. They entered the room. Surprised, Sarah asked her grandfather why he had come, and Stella greeted him politely. However, her politeness vanished as soon as she saw Evan, and then she irritably asked Sarah why she had brought a stranger. Sarah reminded them that since she was in charge of the project, she had the right to decide whom to bring. This infuriated her father, Sam, who yelled at her, asking since when she had the right to speak on behalf of the company. Then a man stepped forward and introduced himself as Joshua. And he said that the project should have been discussed with him, and that Sarah's words meant nothing. The girl tried to protest, reminding him that the project had been assigned to her, but her father interrupted her again, demanding that she serve him some water. Then, Sarah's Uncle Jack said that Joshua should take care of it, since she would soon be getting married and needed to understand her place. And then, Evan finally stepped in, asking what exactly they were doing, and reminding them that the project had originally been assigned to Sarah. This made Sarah's grandfather even angrier, who ordered him to be quiet and asked what right he had to speak. Joshua mocked Sarah by saying that her boyfriend was just a delivery guy and added that he had heard she was also pregnant with his child. This statement enraged the grandfather. He pointed at Evan and ordered Sarah to immediately throw out that low-quality trash. Sarah immediately came to Evan's defense, arguing that it didn't matter what he did as long as he earned his money honestly. Realizing that the situation had reached a deadlock, Evan reiterated his condition that only Sarah could lead this project. The old man demanded to know by what right the mere messenger had made such demands. Then Evan approached Stella and asked her for a favor. He told her that Sarah was his fiancée and that the project should be assigned to her. Joshua was stunned and tried to protest, saying that Sarah was irresponsible and clueless about the company's affairs. However, Stella stated that her company would only cooperate with Sarah, and if the Sue family didn't agree, they would look for another partner. The old man asked to speak with her boss, but Stella told him he didn't have enough authority to meet with her superiors. These words left the old man drenched in cold sweat and speechless. Humiliated in front of his family, Sam asked President Liu not to be angry and assured her that they would comply with all her demands. Stella then declared that the contract would be signed that very day and asked the rest of the Sue family to leave the room. Unable to object, Sam agreed and helped the stunned old man out of the room. As the men left the room one by one, Joshua tried to protest to his father, but he was quickly silenced and escorted outside. As the door closed, Evan watched with a mocking smile, thinking they had brought that humiliation on themselves. Meanwhile, in another office, an angry Joshua demanded an explanation from his father, but Jack replied that he already had a plan. When Joshua tried to ask Uncle Sam to leave, He stopped him, saying they were all on the same side. Right after, he revealed a shocking family secret. Sarah wasn't his biological daughter, a statement that surprised both Joshua and Jack. Jack then asked if his wife had been unfaithful, but Sam explained that Lauren couldn't have children, so they adopted Sarah. Jack asked who her biological parents were, but Sam guessed they had died a long time ago and had only left her a jade pendant. Jack then suggested that they wait and let Sarah handle the project, and that once she had finished all the work, they would have a way to take it from her. Understanding his father's plan, Joshua nodded, responding with a sly smile. Meanwhile, the main character left the office building. With a cigarette in hand, Evan walked up to the two guards on duty and asked them for a light. One of them handed him a lighter and assumed he was there for an interview, but the hero replied that wasn't the case. Evan revealed that he was a messenger, and the guards burst out laughing. One of them joked that messengers and guards were eternal enemies. The hero chuckled, but then noticed that both men suddenly got serious and straightened up, so he asked what was going on. The next moment, the guards stood at attention, and one of them informs the other that President Sue had arrived. When he heard this, the protagonist reacted mockingly, scolding them for having reacted so harshly toward the woman. At that moment, Sarah appeared, and both guards respectfully greeted her as President Sue. Evan, who was watching, asked if such a violent reaction was really necessary. Then the guard walked up to him, put a hand on his shoulder, and gave him some advice, telling him that even as a messenger, it was important to have dreams. However, at that moment, Sarah pulled up to them in her sports car, looked at Evan, and told him to get in. The protagonist said goodbye to the guards with a smile, adding that he remembered their words and that he would see them again. The guards stood there, stunned, unable to understand how a simple messenger had left with their boss. On the way, Sarah explained that everything had gone perfectly thanks to Sophie, who had found the mysterious boss behind the new district project. Then she changed the subject and said that she had already contacted the Civil Affairs office and that they would register the marriage the next morning. She just needed a marriage certificate so the child would have a father, and after the birth, she was going to pay him $30,000 a month. Surprised, Evan let out a chuckle and commented that if she really wanted to support him, then $30,000 was too little. This answer made Sarah angry, and she told him not to push his luck because $30,000 was more than enough for a messenger. Shortly after, they arrived at the entrance of a modern luxury residential complex. Evan got out of the car and joked with Sarah, pointing out that she knew the road well and had already memorized the way to his house. As they walked through the complex, the hero's phone rang, and he asked Sarah to wait a moment. He was informed that the Black Dragon Society had seized a shipment and that he needed to take care of the matter. Then the caller abruptly changed the subject and asked if it was true that Evan was planning to get married. This question surprised and angered the hero, who demanded to know who had leaked that information. The old man accused Evan of neglecting numerous wealthy heiresses for a girl from the Sue family. Evan tried to explain himself, but the old man cut him off, telling him that his older sister would be coming tomorrow to question him in person. These words threw the hero into a panic. He began to beg the old man not to be so cruel, but the call ended abruptly. Quickly hiding his emotions, the hero assured Sarah that nothing serious had happened, and then said it was time for them to go home. Shortly after, they returned to their apartment and went into the living room. Once inside, Sarah saw a white map on the coffee table and asked what it was. Evan explained that it was a postcard. Then he took off his jacket and suggested that she was probably hungry, offering to cook. Sarah was sitting on the couch holding his jacket and thought that having a happy man at home was actually pretty nice. In the kitchen, Evan, now wearing an apron, told Sarah to sit down and that he would be done cooking soon, and the girl thanked him. Jokingly, he commented that for his wife and son, this wasn't a problem. After all, he was a kept man. These words left Sarah speechless, and she stayed sitting on the couch with a barely noticeable smile. The next day, our heroes arrived at the Civil Affairs office in Jianyang. Evan and Sarah walked out of the building, each holding a bride marriage certificate in their hands. The hero joked that now that he was well dressed, he should go out and have some fun with a few girls. This answer irritated Sarah, who called him a lost cause and complained that even after getting married, he still hadn't changed his terrible attitude. The girl turned around and stormed off, angrily telling him to do whatever he wanted. Evan thought he should take care of the task the old man had given him and soon arrived at the Black Dragon headquarters. The Black Dragon Society was once just an ordinary local gang, but over time it has transformed into an apparently legitimate corporation. However, the hero knew they were still plotting shady deeds and decided to see for himself what they were capable of. The protagonist entered the building and two men stopped him at the reception to ask what he was there for. With his hands in his pockets, Evan confidently stated that he was there to collect a debt. The thug thought he was dealing with a customer, but the hero clarified that he was there to collect a debt from a man named Bald Lou. These words enraged the men. They demanded to know who he was and if he understood whose territory he had entered. The long-haired man attacked first, throwing a powerful kick, but Evan dodged it easily. Because of the momentum, the attacker lost his balance and fell to his knees. Then, before he could react, he took a direct kick to the face. Seeing this, the bald thug lunged forward and tried to attack. However, he met the same fate. A powerful blow from the hero sent him flying backward. When both men were on the ground, Evan stood next to the long-haired one, who was still conscious. With a calm and cold expression, he asked if he was finally ready to take him to Bald Lou. The scene then shifted to a luxurious office where the leader of the Black Dragon group, Bald Lou, was resting. Next to him was a woman with long purple hair who playfully licked a drop of red wine from his chest. However, the office door suddenly burst open and Vincent came running in, panicked, reporting that someone had broken in to steal. Enraged, Baldy Lou yelled at him for not knocking on the door and demanded to know who had dared to come in without permission. Vincent tried to explain something, but he didn't have time to finish. A body came flying through the door. It turned out to be one of the bandits from the lounge. He crashed spectacularly in front of the boss's desk, leaving both him and the woman in shock. Baldy Lou jumped to his feet, pulled out his pistol, aimed it out the door, and demanded to know who dared to come in without permission. Right after, a black object, a black card, came flying through the door. It crashed onto the table in front of the stunned Baldy Lou. He picked it up carefully and recognized the symbol. Then, the man shouted that it was the black card of the Association of the 10 Elders. Vincent, visibly battered, realized they were talking about a terrifying organization made up of 10 powerful Lampa leaders. At that moment, Evan walked into the office and remarked that he was surprised they'd even heard of that association. Bald Lou shouted, calling him the 9th Young Master, finally realizing who had come looking for him. Without hesitation, Bald Lou knelt down, bowed his head, and asked what the 9th Young Master's orders were. Right after, he respectfully handed him the lighter, and Evan calmly lit a cigarette. He mentioned that he had heard Baldy Lou had recently seized a shipment, and panicking, Baldy Lou started insisting it was all a misunderstanding. Continuing to pretend to be submissive, Baldy Lou promised to return the shipment, but secretly reached for the gun he had hidden in his belt. Then the hero asked him if he had ever heard the saying that when a black card appears, even gods and ghosts obey. Driven to desperation, Baldy Lou pointed his gun at Evan, declaring that on the 9th time, the young master had left him no other choice. However, before he could shoot, the protagonist threw a cigarette at him, which struck the gun just as it fired, throwing off his aim. Evan calmly pointed out that he didn't like having guns pointed at him. After neutralizing the man, he picked up a black card from the table and declared that everyone who had ever pointed a gun at him was dead. In the next instant, with a smooth motion, he used the sharp edge of the card like a blade and stabbed it into Baldy Lou's throat. The gang leader collapsed dead on the floor. The horrifying scene made the purple-haired woman scream in fear. Vincent stared in shock at his boss's lifeless body. The noise drew other gang members to the doors, who froze in place and started shouting that their leader had been killed. Ignoring the chaos, Evan looked at the terrified Vincent. He gave him two options: hand over the cargo and become the new boss, or hand over the cargo and die like Baldy Lou. He and the other bandits immediately bowed their heads in submission, declaring their complete loyalty to the ninth young master. Satisfied, the protagonist accepted their oath and calmly ordered them to take him to the cargo, thus completing his mission. A car stopped in front of the Black Dragon Group headquarters building. Oliver left the place accompanied by a bandit on crutches, and consumed by rage, he declared that he would kill Evan that very day, no matter what. Right after, he headed toward the entrance, shouting that he had come to see the leader of the Black Dragon Society. He declared that if the gang boss, Old Lou, got rid of that stinkin' messenger, he was willing to pay any price. Meanwhile, Evan stood in front of the gathered gang members and named Vincent as the new leader. However, suddenly the door burst open and Oliver stormed into the office, shouting Boss Lou's name. He looked around and, irritated, asked where the former boss had gone. Then, Vincent calmly announced that Old Lou was no longer there, and that he was now the one leading the Black Dragon Society. Oliver congratulated the new leader and got straight to the point. He wanted someone killed and was willing to pay $50 million for it. Intrigued by the amount, Vincent asked who the target was, and Oliver revealed that it was simply the messenger. Upon hearing this, the new boss let out a chuckle, finding it absurd to pay such a huge amount of money to have a simple delivery guy killed. But an enraged Oliver insisted he wasn't joking and explained that the messenger had beaten him up and stolen his woman, so he had to die. Seeing this as an opportunity, Vincent showed interest, realizing that his first big deal as boss had come together so quickly. Then he said there was no need to worry so much about the delivery guy and agreed to take care of it, but Oliver insisted on going with them. Vincent agreed right away and signaled to his subordinates, announcing that they would help Oliver get his revenge. The story then shifts to the food delivery center, where Evan has returned to his usual work. He was greeted by his coworkers, who told him he had been missing for several days and that his boss was looking for him. The young man calmly replied that he would finish a few deliveries first and then go see the boss. Then, the hero got on his red motorcycle. However, while he was riding, a black van suddenly swerved and blocked his way. The car's side door opened and an enraged Oliver stepped out, holding a heavy metal pipe in his hands. Glaring at Evan with hatred, he said that Evan probably didn't expect to be found so soon. Blinded by rage, Oliver lunged forward, swinging the pipe with the intention of forcing him to kneel. However, Evan, completely calm, easily dodged the clumsy attack. When his opponent lost his balance, the hero flicked his smoldering cigarette, aiming it precisely at Oliver's mouth. Without giving him time to react, the protagonist landed a hard knee to his stomach. Then he elbowed him in the back, telling him that he was the one who would make him kneel. The series of blows was too much, and Oliver fell to his knees, shouting for Vincent's help. At that moment, Vincent and his men got out of the van. Lighting a cigarette, the new boss remarked that he was curious to see if all the couriers were just as tough. Oliver, however, said that he didn't want a quick death for Evan, but wanted him to be tortured slowly. Then, Vincent walked up to Evan and put his hand on his shoulder, talking to him like a friend. However, the moment the hero turned his head, Vincent's smug smile vanished, replaced by horror. Evan angrily asked him who he was. Then he grabbed his head and roughly pressed his face against the burning cigarette, burning him. Standing in front of him, the protagonist mockingly asked if he had gotten too arrogant after just taking office. Vincent quickly apologized, assuring him that he never would have dared to come if he had known who he was dealing with. Completely confused, Oliver tried to order Vincent to attack Evan again. However, afraid of angering the hero even more, he immediately turned on his former client and furiously kicked Oliver. The powerful blow sent Oliver flying through the air, and he landed awkwardly on the asphalt. Evan stepped on his opponent and warned him that this was the last time, and if he valued his life, he shouldn't provoke him anymore. After this, the main character outed that Sarah was his wife and demanded that he stay away from her. The hero said that this time it was just a broken arm, but next time the consequences would be much worse. After taking care of the problem, Evan pulled out his phone and looked at it with disgust, realizing he was running late again. When the hero left, Oliver stood up and yelled at Vincent, demanding to know why he couldn't take care of the messenger. However, Vincent insisted that the man he called just a messenger was someone he would never allow to be insulted. Meanwhile, Evan kept making deliveries and soon arrived at an old residential building. As he walked down the dark, dirty hallway with a bag of food in his hands, the young man realized just how neglected the place was. After finding the right apartment, he knocked on the door. A disheveled man with messy blue hair and a menacing look opened the door. While the man looked for the money, Evan's expression grew cautious, sensing that something was wrong. His suspicions were confirmed when he glanced inside the apartment and saw a frightened girl with torn clothes. Before she could make a sound, another man struck her on the head, knocking her to the ground and leaving her speechless. Seeing this, the hero's demeanor changed instantly, and the man with blue hair tried to pay quickly and get rid of him. After paying, he slammed the door, and once inside the apartment, the criminals panicked when they realized the delivery guy had seen everything. Now alone in the hallway, Evan ran his hand over his head in frustration, regretting his bad luck at finding himself in a similar situation once again. However, his thoughts were interrupted when the door suddenly burst open and the blue-haired man lunged at him with a knife. Despite being caught off guard, the hero instantly kicked, forcing the attacker back and snatching the weapon from his hands. Standing in the doorway, Evan watched with irritation, realizing that even a routine delivery required him to get his hands dirty. At that moment, the second kidnapper realized that standing before him wasn't just a simple messenger, but a trained fighter. Enraged, he grabbed a machete and lunged at him with the intent to kill. However, the protagonist easily stopped the attack by grabbing his opponent's wrist and mocking how pathetic his skills were. Next, he landed a hard elbow to his face, sending him to the ground. The scoundrel immediately started calling for help. After neutralizing both of them, Evan slammed the door shut and turned to face his victim. When he entered the room, he froze for a moment, surprised. He saw a girl tied up, lying on a bed, screaming for help. The young man approached her, started untying her, and asked if she could walk. After getting a yes, the hero gently draped his jacket over her shoulders. He then said he had already called the police and offered to contact her family so they could come pick her up, which the girl agreed to. After that, he added that he was going out to tie up the criminals and keep them from escaping, leaving her the phone. Evan stood over the two kidnappers he had tied back to back and told them they deserved what happened to them for going up against him. At that moment, the rescued girl came up to him, thanked him for saving her, and introduced herself as Emily. While the girl was holding the phone after calling her family, she suddenly looked at the screen in surprise. An incoming call interrupted her. Then she handed the phone to Evan, who answered in a professional manner, but on the other end of the line, an angry female voice could be heard. The woman scolded him, wondering if he had become so insolent as to get married without telling his family. The hero's face turned pale, and he realized it was his older sister who had called him and ordered him to meet her and bring his fiancée. After the abrupt end of the call, Evan said in an irritated tone that, as always, she had hung up without warning. At that moment, the door burst open and an old man rushed in, accompanied by two police officers, shouting Emily's name. The girl, overwhelmed with joy, called out to her father and ran to him, while the hero stayed by the subdued criminals. Her father hugged her tightly, asking with concern if she was hurt. The girl quickly assured him that she was fine and pointed to Evan, explaining that he was the one who had saved her. Meanwhile, the police arrested the tied-up criminals, and the senior officer ordered them to be taken away, adding that it was Evan who had subdued them. Then, the girl's father approached him, thanked him for saving his daughter, and asked if he had really confronted the attackers himself. The man was impressed and remarked to himself that it was unexpected to find such a strong warrior working as a courier. He then introduced himself as Tyler and handed him his business card, telling him he was very grateful and offering his help. Evan accepted the card and, seeing the name, White Tiger Martial Arts School, kindly promised to visit if he could. Tyler tried to persuade him by offering him a job at his martial arts school, but Evan politely declined. As he watched him leave, the man realized the extraordinary talent that young man possessed. Out on the street, the protagonist headed toward his motorcycle while the police loaded the kidnappers into the car. After deciding that everything was over, he figured it was time to find Sarah, so he started up his motorcycle and took off. The story then shifts to the Zhu Group skyscraper. A man dressed in a blue suit walked into Sarah's office and told her that he had heard about her problems and had come back from abroad right away to help her. Peter tried to calm her down, but the girl turned down his offer, saying the company already had a solution and his help wasn't needed. However, he kept insisting, claiming that he had turned down many women because she was the only one who had a place in his heart. Sarah demanded that the man stay away from her, but Peter grabbed her hand and started begging her to become his wife. In response, Sarah slapped him hard across the face and demanded that he have some self-respect, telling him she was already married and pregnant. A stunned Peter held his cheek, refusing to believe what he was hearing, and accused her of lying. At that very moment, the office door opened and Evan walked in carrying 2 containers of food. Then, Peter scolded Evan for not knocking on the door, saying that he was in the middle of a business conversation with President Zhu. Then, Sarah took his hand and formally introduced Evan as her husband. As she said this, a warm feeling spread inside her, and she smiled, leaning lightly against him. Peter, shocked and bewildered, tried to figure out if that man was really her husband. Then, Evan stepped forward and said that he and his wife wanted to have a quiet lunch alone. When Peter tried to object, the main character simply repeated his demand, after which the couple turned their backs on him. When he left, Sarah told Evan to inform the front desk that no more strangers should be allowed in, or else the employees would be fired. After the unwanted guests left, the hero set the food on the table and noted with a smile that his opponent had turned out to be pretty weak. As they sat down to eat, Sarah remarked that, strictly speaking, Peter wasn't really her rival, since there were no feelings between them. The hero just smiled and said he understood. However, when Sarah started eating, something suddenly occurred to the protagonist. Jokingly, he closed the lid of the container. The girl, annoyed, asked him what he was doing, and he teased her by saying that since there were no feelings between them, he wouldn't let her eat his food. In response, Sarah burst out in anger and declared that he was the one who got her pregnant, so he was obligated to feed her. After tasting the dish, she admitted that he had cooked wonderfully, and Evan seemed pleased. Then, the girl suggested that he quit his job as a delivery guy and that she would invest in opening a restaurant for him. With a frown, Sarah asked him if he had cooked for other women before. Evan assured her that he was only cooking for one person, but since there were no feelings between them, that meant he was cooking for the baby she was carrying. The girl wasn't satisfied with his answer. She changed the subject and asked why he wasn't wearing his work uniform. Then, with a mischievous smile, Evan explained that during one of his deliveries, he had to save an attractive girl and gave her his jacket. These words instantly made Sarah jealous, and furious, she kicked him out of the house, telling him to go be with his beauty. When the door slammed shut, the hero panicked, realizing that pregnant women shouldn't get upset, and tried to calm her down. Meanwhile, inside the office, the girl, still irritated, told him to just go to work. Her irritation was interrupted by the sound of her phone. It was a message from Evan. In the message, he suggested she eat calmly and said he had gone to earn money to buy formula for the baby. This message calmed her down, and she replied that she would go see her family that night and that he should go with her. When the hero asked what his role would be, Sarah firmly stated that he would be the baby's father. Evan looked at the phone and thought she was being stubborn, noticing with a smile that she didn't want to call him her husband directly. Then he got on his motorcycle and left. He still had a lot to do today. That same afternoon, a red sports car stopped in front of the Sue family's modern house. Evan came in with Sarah, where they were immediately greeted by her mother, Lauren, who demanded to know why Sarah had brought that thing home again. Then, the girl took Evan by the arm and said that they were already married, so there was no reason not to bring her husband home. These words left her mother stunned. She couldn't believe that Sarah had married a delivery guy and wondered if she had lost her mind. However, Sarah firmly replied that she knew exactly what she was doing. Their argument was interrupted by the arrival of her father, Sam, and her brother Joshua, who told them to stop fighting during a family dinner. Unexpectedly, Joshua sided with his sister, saying that she had the right to marry whoever she wanted. Trying to calm things down, Sam suggested to his daughter that she get up and change before dinner. As Sarah and Evan went upstairs, Lauren confronted Joshua, demanding to know why he had allowed his sister to marry a nobody. With a mischievous grin, Joshua revealed his plan. He had already called Oliver, who was on his way. After a while, a guest arrived at their house. Joshua and his parents welcomed him at the table. This guest turned out to be Oliver. He seemed upset and asked why he had been called so urgently, but Joshua just suggested he wait. At that moment, Sarah and Evan came downstairs, and when Sarah saw Oliver at the family table, she stopped, not understanding what he was doing there. Her mother scolded her angrily for being so slow and told her she should have realized they had a guest. Sarah tried to find out why he was at the family dinner, but Lauren ignored her and told her to sit next to Oliver. When Sarah and Evan approached the table, they noticed there was only one empty chair left. Lauren then said, in a rude tone, that not just any riffraff could sit at the Sioux family dining table. Evan asked why Oliver got the job and he didn't, and Lauren gave him a disdainful smile and told him to take a look at himself. Then Sarah's father, Sam, grew impatient and ordered everyone to start eating, adding that anyone without a seat could just squat on the floor. Then Sarah turned to Evan and offered him the last chair, saying she would stand. This infuriated Sam, who slammed his palm on the table and demanded to know if she was planning to rebel against him. However, the protagonist didn't argue. He simply stood behind the visibly frightened Oliver and stared at him with a piercing gaze. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, a sweaty Oliver abruptly stood up and, nervously, offered his chair to Evan, respectfully calling him brother. Lauren tried to object, insisting that he shouldn't give up his seat because Evan wasn't worthy of their table. However, Oliver ignored her and stated that if brother Evan was unworthy, then he himself was even less so. Evan stood not. He turned to Sarah, the mother of his child, and told her she needed to sit down, reminding her that she was pregnant and shouldn't be standing. The rest of the family could only watch in confusion, not understanding why Oliver was acting so submissive. Realizing that his plan had failed, Joshua stepped in, placing his hand on Oliver's shoulder and telling him he had a surprise. Then Evan ignored them and calmly suggested to Sarah that she focus on her meal, and then they raised their glasses for a toast. At the same time, an irritated Oliver demanded an explanation from Joshua, and Joshua quietly told him that he had mixed the drug into Sarah's wine. This surprise horrified Oliver, who, enraged, grabbed Joshua's hand when he realized it was a trap that would lead Evan to kill him. Then, panicking, he loudly warned Sarah not to drink the wine because it had been tampered with. This news shocked the girl, and Oliver, panicking, immediately pointed at Joshua, revealing that he was the one who had planned to poison her. Betrayed by her own brother, Sarah was furious. She stood up and threw the entire glass of wine in his face, calling him shameless. Soaked and humiliated, Joshua was terrified. The attempt to harm his wife awakened a terrible fury in Evan, and his eyes turned red. Then he landed a crushing blow to the villain's face. Standing next to his unconscious body, the hero said he would kill Joshua if he ever dared to touch his wife again. Disgusted with her family, Sarah declared that the house was disgusting before turning around and leaving with Evan. As they left, Sarah's parents rushed to their nephew, anxiously trying to find out if he was okay. Later, as they were leaving, Sarah turned to Evan and demanded an explanation, finally asking the question that had been bothering her for a long time. She asked why Oliver was so afraid of him, but the hero downplayed the girl's question, giving a vague answer. He explained that some people were stubborn and only started behaving properly after getting a good slap. Sarah rolled her eyes and called him a show-off again, reminding him that with his background, it would be extremely difficult for him to fit in with her family. However, Evan remained unfazed and claimed that his family's rules were nothing compared to his own. Their conversation was interrupted when his phone vibrated. The hero's confident expression vanished, replaced by panic. He looked at a message from a contact named Claire, which said she had already arrived and he had 10 minutes to get there. Shortly after, they returned home, and noticing his state, Sarah asked who could have scared him so much. The hero warned her that his older sister had arrived and asked Sarah not to say anything unnecessary, since there were a lot of rules in his family. The girl was skeptical about it, but Evan just replied that she would find out everything for herself soon, and once again asked her to be careful. When they entered the apartment, they saw a woman who was already waiting for them. She was sitting on the couch, smoking a cigarette. Evan immediately put on a happy smile and greeted his older sister, telling her how much he had missed her. However, Claire, his older sister, a strict woman, remained completely indifferent. She ignored his greeting and, in a cold and authoritative voice, ordered him to kneel. To Sarah's complete surprise, Evan dropped to his knees without hesitation. Then, Claire turned her cold gaze to the girl and motioned for her to come closer as well. However, before Sarah could react, the hero stepped in, explaining that Sarah was pregnant and couldn't kneel. When she heard this, the woman froze for a moment. She calmly put out her cigarette and looked at Sarah's hand. After checking her pulse, she was convinced that Sarah really was pregnant. Suddenly, her calm vanished. She stood up abruptly and delivered a powerful kick to Evan, who was kneeling, sending him flying. Furious, she scolded him, saying that the years he spent abroad had taught him a lot of bad habits. Claire loomed over him, looking down at him, and declared that he had to be punished first, before he was allowed to speak. Seeing this, Sarah hurried forward and stepped between them, spreading her arms to protect Evan. The girl insisted that even though she didn't know her family's rules, it was wrong to hit him without understanding what he was supposedly guilty of. Claire explained that, first of all, he had shown disrespect by getting married without informing his elders. Second, he got a woman pregnant before marriage. And third, he acted recklessly by choosing an unsuitable partner for himself. The last point infuriated Sarah, who demanded to know what kind of woman could be considered worthy of her brother. Then, Claire started listing the higher status women the family had chosen for him, all of whom he had rejected. Realizing the situation was escalating, Evan stepped in and began asking his sister to stop provoking Sarah, reminding her that she was pregnant. However, the girl didn't want to listen anymore. Suddenly, she demanded that the act stop. With a cynical smile, Sarah said she could see right through his childish game. She claimed that Evan had orchestrated the whole charade, making up a powerful family just to feel better about himself. The girl said his behavior was too immature and that she didn't want her child to grow up in an environment like that. After this, she told him she would get in touch after the baby was born and left the house, leaving Evan with his sister. When the hero tried to follow Sarah, his sister firmly ordered him not to go after her. She then said she had come to Jingning following the instructions of the old man. She took out a small object and explained that it was a token. Claire said that many years ago, the chief of Shafang Valley lost his son in the city of Jiangning, and he had the same pearl. Evan was a dragon and the lost girl was a phoenix, and a marriage contract had been arranged between them even before they were born. Evan reminded her that he had already been married, but Claire ignored him and said she wouldn't dare disobey the old man's direct order. Meanwhile, Sarah was at Sophie's house, disappointed with Evan for making such a stupid scene. Then her friend asked if he could be faking it. Sarah thought it was impossible and wondered why someone as important as the holy maiden of the Miao clan would be interested in the messenger. However, Sophie sensed that if everything Evan's sister said was true, then his personality was far from simple. Sarah was surprised that her friends suddenly started defending Evan and asked her why she did it. Sophie immediately started denying it, but the girl didn't believe her, and grabbing her by the hand, she started jokingly demanding that she confess what she was hiding. Then Sarah got serious again and asked Sophie to tell her how the meeting with the mysterious man had gone. Sophie said that her grandfather had been acting reserved lately, but she promised to find a way to get the man's contact information for Sarah. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the bedroom door. When Sophie opened the door, Peter was there, and the girl asked him in surprise what he was doing at her house. Then the man said that he knew the person they were talking about and offered to introduce them. Sophie asked him if he really knew the influential man who had invested $10 billion in the new district project. Peter confidently confirmed that his grandfather had introduced them and said he could easily arrange a meeting. The next day, Evan was out on the balcony of his apartment thinking about Sarah's stubbornness since she wasn't answering his calls. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of his phone. He hoped it was Sarah, but was disappointed to see that the message wasn't from her. The message was from Emily, the girl he had saved, who said she had washed his jacket and was asking for an address to return it to him. However, Evan replied curtly that it wasn't necessary and that she could just throw the clothes away. After settling that, the hero took the golden pearl with the dragon in his hand and wondered where to start looking for that girl. His thoughts were interrupted again by a phone call. It was his subordinate, Mateo, who told him that his partner Ironhead had died. A shocked Evan demanded an explanation, and Mateo explained that he had drowned after exhausting himself while rescuing several people from the water. Meanwhile, in her room, Emily sat wrapped in a towel, sadly looking at her phone after Evan answered. She wondered if that meant she would never see her savior again. At that moment, her father, Tyler, came into the room and asked her why she looked so upset. He said that the next day, young Jeffrey was having a birthday party and asked her to go instead of him. He clarified that the celebration was being held in honor of the boy's new beginning after he was recently rescued from drowning. However, Emily refused to go because the rescued man didn't even thank his savior and even called him a scoundrel. Changing the subject, her father asked the girl if she had gotten in touch with the messenger who had saved her life. Emily confirmed that she had contacted him, but added that the young man didn't even want to get his jacket back. Tyler felt disappointed when he heard this and pointed out that there didn't seem to be any special connection between them. The story then shifted to the entrance of the luxurious Taishan Grand Hotel. The main character arrived there in a gray van, looking impeccable in his suit. He was immediately greeted by 4 men: the ghost, the blind man, the smiling Buddha, and the young Master Day. They greeted the hero with respect. Then Evan said it was time to go in, and his men followed him into the hotel. As soon as the young man's group entered, a white luxury car pulled up in front of the entrance. Emily got out and at that moment caught a glimpse of the hero's back, thinking he looked incredibly familiar. Her butler asked her what had happened, but she quickly downplayed it, claiming she must have just imagined it. Inside, the celebration had already begun. The man greeted the guests, thanking them for coming to his second birthday party. The man turned out to be Jeffrey, and he claimed that he had survived the recent situation purely thanks to his luck. In honor of this event, a huge 9-tier cake was brought out for the guests. However, a reporter suddenly stepped forward and asked Jeffrey a question about the man who had tragically died trying to save him. The question instantly enraged the man, who shouted at the security guards, demanding to know who had let the journalist into his private party. He ordered his bodyguards to seize her, and his men carried out the order immediately. While his subordinates held her down, an enraged Jeffrey brutally kicked the reporter, shouting that he had only survived because of his own strength. At that moment, Emily and her companion watched what was happening and were shocked by what they saw. She commented that Jeffrey's behavior was disgusting, but the man warned the girl not to get involved. Meanwhile, Jeffrey kept harassing the woman lying on the ground, stepping on her and telling her he'd teach her some manners. Furious, he was about to land another brutal blow and, in fact, was on the verge of killing her. However, at that moment, another leg came toward his face, appearing with incredible speed. A powerful blow sent Jeffrey, stunned, flying across the room. He hit the ground and rolled straight toward the stage. Then he looked up and saw the main character standing in front of him with his four subordinates. Emily realized with joy that it was indeed the same man who had saved her before. Meanwhile, Jeffrey, after getting up with difficulty, glared angrily at the intruders and ordered the others to kill them. The bodyguards rushed forward, shouting that those scoundrels dared to cause trouble on the Zhao family's turf. However, the hero's men moved with astonishing skill, easily defeating their opponents with a series of powerful blows. The smiling Buddha kneed one of the guards aside, sending him flying and knocking him unconscious. Young Master Lei also easily defeated his opponent. The ghost kicked one of the guards in the face. Finally, the blind man attacked the last enemy. Soon, all of Jeffrey's subordinates were defeated, and Evan and his team stood unfazed in the midst of the chaos. A frightened Jeffrey stammered and asked who they were. Then Evan pulled up a chair, finally revealing the reason behind their actions. He explained that his brother was the very man nicknamed Ironhead, who sacrificed his life to save Jeffrey. Then, taking a drag from his cigarette, he declared that he was extremely upset that Jeffrey had dared to call his heroic brother trash. And then Jeffrey shouted that his life was supposedly more valuable than everyone else's because he had power, and once again called for security. At his signal, a new group of people dressed in black suits and wielding batons burst into the room, but Evan remained unshaken. He gave him an ultimatum. If Jeffrey went to his brother's grave, made 3 bows, and apologized publicly, he would let him go. However, Jeffrey furiously rejected the offer and ordered the new guards to kill the hero and his men. But before they could do anything, the protagonist rushed toward them with incredible speed. He stood up, grabbed the chair, and declared that he had given up his chance. Then, with great force, he slammed the object right into Jeffrey's face. The crushing blow sent the man flying into a huge cake. Covered in cream and spit and blood, he fell to his knees, cursing in pain. Then Evan, standing in front of him, told him he had lost his chance. After that, he landed another blow, leaving his opponent completely unconscious. Looking at the unconscious man, the hero realized he was a pathetic person who dared to act so arrogantly. At that moment, 2 men entered the room. One of them turned out to be Jose. Jeffrey recognized him as his father and desperately begged him to save him. An enraged Jose pointed at the protagonist and ordered his companion, Old Song, to kill them all, and he agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, Emily's companion recognized the new opponent and warned the girl that Old Song was a high-level master. Meanwhile, Old Song lunged forward, calling his opponent an arrogant youngster, and delivered a powerful blow. However, before the attack could reach its target, it was intercepted. A hand firmly grabbed his fist, stopping the movement. Old Song was surprised at how easily he was stopped. It turned out the man was the smiling Buddha, and Evan allowed his man to play around with the opponent for a while. Then, the smiling Buddha landed a crushing blow, grabbing Old Son by the head. In the next instant, he slammed his face hard against the hallway floor. A shocked Joseph could only watch in horror as his strongest bodyguard was taken down in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, the battered Old Song recognized the technique that had struck him and declared that it was the diamond palm of the Jiyu clan from Gansheng. Joseph immediately smiled and suggested that, since they were all from Gansheng, they should resolve the conflict peacefully. However, the protagonist remained unfazed and reminded him that he had already stated his terms, but his son had rejected them. Joseph said he had found out that Ironhead was a car mechanic and offered 1 million yuan to settle the matter. This infuriated Evan, who kicked the chair he was sitting on and declared that his brother's life was priceless. He walked up to Joseph and asked how much money the Zhao family had if they could act with such arrogance. In response, Joseph laughed and claimed that his family had more than enough money, and that buying a mechanic's life was nothing to them. Then Evan asked him if he really thought he could bankrupt the entire Zhao family right then and there. Lei, after contacting the necessary people, gave the order to immediately halt all of the Zhao family's businesses in the city. However, Joseph still didn't realize who he was dealing with and kept laughing, thinking they were just putting on a show in front of him. But suddenly, his assistant came running into the room and announced that all their partners had cut off cooperation and that the factories had received orders to stop production. He also reported that the Lei clan from southern China, a family whose wealth could rival that of entire states, was behind all of this. Upon hearing this, Lei stepped forward, adjusted his glasses, winked, and confirmed that he was the representative of that clan. Realizing whom he had offended, Jose began nervously apologizing for not having recognized him. In a desperate attempt to save himself, the man forced his son to kneel, but the hero wasn't interested in excuses. Then, confidently, he climbed onto Jeffrey's back and, terrified, screamed for his father to save him. Then, Jose declared that his younger brother held a high position in the military and that mutual destruction wouldn't benefit anyone. However, Evan stayed calm and turned to his subordinate, the blind man, telling him to make the call. Immediately, he dialed the number and ordered an investigation into the Zhao family in the city. Right after, Evan challenged the Zhu family to try and find them if they dared, before turning around and leaving. As they took him away, Jeffrey desperately begged his father to contact his uncle, and his father promised he would. A few moments later, Joseph's phone rang, and when he saw it was his brother calling, the man smiled smugly. He answered, but was immediately interrupted. His brother, furious, asked him if he had a death wish. Then he reported that Jeffrey had insulted a high-ranking figure in the military, which led to his own suspension and investigation. Meanwhile, the story shifts to the cemetery. The main character and his men were standing in front of a tombstone with the name Ironhead on it. Then, Evan ordered Jeffrey to kneel before the grave. He then climbed onto the stone platform and placed his foot on the man's head. Jeffrey tried to resist, but the hero ignored his words and pressed down hard, forcing him to apologize to his brother. The impact made Jeffrey's face smash into the ground. After this, all the men lined up with incense and cigarettes in their hands and prayed in silence. While the hero and his group were saying goodbye to their fallen brother, Sarah went to the cemetery to visit her late grandmother. She knelt before the tombstone and talked about her life, admitting that she had gotten married and was pregnant. At the same time, she remembered her grandmother's words that men can't be trusted. However, the girl then mentioned that she had met a nobleman who helped her get the project. Sarah placed a jar of fruit and some cookies on the altar and added that she had brought her grandmother's favorite sweets. Suddenly, it started pouring rain, so Sarah apologized to her grandmother, saying she had to leave because of the bad weather, but promised to come back. Then, the girl headed toward the road, where a black car was already waiting for her. Peter called out to her, urging her to get in quickly. In the car, Sarah was sitting next to her friend Sophie, who started complaining about the rain and ordered Peter to drive faster. Suddenly, the car braked sharply when they saw that a huge caravan of vehicles was blocking the road. An enraged Peter indignantly asked who dared to block his way, and Sophie noticed the luxury cars. Meanwhile, an entire line of black luxury cars stopped outside. The bodyguards, dressed in suits, rushed out with umbrellas and headed toward Evan, who was walking in the rain. On the way, the hero ordered Lei to take care of something, since Ironhead had left behind a daughter. Meanwhile, Peter looked out the window and wondered what kind of crime boss could have come to the cemetery with such a display. Sarah recognized Evan, but she couldn't understand why her husband, who was a courier, was surrounded by so much influence and respect. At that moment, Lei respectfully opened the car door for the hero under the pouring rain. Sophie once again drew Sarah's attention to what was happening, clearly pointing out that this was the man who had opened the door for Evan. Peter was visibly surprised to notice that the man looked like Lei, the heir to a powerful clan from southern China. Once inside his car, The protagonist ordered that they head to Ironhead's house first. Meanwhile, in another car, Sophie wondered why such an influential person would open the door for a simple messenger. She suggested to Sarah that she call him, but Sarah refused, convinced that it couldn't possibly be true. Finally, Sarah decided that the heavy rain had distorted her perception and agreed to go back. Then, Pedro assured them that everything was taken care of, that the important person was already waiting to receive them. He promised that the day after tomorrow, he would introduce Sarah to that influential man. The story then shifted to a modest part of the city where an old man was sleeping on a bench when the protagonist's car stopped nearby. Evan and his 4 subordinates stepped outside, confirming that they had arrived at the correct address. The protagonist approached the sleeping man, woke him up, and politely asked if Ironhead lived there. At first, the old man didn't understand who they were talking about. Then, the hero clarified that he was looking for a man named Chuck. Realizing who they were talking about, the old man pointed to apartment 326 on the 3rd floor. When Evan's men entered the building, the old man said sadly that the house of the deceased had already been taken over by his cousin and his wife. Meanwhile, the hero's group walked down the hallway and saw a small child sitting alone on the floor. Lei realized that someone had dared to take over Ironhead's property. Meanwhile, Evan asked if this was Chuck's house. The little girl, who had a bruise on her face, looked up shyly and said that her father wasn't home and had gone somewhere very far away. Then, Lei realized that the person in front of them was Ironhead's daughter and was shocked. The hero patted the girl's head and asked her why she wasn't inside. She explained that her uncles wouldn't let her live in the apartment. Then she pointed to a cardboard box in the hallway and said that her aunt had told her to consider that box her new home. When Lai heard this, she was furious and outraged to learn that the child's relatives had forced her to live like a dog in a kennel. Enraged, she forcefully opened the apartment door. Inside, a burly man and woman were enjoying a lavish meal, and their sudden appearance startled them. The fat man slammed his fist on the table and demanded to know who they were. Then, the main character asked when that house became his property. The man pointed at her and declared that the house was his now, then threatened to call the police if they didn't leave. In response, the hero called him a monster and delivered a hard knee to his stomach. The blow sent the man flying backward, crashing into the dining table and scattering the food everywhere. Meanwhile, Evan calmly took the girl's hand to protect her and ordered the smiling Buddha to teach them a lesson. Then the smiling Buddha and the ghost stepped forward with menacing smiles, clenching their fists. The first one landed a hard punch on the fat man, and he immediately began to desperately beg for mercy. After the beating, the family members also started begging for mercy. However, the hero ignored them and turned to the girl, asking her name. She looked at him and replied that her name was Megan. Leia expressed her concern, pointing out that the girl was in a pitiful state and could die if they left her there. Then, the main character leaned toward her and invited her to move in with him and his uncles, and she agreed. Evan suggested that Leia should be the one to raise her, but he panicked, saying he didn't know how to take care of a child. At that moment, Megan tugged on the hero's jacket, looking at him with pleading eyes. So Leigh suggested that the girl call Evan her godfather. The girl immediately hugged the hero and happily called him godfather. Evan commented with a smile that he had become a father just a few days after the wedding. The next day, the main character took Megan to his apartment. He made breakfast for the girl and told her to eat more because he was going to take her to school later. While they were eating, the hero took a picture of the food and sent it to Sarah with a message inviting her to have dinner at home. However, the girl replied that she wasn't going to eat. So he offered to bring her some food, but she refused again and added that he shouldn't look for her. Evan sighed deeply, noticing her attitude. Meanwhile, the girl announced that she had finished eating. Then the hero smiled and said he would change his clothes and take her to school. Shortly after, they arrived at the prestigious educational institution. In the hallway, the hero explained to the girl that Lei had enrolled her in that school, which was the best in the area, so he encouraged her to study hard. Then they entered the office, where the principal greeted them, addressing the protagonist as Sir. He introduced himself as Principal Dan and pointed to the woman next to him, introducing her as Emily's teacher. The teacher turned around and turned out to be Emily, the same girl the protagonist had saved earlier. She seemed surprised to see him. She was delighted and practically exclaimed that it really was him. Then the girl noticed the little girl standing next to her and asked if she was her daughter. Evan patted Megan's head and confirmed that the little girl was his daughter. Principal Dan suggested that since Evan and the teacher knew each other, she should take the child to class, and Emily agreed. Then the protagonist said that he was leaving Megan in her care because he needed to work. As they walked down the hallway, he waved goodbye. The little girl waved back at him and said goodbye, calling him her godfather. Then Evan turned around with a warm smile and promised to pick her up after school. After he left, Emily asked Megan if he was her biological father, and the girl explained that he was her godfather. Hearing this, the woman smiled, told Megan to be smart, and took her to class. Outside, the main character was sitting on his motorcycle and lit a cigarette, reflecting on how being a father wasn't as easy as it seemed. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the woman on the other end of the line brusquely called him a scoundrel and asked if he had missed her. Evan was stunned, and addressing her as the eldest princess, asked how she had gotten his number. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman, lighting a cigarette, declared that since he was still so stubborn, she would have to come and soften him up. Evan tried to stop her, explaining that she was already married and that his wife would be extremely upset by her appearance. Furious, he began to say that she had threatened to meddle in his life, but before he could finish, the woman hung up the phone. As a result, he didn't have time to say anything, as always. The next morning, the young man took his adopted daughter to school. As he was leaving, he decided to warn Sarah up from the eldest princess so as not to bother the young woman during her pregnancy. She wrote him a message warning that if any woman came looking for him, he should ignore her. Evan lit a cigarette and commented with a sigh that women were difficult. After checking the schedule, he realized that one of the deliveries might be delayed and hurried off. At noon, his route had taken him to an upscale neighborhood where he stopped in front of a huge mansion. After looking over the impressive building, the young man remarked to himself that it was truly a luxurious house. He rang the doorbell to announce the food delivery. When the door opened, both of them froze in surprise. His wife, Sarah, was standing right in front of him. The hero smiled tensely and noticed the coincidence. There was an event going on inside the house. Another woman asked Sarah who the person at the door was, and she replied that he was just a delivery guy. Meanwhile, Evan handed the order to the woman, and when she asked if they knew each other, he lied, saying they were classmates. However, Helen was surprised, since she had also studied with Sarah, but didn't remember anyone like that. So the hero made up the name Juan and explained that he was a quiet student, so maybe they wouldn't remember him. However, the man in the suit let out a chuckle and commented that he didn't remember anyone by that name either. He looked at the hero with disdain and wondered how his former classmate could end up as just a simple messenger. Then he turned to Sarah, questioning why such an influential woman would be communicating with the messenger. He insisted that the gap between the elite and the lower classes of society was just too wide and that associating with those people only brought trouble. To humiliate the hero, the man took out his wallet and handed him money as if he were a beggar. With a satisfied smile, he declared that delivery guys needed tips and that this amount would be more than enough for him. Evan held back his anger and accepted the bills, while the man asked him why he hadn't left yet. Then, the hero, forcing a tense smile, thanked him. At that moment, another girl asked if the pizza had arrived, and the man's expression changed immediately. He addressed her as if she were a goddess. However, the girl, who turned out to be Emily, ignored him and looked at the delivery guy in surprise, exclaiming that it really was him. The main character greeted the professor awkwardly. Then, the girl enthusiastically explained to everyone that she knew him and that he was her savior. She happily took his hand and invited him in. But Evan tried to refuse, saying he had other deliveries to make. However, the man stepped in again and asked why they needed to stop the delivery guy, which made Emily angry, and she snapped back at him. Taking advantage of the moment, the hero apologized and left. Then, the girl hurried after him, asking him to give her a ride since she had arrived without a car. The man immediately offered his Porsche, saying the hero's motorcycle was too dangerous. Meanwhile, Sarah silently watched as her husband talked with the beautiful teacher. The protagonist looked at her, but the girl looked away and said he could have given her a ride without asking for permission. Emily sat behind the hero on the motorcycle and said she had to get back to work. Shortly after, they headed to the school by car. After they left, the arrogant man smiled and invited Sarah inside for a meal, but the girl flatly refused. She said she had urgent matters to attend to at the company and left immediately. Meanwhile, on the road, the protagonist was speeding through the city and Emily was holding on tightly to him. He asked if he had been driving too fast. The girl, blushing slightly and pressing herself against his back, replied that the speed was normal and that she actually liked it. However, the moment was interrupted when a red sports car cut them off, forcing the hero to brake sharply. It was Sarah who rolled down the window and firmly demanded that Emily get into her car. Knowing he shouldn't provoke his pregnant wife, Evan agreed immediately, lying and claiming that he had suddenly become very busy. Before getting into the car, Emily asked him if he was free this weekend so she could invite him to dinner. Evan got nervous and replied that he had to work. He said they could work it out later and then hurried off. The protagonist quickly rode away on his motorcycle, while Emily waved goodbye to him and then stayed with the other girl. As he left, Evan thought that dealing with women was extremely difficult. Later that same day, the hero walked with Megan through the courtyard of the apartment complex, holding her hand. He asked her if she was hungry and added that he would make dinner as soon as they got home. However, when they opened the door, the young man froze, and there on the floor was a pair of women's high-heeled shoes. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened and a woman came out, wrapped only in a white towel. It was the eldest princess, Madison. Evan panicked. He covered Megan's eyes and shouted, demanding that Madison get dressed immediately. Then, the hero reminded her that there was a little girl in the house, and Madison finally noticed her and asked who she was. Evan replied that she was his daughter and also reminded her that he had already told her about his marriage, but she didn't believe him. After that, the woman patted Megan on the head and jokingly invited her to call her mom. This completely enraged the hero, who indignantly asked what nonsense she was talking about. However, Madison stayed calm. She leaned toward the girl and basically explained that since that man was her father and she was his wife, that meant she was her mother. Realizing that arguing in front of the girl was pointless, Evan handed Megan her backpack and told her to go to her room and do her homework. When the girl left, the tension between them grew. While the hero was scolding the girl, she suddenly grabbed him and, outraged, called him shameless for marrying behind her back. Evan jerked back, demanding that she be more careful. Madison then tried to kick him in the head, asking if he had missed her. Blushing with anger and embarrassment, the young man demanded again that she get dressed. She sat back down, crossed her legs, and said that he had dared to marry another woman and that she would deal with him later. The hero covered his face with his hands. Then he handed her his jacket, begging her to stop and reminding her that he was married. Madison knew that he had married Sarah because she was pregnant, and added that if she had known earlier, she could have given birth to his child herself. Trying to change the subject, Evan asked her how long she planned to stay in town. The girl replied that she had two goals: to find him and to talk to Lucas about a business matter. Hearing this, the hero felt a bit relieved because he realized she wasn't looking for Sarah. Otherwise, his wife could have caused a scandal. He commented that he knew the woman she wanted to meet with. However, Madison kept teasing him. She cornered him against the closet and asked why he acted like a monk with her when he couldn't control himself with other women. The girl moved closer again, and Evan, startled, asked her what she was going to do. She kept caressing his face, but at that moment, they were interrupted by Megan, who came running in and said she was hungry. But when the girl saw this scene, she immediately turned around and closed her eyes. The hero took the opportunity to get out of the awkward situation and suggested they end the discussion and get something to eat. Then he put on a suit, took Megan's hand, and told Madison that if she didn't come with them, they'd leave without her. Left alone, the girl blushed slightly and thought to herself that sooner or later, that man would be hers. After this, the story shifted to an upscale shopping mall. The three of them walked down the hallway accompanied by a waiter. Megan thanked Aunt Madison for the gift, but Aunt Madison interrupted her and said she should have called her godmother. Shortly after, they entered the VIP room. Madison mockingly mentioned her role as godmother, which made the hero scold her for using inappropriate language in front of the child. Meanwhile, in the hallway, the waiter was greeting new customers, among them Joshua, Sarah's brother, who was talking with Oliver. Joshua said he was never able to find out who took the project from their family, except that it had something to do with Lucas. The conversation then turned to Sarah, and Joshua pointed out that now she was the one in control of the project and wouldn't let them interfere. Oliver came up with a plan. Since Sarah was married to a messenger, they could use the media to ruin her reputation. Joshua approved the idea, and then Oliver saw a man walking past his door. He commented that the man looked like the one who had outbid him at the auction. Joshua saw that it was the same messenger, Sarah's husband, and not understanding what he was doing there, decided to take a look at his room. He cautiously peeked into Evan's room and saw him sitting at a table with a beautiful woman and a child. From the outside, they looked like a happy family, with the main character and Madison feeding chicken drumsticks to Megan. Joshua hid and thought with a smile that he had found the perfect scapegoat regarding Sarah. That same night, Madison asked Megan what she thought, and the little girl thanked her godmother. Meanwhile, Sarah waited silently near the hero's apartment, convinced he wasn't home. However, the elevator opened and Evan, along with Madison and Megan, walked down the hallway while the hero reminded the girl to do her homework. And then he and Sarah ran into each other. The girl froze, shocked to see her husband with another woman. Then Madison stepped forward and went straight up to Sarah, confidently asking if she was the same girl. Realizing that things could get out of hand, Evan quickly stepped in and explained that Madison was his aunt's daughter. However, Sarah didn't believe him and, feeling betrayed, said she was just passing by and had other things to do. After that, the girl turned around and left, leaving the young man and his companion behind. Desperate to stop her, the hero at least offered to stay for a meal before she left. However, Madison only made things worse by asking why, if they were husband and wife, they didn't live together. Then Sarah stopped and, pulling herself together, ordered the hero to open the door, saying she had decided to stay for dinner. Finding himself between the two women, Evan commented that being in the same place with them was like being on a battlefield. Once inside, he tried to escape the tense atmosphere and announced that he was going to the kitchen to cook. Then Sarah turned to Madison, who was comfortably settled on the couch, and asked her since when the hero knew how to cook. The girl then remembered how he had promised to cook for her, and Madison said she wanted to try his dishes too. From the kitchen, the main character shouted that she had already eaten a lot and couldn't possibly be hungry. However, Madison immediately changed her tone to a flirtatious one and, pretending to complain, said that she was hungry again. An irritated Evan raised his voice, demanding that she behave normally. Then, Sarah offered her a bottle of water, calling her the hero's cousin and adding that she was probably thirsty. There was tension between the two girls, Sarah said, and added that, judging by Madison's appearance, she should have called her older sister. Madison then went back to her playful behavior and called out to the hero, asking him when the food would be ready. Shortly after, the main character came out of the kitchen with a bowl of freshly made noodles and announced that dinner was ready. He set the hot dish in front of Sarah, and she looked at it and visibly softened, clearly impressed by his gestures and the way the food looked. Noticing this, Madison asked him to make noodles for her too, but an irritated Evan snapped at her to be quiet. Meanwhile, Sarah ignored their argument and started eating. After the first bite, she was satisfied, and commented that the flavor was really good and that the protagonist's cooking skills had improved. Then, unexpectedly, the girl told him to make a portion for Madison too, but to bring her something sour first. At that moment, Megan walked into the room. The girl announced that she had finished her homework and asked if she could read her a story. Suddenly, Madison called her, invited her to her mother's house, and promised to read her a story. Megan came over and thanked her, calling her aunt, but the girl immediately corrected her, insisting that she call her mom. Patting the girl on the head, she even promised to buy her candy if she agreed, but the girl called her on again. Then Sarah calmly stepped in and asked her rival not to make the child's life miserable. Then she called Megan. She sweetly asked to be called Mom. The girl was confused and stayed quiet, not knowing what to do. Instinctively, she looked at the hero, and Evan nodded slightly, giving her permission. After getting approval, Megan turned to Sarah and called her mom. Sarah praised the girl and told her she would take her to her room to read her a story. As they left, she said goodbye to Madison and told her to finish her noodles in peace. When Sarah and Megan left, only the hero and Madison were left at the table. Evan placed a plate of noodles in front of her and offered her something to eat. While she ate, the young man lit a cigarette and asked her if she was going to bed, considering it was already late. Then, suddenly, Madison asked why she and Sarah didn't sleep together if they were supposedly married. An irritated Evan told her she was talking too much and suggested she finish up and go to bed. At that moment, Sarah came out of the room and told the hero to go to bed. He obeyed without hesitation. Madison watched this in disbelief and commented that she had never seen him so obedient. Soon, the next morning arrived. Out on the balcony, the main character was doing an intense workout, doing one-arm push-ups. Sarah came out and watched him, and as he finished getting closer, Evan noticed she was awake and told her that breakfast was ready. However, the girl refused, explaining that she urgently needed to go to the office to prepare the project. The young man offered to drive her, but she declined, saying he should focus on taking Megan to school. He insisted and asked if he could pick her up that night, but she refused again, without even looking at him, and left. Seeing her leave, the hero smiled and thought that his wife had quite a strong character. Shortly after, Sarah received bad news. Someone paid off corrupt media outlets to slander her, and the authorities put her project on hold. Surprised, the girl asked how the project could have been stopped, and the person she was talking to advised her to check the news link. The headline claimed that a member of the Sue family was supposedly having a relationship with a delivery man. Furious, Sarah started to wonder who could be behind such a malicious attack. Meanwhile, Madison had already seen the news on her phone and told the hero that his wife was in danger. At first, Evan told her not to talk nonsense, but Madison added that if he didn't believe it, he could see for himself. The main character snatched the phone, and the moment he saw the article and the photos, his expression changed drastically. Without hesitating for a second, he immediately called Vincent and told him he needed help. Meanwhile, Joshua was lying in bed with a woman, and she asked him why he was so happy. In response, the young man declared smugly that the news was excellent and he felt wonderful. Leaning toward her, he explained that since Sarah was about to lose control of the company, they should celebrate. However, at that moment, the door burst open and Joshua was startled. Vincent entered the room accompanied by two subordinates. Joshua's arrogance vanished instantly, replaced by fear when he recognized the new leader of the Black Dragon Society. Vincent ordered him to get dressed, telling him that someone wanted to see him, and Joshua tried to figure out who could have called for him so urgently. However, Vincent lost his patience and brusquely ordered him to stop asking stupid questions and get dressed immediately. Outside, a hero with a cold expression was already waiting for him. Vincent reported that the man had been delivered. Joshua looked at the man who had kidnapped him and was shocked to recognize him as his son-in-law. After regaining his composure, he replaced his fear with anger and started shouting, insulting the hero and demanding that he explain what he was doing there instead of working. He also wondered what he was doing in his room, but the protagonist didn't answer with words. He reacted immediately, grabbed the vase, and smashed it hard into Joshua's face. The shards shattered, and the man staggered back, blood running down his face, shocked and furious, wondering if the hero had been looking for death. But before he could recover, Evan slapped him hard across the face. The blow sent him flying backward and knocked him to the ground, but the beating didn't end there. The hero approached the wounded man, grabbed him, and angrily demanded to know if he had treated his own sister that way. In response, Joshua replied with a smile that Sarah didn't deserve to be called his sister. These words triggered a real fit of rage in the protagonist. He called his enemy an inhuman creature. Right after, he landed a devastating blow that nearly knocked Joshua out, and then he fell to his knees. But he didn't turn to the hero. Instead, he addressed Vincent, offering to pay him double if he would just kill Evan. This infuriated Vincent, who yelled at him for daring to disrespect his boss and delivered a brutal kick to his face. Then he asked what they should do with them, and the hero said that Joshua should have contacted the media and forced them to retract the false articles. Then Vincent grabbed the trembling man by the hair and warned him that he had heard the order and was required to follow it to the letter. However, even in this state, Joshua didn't give up and once again begged them to kill the hero. Losing his patience, Vincent hit him again and told him he didn't want to hear another word. Finally, Joshua started begging for the beating to stop, promising to force the media to publish a retraction. Satisfied, Vincent gave a mocking smile and remarked that everything would have been much easier if he had been this obedient from the start. The story then shifted to the Sioux Group headquarters, where Sarah received bad news from her assistant. According to her account, the media would only agree to take down the articles for $800,000, which infuriated the young woman, calling it blatant extortion. At that moment, the door burst open, and her father, Sam, and her grandfather, Albert, walked into the office, declaring that she had brought shame to the family. Sarah tried to defend herself, insisting that things weren't what they seemed, but no one listened to her. Albert outright called her a homewrecker, and Sam added that he had already contacted President Stella, who was on her way. Then, the girl jumped to her feet and said she knew perfectly well that someone had set her up, but her grandfather ignored her words. Sam said there was a way to resolve the scandal, that they could fix it, but only if she agreed to give up her powers. Sarah immediately realized that had been their goal from the very beginning. And Sam added that the project should have been his from the start. Despite the pressure, the girls said they could forget about taking her power away because she had a clear conscience. Then, her grandfather told her she was too naive if she thought Stella would trust such an important project to a man with a ruined reputation. He gave her an ultimatum, saying that the Sioux family's honor was at stake and that she had no choice but to give up her powers. At that moment, Stella, the hero's assistant, walked into the office. When they saw her, Sarah and her father immediately changed their tone and started acting respectfully, greeting the president. Taking advantage of the moment, Sam began apologizing profusely, and Sarah promised she would find a way to resolve the situation quickly. However, her grandfather responded mockingly, saying that she would have to pay millions to silence the media. Then, Stella handed her the tablet and informed her that all the negative articles published in the media had already been dealt with. The girl took the device, completely confused, wondering how the problem could have disappeared so quickly. Her father and grandfather were also surprised when they checked their phones and saw that, sure enough, the posts had been deleted. However, the grandfather refused to give in and turned to Stella, arguing that despite everything, Sarah had already proven to be a problem. But Stella abruptly interrupted him and said that her boss had come to the Sioux family solely to cooperate with Sarah. Sarah, still trying to process how quickly everything had happened, called out to her and asked her to wait. Intrigued by the mysterious and powerful man who had helped her, Sarah asked if it was possible to meet her boss. Stella, with a mysterious smile, explained that she couldn't make that decision because her boss's temperament was unpredictable. Then she cleared her throat and left, leaving her alone with her father and grandfather. both of whom were feeling down and who also headed for the exit. As they left, her father warned Sarah not to let her guard down, and Albert added that the family business was falling apart in their hands. After they left, Sarah sat down and kept thinking about who could have solved the problem with the media so quickly. And then her expression changed to one of astonishment when the news reported that the messenger involved in the scandal had been fired from his job. Meanwhile, the story shifts to a food delivery center. The hero arrived there on his red motorcycle, unaware of what was going on. He greeted his coworkers and asked to borrow his overweight friend's portable charger because his phone had run out of battery. However, his coworker looked at him in astonishment and told him that he had been on the news. Evan brushed it off as just rumors, but his coworker insisted that he had been fired. Confidently, he smiled and wondered who would dare to fire him. At that moment, a man in a suit appeared. The couriers greeted him as their boss. As he approached the hero, he informed him that due to the negative impact of the scandal on the company, the decision had been made to fire him. The protagonist protested, claiming that the news was false and that the media had already published a rebuttal. The boss tried to smooth things over by explaining that he didn't have the authority to overturn the decision made by the parent company. As a gesture of goodwill, he offered to help him find a new job, mentioning that his brother was a manager at a security company. The man then advised him that while it was common for men to be attracted to women, they should only rely on themselves. When the hero left, his coworkers said they would miss him, but they couldn't resist the urge to joke around and advise him to be more humble at his new job. The protagonist just smiled, thanked them, and offered them cigarettes. At that moment, a woman's voice was heard asking if there was anyone named Evan there, which surprised everyone present. Suddenly, Emily appeared behind the messengers, clearly happy to have found Evan. The hero was surprised to see the professor there. She explained that she couldn't reach him because his phone was off, so she asked a friend to find out where he worked. The young man asked her if she needed anything, while his coworkers watched what was happening with great interest. Emily said that her father wanted to see him, and since the place wasn't suitable for a conversation, she suggested they go somewhere else. Since the hero was about to leave anyway, he agreed. After they left, Evan's former coworkers started speculating that the girl might be looking for him to become her kept lover. However, their conversation was interrupted when the boss suddenly kicked the overweight man from behind and yelled at them to get back to work. Soon, their attention shifted to a black car that had just pulled up. The couriers were surprised, wondering why so many luxury cars had been showing up at their modest company lately. Madison got out of the car and asked where she could find Evan. The two men were literally captivated by her beauty and, embarrassed, asked her what her relationship with him was. The girl said she was his wife and that she had come to take him home. This statement left the couriers stunned as they couldn't believe Evan had another wife who was so beautiful. After regaining his composure, the chubby man said that the hero had just left with another girl and pointed out the direction. Madison crossed her arms and said irritably that scoundrel sure knew how to make a quick getaway. Meanwhile, the hero was driving through the city with Emily sitting behind him, giving him directions and asking him to turn left soon. Soon, they arrived at the White Tiger Martial Arts School, and Evan noticed that the hall was quite large. When they entered the courtyard, the girl said her father was upstairs. Once inside, they were greeted by a muscular man named Henry, who was surprised to see Emily. She explained that she had brought Evan to her father, and the man looked at the hero and assumed he was a new student. However, Emily quickly clarified that the young man wasn't a student, but a new instructor her father had just hired. When he heard this, Henry sneered and, looking at the hero, started making fun of his skinny build. Emily immediately scolded the man, telling him to watch his behavior and said they were going upstairs to see her father. However, Henry tried to block their way, attempting to charm the girl by offering her 2 tickets to the concert. However, Emily turned down the invitation, saying she already had plans for the weekend with Evan. The girl then led the young man to the stairs, leaving Henry behind with a dark and furious look on his face. As they went up the stairs, they were holding hands. Alone, Henry clenched his fist in anger and vowed to destroy any man who tried to take the girl from him. Once on the second floor, Emily announced her arrival to her father, who was sitting at the tea table with another man at that moment. Tyler immediately stood up and greeted him, jokingly scolding his daughter for not telling him about such an important guest. Then the man turned to the hero, shook his hand, and invited him to sit down. The moment they shook hands, Tyler felt a powerful energy coming from Evan, which confirmed the level of his abilities. Impressed, he commented on his considerable strength, and the protagonist humbly accepted the compliment. After this, the host introduced the hero to his companion, Leo, explaining that it was this young man who had saved his daughter's life. To get straight to the point, Tyler offered Evan a job as an instructor at his school and added that he would give him 5% of the company's shares in a year. Emily tried to intervene, but Evan explained that he needed the money because he had just lost his job. So Tyler offered him a monthly salary of $50,000. In the end, the hero accepted the offer, which clearly made the girl happy. Leo also congratulated his friend for finding such an excellent instructor. After that, Tyler offered to show the new employee around the hallway, and the hero agreed. Now the story moves to a spacious, modern training room, where Tyler has called all the students to gather. Standing in front of them, he proudly introduced Evan as the new instructor and invited him to say a few words. However, the students weren't impressed and started murmuring, pointing out that his physique didn't look like the master's. Then Henry stepped forward as their representative and asked what fighting styles Evan had studied. The young man confidently replied that he knew a bit of different styles, including Hong Kwan, Tai Chi, and Wing Chun. This irritated Henry, who claimed that Evan was a jack of all trades but a true expert in none. The other students sided with Henry. They demanded that he stop talking and prove himself with actions. Emily tried to step in, but he insisted that since Evan had come to teach classes, there couldn't be any weaklings in that place. The students enthusiastically supported him and started encouraging him to fight the hero to test his strength. Sensing the tension, Tyler suggested that Evan demonstrate his skills, and the hero calmly agreed. Henry stepped forward, smiled, and warned him that he had landed some hard hits before, but assured him he wouldn't kill him. Evan, clenching his fist, coldly replied that, as it happened, he also hit pretty hard. Then Henry suggested a bet. He said that if he won, he would take Emily to a concert that weekend. However, Evan realized that everything depended on whether Emily agreed. And then she asked what would happen if the hero lost. A confident Henry laughed and declared that if they lost, the others could ask for whatever they wanted. Taking advantage of the situation, Emily laid out the conditions. If he lost, he would have to give up the tickets, and she would go to the concert with Evan. Then, Henry turned to his teacher and asked what they should do if the new instructor ended up seriously injured. Before starting, he warned the hero once again that he wouldn't hold back, but Evan calmly suggested he begin whenever he was ready. These words irritated the man. With a loud shout, Henry lunged forward, intending to test the hero's skills. However, the hero intercepted the attack with astonishing speed. Next, he landed a precise blow to his opponent's throat with the edge of his palm, stopping him in his tracks. Without giving him time to react, Evan grabbed him by the neck from behind. Immediately after, he delivered a hard knee to his stomach, making him cry out in pain. The hero noticed that Henry was fast, but he lacked strength, and advised him to go back to training. While Henry writhed in pain, Emily commented with obvious admiration on how incredible he was. Leo watched from the sidelines and realized that the hero was only using about 30% of his power. Humiliated by such a quick defeat, Henry lay on the ground, muttering something angrily. Unwilling to admit defeat, he suddenly got up and attacked from behind, while Emily, horrified, tried to warn the hero of the danger. He managed to grab Evan from behind and, shouting that he should have died, left the girl in shock. Right after, he abruptly threw the hero over his shoulder and slammed him hard onto the training mat. Emily indignantly scolded Henry for deciding to launch a surprise attack, even though the hero had already won. However, Enrique himself just smiled and said that, in his opinion, showing mercy to the enemy means being cruel to yourself. Then he arrogantly lifted his leg and declared that in battle, the victor is king. Henry slammed him down forcefully, intending to crush the hero who lay on the ground. However, in the very next moment, Evan easily jumped to the side and the blow missed its mark. The surprise on his opponent's face quickly turned into mockery, and he asked if all he knew how to do was run away and dodge. After that, Henry lunged forward again and struck. However, Evan calmly dodged the attack and, realizing that it was too slow, decided to teach him a lesson. He explained that in combat, there is an important principle. Speed is the only indestructible factor. And then, unable to take it anymore, Henry demanded that they stop talking and attacked him with a flurry of blows. However, Evan dodged every single blow. After another attack, the hero mockingly asked if that was all, once again emphasizing how slow his opponent was. Pushed to his limit, Henry shouted furiously, wondering how he dared to act so arrogantly, and then swore he would take his own life. Leo immediately recognized that this was a lethal technique. Then Emily turned pale and screamed the hero's name, overcome with fear. However, the protagonist remained completely calm and leapt over the attack with ease. Then, while soaring over his opponent, he reminded him that he was still too slow. Without giving him a chance to recover, Evan landed a powerful knee strike that sent Henry crash into the ground, unconscious. After that, silence filled the hall. The students watched in horror as their strongest classmate was defeated with a single blow. Meanwhile, Emily, on the other hand, was thrilled and ran over to Evan, exclaiming with admiration that he was amazing. Leo noticed that with such strength, the young man had probably already reached the level of a junior master. After that, Evan, remaining polite, approached Tyler and apologized, explaining that he couldn't control himself and had injured his student. However, the mentor just laughed and said there was nothing to worry about, since his arrogant student had it coming. When Evan went outside and checked the time, he saw that it was already 11 in the morning and remembered that he had to bring lunch to his wife. Then, a message from Sarah caught his attention, telling him that she had heard about his dismissal and was offering to help him find a new job. The hero replied that he had already found a job with a salary of $50,000 a month. But Sarah asked if he could be honest for once, at least. Annoyed that they didn't believe him, Evan took out the contract, snapped a photo of it, and sent it as proof. Then, the hero offered to bring her lunch, but she refused, explaining that she had a meeting with a very important person. Sarah explained that she was going to meet with the same influential person who had assigned her the project to thank them in person. Without wasting a second, the hero jumped on his motorcycle and called Madison, demanding to know where Sarah was. At first, she jokingly refused, but after hearing his serious tone, she agreed to check. A moment later, the girl delivered some disturbing news. His wife was with another man and drinking. She then added that this man was far from a good person and had already put something in Sarah's drink. This news made the hero explode with rage. He cursed, his face twisted with anger, and started the engine, taking off. Evan swore he would kill anyone who dared to hurt his wife. Meanwhile, the story took a turn and shifted to a luxury hotel. In one of the rooms, Sarah lay unconscious on the bed, and one of her shoes was on the floor. Peter was nearby, grinning smugly, and announced that since the girl had refused to drink alcohol, he had mixed something into her water. Rubbing his hands together, the man said that now she wouldn't be able to leave him. Then he took out his phone with the intention of recording everything, thinking that, despite her pride, she had ended up in his bed. His plan was to use the recording to blackmail her, imagining how her husband, who was a delivery man, would die of rage if he saw it. However, at that very moment, a deafening roar was heard, and the protagonist burst through the door of the room. Furious, Peter shouted, demanding to know who was there, and indignantly asked if the newcomer hadn't seen the Do Not Disturb sign. The man turned around and saw Evan standing in the doorway, staring intently at what was happening. However, when he saw his wife unconscious on the bed, the hero was filled with rage and called the man in front of him a beast. Without saying a word, the young man lunged forward. He landed a hard slap on Peter. Peter was sent flying across the room and crashed violently into the wall. Despite being dizzy, Peter tried to fight back. He then threw a clumsy punch, but Evan easily dodged the attack. The hero then responded with an elbow to his opponent's back. Peter fell to the floor from the blow. Lying on the ground, he mentioned his family's name and begged the hero to stop, offering him money and saying that his grandfather, Lucas, would kill Evan. However, despite the beatings, the man's arrogance didn't go away. Spit and blood, he threatened to destroy Evan's entire family. However, the hero remained unfazed. He put his foot on Peter's head and told him he should worry about himself. Then, Peter started begging even more desperately, offering any amount and promising 1,000,000 yuan. But Evan only increased the pressure. At that moment, Sarah began to regain consciousness in bed and complained that she was very hot. Seeing the state his wife was in, the hero gave Peter another furious kick to the face. After that, the hero went over to his wife, helped her sit up, and tried to calm her down. Meanwhile, Peter, leaning against the wall, desperately called his grandfather, begging him to save him from the man who was trying to kill him. However, while he was begging on the phone, a large shadow loomed over him. The man looked up and was horrified to see Evan, who immediately kicked the phone out of his hand. Shortly after, they moved to another hotel room, where the hero sat calmly in a chair while the beaten Peter was kneeling. A moment later, Lucas entered the room, approached Evan with the utmost respect, and addressed him as a young master. After taking a drag from his cigarette, the hero asked if that man was his grandson. Then, Peter pointed at Evan with a trembling hand and demanded that his grandfather order that man's death. Clinging to the old man's leg, the beaten man said in disbelief that he couldn't believe he had come alone. However, Lucas became enraged and shouted, asking his grandson if he really wanted to kill him, then struck him with his cane. When Peter kept shouting, still blaming the messenger, his grandfather hit him again and ordered him to be quiet. After this, the old man turned to Evan and asked him what he planned to do with that bastard. When he heard his grandfather call the young man master, Peter finally realized how serious the situation was and was horrified. Meanwhile, Evan took one last drag from his cigarette and reminded Lucas that he knew the rules of his organization very well. Then the old man proclaimed the law. Anyone who defiles women will be punished by castration. After that, the hero gave the final order, telling him to carry out the punishment himself. Trembling, Lucas raised the heavy cane. Despite the young man's desperate scream, he struck him down with all his strength, thus carrying out the sentence. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the hotel and woke Sarah up. The girl sat up, not understanding how she had ended up there. At that moment, the door burst open and her best friend, Sophie, came running into the room. She explained that she had already asked her grandfather about the meeting and found out that Peter had lied and didn't know any important people. Realizing that Peter hadn't had time to do anything, she suggested they leave immediately, and Sarah agreed. As they started to get up, her friend noticed a small dark bead with a golden design on the sheet and asked what it was. Sarah picked it up, and then the girls realized the object looked familiar and suggested it might have been left there by whoever saved her. With the mysterious dragon bead in her hand, Sarah asked her friend to help her find out who her rescuer was. Sophie agreed to help her and said she'd deal with Peter later. Evan soon discovered that the two girls had disappeared and figured they must have been really scared. The hero straightened his jacket and moved on to other tasks, remembering the one his grandfather had given him. However, he suddenly realized something. He started frantically potting his pockets and was alarmed to notice that the precious dragon bead was gone. Meanwhile, at the Zhu family home, Albert questioned the beaten Joshua, trying to understand how he could have lost to a mere messenger. The young man explained that Evan wasn't as simple as he seemed and revealed his connection to the Black Dragon group. At that moment, Oliver, with a disdainful smile, declared that that group didn't mean anything. Albert asked if there was a plan, and Oliver replied that if Sarah died, control of the project would naturally return to them. A stunned Joshua asked for clarification, and Oliver said that anyone who got in the King family's way had to die. Joshua then revealed that he knew Sarah would be coming home at 8 o'clock that night and suggested sending an assassin to kill her. Obsessed with revenge, Oliver added that it was also necessary to get rid of the messenger, and as quickly as possible. Then Joshua declared that he would arrange the assassination attempt that very night, since he couldn't wait another day to get his revenge. Later that same day, Evan brought his adopted daughter, Megan, to the apartment. Madison was already waiting for them inside, so the main character told the girl to do her homework while he made dinner. With a warm smile, Madison offered to help the girl with her homework, introducing herself as her godmother. While the girl was busy, Evan worried about Sarah, thinking she was probably very scared because of the day's events. Then he sent her a text saying he had cooked her favorite dishes and could bring them over, but Sarah said she preferred to eat at home. At that moment, his phone rang, and when Evan answered, he was surprised to find out it was Joshua, Sarah's brother, on the other end of the line. He admitted he had acted badly and invited the hero to a family dinner that very night to smooth things over. The man then asked if Evan could come before 8 in the evening, and he agreed. But Evan found it strange that Joshua had suddenly become so reasonable, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Shortly after, he was already speeding through the city on his red motorcycle, thinking he would make it on time. As he approached the intersection, he stopped at the crosswalk. Suddenly, he saw a woman with her young son crossing the street. All of a sudden, a black car sped toward him at high speed. And then Evan saw that a police car was chasing that car. Annoyed by the reckless driving, the hero thought the driver must have a death wish. However, the car didn't stop. It swerved and braked sharply right behind the mother and child. The door flew open and a big, bald man got out. Suddenly, he grabbed the frightened child, who screamed for his mother to help him. The woman screamed in horror, demanding to know what he was doing. The kidnapper forced the child into the car, while the mother desperately begged for help and pleaded for her son to be released. Evan watched as this scene unfolded, trying to process that a child had just been kidnapped right in front of him. But then, the black car suddenly sped off. Then the hero came to the conclusion that the kidnappers had been unlucky to run into him, and he took off after them. The motorcycle roared as the young man sped after the black van. When he caught up to them, he heard the driver say irritably that he must have a death wish. Ignoring him, Evan responded by kicking the side of the car. However, the kidnapper told his partner to ignore him, reminding him that the police were already catching up and that the main thing was to get away. Finally, the driver promised to deal with him later and sped up. However, the hero wasn't about to let them go. Evan thought they were being stupid to challenge him. He maneuvered skillfully, pulled ahead, and forced the driver to make a sharp turn. He cursed and soon lost control. As a result, the car crashed straight into the wall. When the van stopped and started smoking, Evan parked his motorcycle and calmly walked over to it. In a mocking tone, he told the man that there was no way he could escape now. The driver, furious, got out of the car with a knife and lunged at him to attack. However, the main character easily dodged the attack. Right after, he suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a precise blow to his neck. The kidnapper lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. After this, Evan stood by the open door of the van where the frightened child was. He told him that his mother would be there soon. At that moment, the second bald kidnapper got out of the wrecked car and tried to escape. Evan watched him leave, wondering if he really thought he could get away. Soon, the hero chased the criminal into a narrow alley where he became trapped. The chase continued. The kidnapper burst into a residential building and Evan followed him. They ran up the stairs and down the hallway. And then, suddenly, the criminal disappeared into the room at the end. The protagonist followed him, but found the room empty, so he said it looked like the guy had decided to play hide and seek. At that moment, his gaze landed on the bare legs of the woman lying on the bed. With a seductive smile, she beckoned him over, holding a whip in her hand and telling him she was ready to take care of him. Meanwhile, the bald kidnapper, hiding behind the door, was trying to slip away unnoticed. At the same time, the girl got up from the bed, walked over to Evan, and told him she didn't understand why he wasn't happy with her offer. She tried to block his way with her foot, offering him her services at a discount. However, irritated, the hero pushed her aside and told her he hadn't come for that, ordering her to stay away. At that moment, the door burst open and a police officer stormed into the room. She pointed her gun and ordered everyone to stay still and put their hands up. And the girl on the floor immediately recognized Officer Naomi. Evan tried to explain the situation, but the officer ignored him and told the woman to put her hands on her head. Suddenly, the officer heard a noise behind the closed door. She spun around abruptly, pointed her gun, and demanded to be seen while Evan raised his hands. Then she cautiously approached the door and said the building was surrounded, warning anyone inside not to resist. When the woman reached for the handle, the hero noticed something was wrong. At the very moment the door opened, the bald kidnapper jumped out and swung a heavy object at the officer. However, at the last second, Evan pushed Officer Naomi out of the way, getting her to safety. Confused, Officer Naomi didn't immediately understand what had happened, but then she realized she had just been attacked. She quickly regained her composure and, acting with professional precision, took down the bald kidnapper, incapacitating him in no time. Watching her decisive actions, Evan started to sweat nervously, thinking that this girl was really tough. Meanwhile, the officer restrained the criminal and reported over the radio that she had two suspects in custody. Evan quickly tried to explain that he was the one who helped stop the criminal and that he was an upstanding citizen. However, Naomi was skeptical of his words and pointed out that everyone found in places like that claims to be a decent person. Right after, she pulled out a pair of handcuffs, remarking that it was a good thing she had a spare set, and ordered him to put out his hands. Evan tried to protest, but the officer ignored him, telling him he could explain everything at the station. That same night, they were already at the police station. Evan, still handcuffed, asked the officer for some water. In response, Naomi sarcastically asked him if he considered that land his home. At that moment, a senior officer entered the room and congratulated the girl on a job well done. Then he looked at Evan and asked who he was, and the girl stated that the man was a client of a prostitute. However, another officer said that the man's name was Evan and that he definitely wasn't a criminal, leaving the rest of the staff stunned. The leader then ordered Naomi to remove the handcuffs immediately, and the embarrassed girl obeyed and set him free. Evan rubbed his wrists and looked at the officer, realizing he was telling the truth. And then he quietly said that she only had strength but lacked intelligence. When she heard this, the girl became furious and demanded that he repeat what he had said. However, the hero ignored her. He checked his phone and, panicking when he realized he was late, the young man hurriedly left the station. When he disappeared, the girl vowed to get revenge on him. Once in the taxi, Evan started pressuring the driver, explaining that he was in a hurry, but the driver replied that you can't drive any faster in the city. So the main character pulled out an impressive wad of cash and offered 1,000 yuan to speed things up. It worked. The driver floored the accelerator and told him to hold on tight. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a massive fire was raging and a large house was engulfed in flames. Evan's taxi arrived shortly after. When he got out, he froze at the sight of the burning building and realized it was the Su family's house, where he was supposed to have dinner. At that moment, an emotional woman in the crowd said that Mrs. Su was almost certainly inside the house. The realization that his wife might be inside filled the hero with horror. He immediately went over to the woman and asked if he had understood correctly that Sarah was still in the villa. Without a second's hesitation, the young man took off his jacket and threw himself straight into the fire, leaving those around him stunned. The firefighter shouted at him not to act so recklessly, and the woman begged him to come back because he wasn't wearing any protective gear. The woman clasped her hands together and began to pray, lamenting what had happened. Meanwhile, Sarah arrived at the scene. As she got out of the car, the girl asked the same woman what had happened. and the woman was surprised to see her. Then the woman panicked. She thought Sarah was inside and that because of her, that man had run into the fire for nothing. Confused, Sarah asked which young woman they were talking about and if there was anyone else still inside. The woman quickly explained that the tall man, upon hearing that supposedly she was inside, took off his jacket and threw himself into the fire. Realizing they were talking about Evan, Sarah tried to throw herself into the flames, but the woman and the firefighter grabbed her and stopped her. The woman nearby kept praying and sadly noted that the fire was so intense that not even bones would be left. While the firefighters battled the blaze, Sarah, heartbroken, collapsed to the ground. She kept calling out to her husband, wondering how he could leave her. And suddenly, a figure jumped out of the second-floor window of the burning house. It was Evan. He landed with his clothes still smoldering, and the firefighters rushed over with extinguishers and quickly put out the fire. The hero cursed and complained about how hot it was inside. When she saw he was alive, Sarah shouted his name in relief and ran toward him. She hugged him tightly, calling him an idiot and saying it seemed like he was trying to get himself killed. Clinging to him and crying, she asked what she and their son would do if he died. Evan hugged her, stroking her hair and trying to calm her down, telling her he was okay. However, Sarah pulled away, still angry, and gave him a light smack on the chest, saying she didn't understand if it was worth risking his life. She then looked him over, trying to find any injuries, while a woman nearby suggested he go to the hospital. Afterwards, they watched together as the firefighters put out the flames, and Evan wondered how the fire could have started so suddenly. His expression turned cold, and he soon came to the conclusion that Joshua was behind what had happened. He decided there was no point in sticking around, so he told Sarah he would take her home, and she agreed, carefully draping a shawl over his shoulders. Later that night, Evan asked her if her brother Joshua had really invited her to that dinner. Sarah confirmed it and explained that unforeseen circumstances had come up during the trip that had delayed her. She said she had installed surveillance cameras in the house, and if the footage confirmed his guilt, she would send him to prison herself. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Sarah clenched her teeth and promised to make her brother pay for it. Evan tried to calm her down, reminding her that she was a mother, and suggested they eat first, promising they would talk about it the next day. However, the girl, still furious, gripped her chopsticks and said she would never forgive them. The next morning, Evan rode his motorcycle to the White Tiger Martial Arts School for his new job. Just as he was about to park, a small red sports car suddenly braked right in front of him. A young woman with short brown hair looked out the window and apologized with a smile, explaining that she was new behind the wheel. However, her smile instantly vanished, replaced by surprise when she recognized him. It was Officer Naomi. Evan greeted her, remarking on how random the coincidence was and saying it was almost like they had run into each other on purpose again. Then the young woman got out of the car and asked what he was doing there, to which the hero replied that he worked there. Looking at him suspiciously, she said she was a student at that school and came there every week, but she had never seen him before. Evan then explained that he had only started working there the day before, and when they went inside, the two students greeted him respectfully as if he were a teacher. Hearing this, Officer Naomi looked at him in disbelief, saying she couldn't understand how he could be a teacher. The young woman said indignantly that she couldn't believe the man she had arrested so easily could be a teacher. When Evan turned to leave, she challenged him to a fight, claiming she didn't believe his credentials and wanted to put him to the test. Getting closer, the young woman warned him not to look at her like that, but the hero calmly replied that he didn't fight women. Ignoring his refusal, Naomi lunged at him to attack, but he dodged her easily. Then, Evan said he would fight with one hand behind his back, but if she lost, she would have to run naked in front of him. The girl, furious, called him a pervert and landed a hard kick to his head. However, the hero easily blocked the blow with one hand and, with a slight smile on his face, mockingly said that wasn't enough. After that, he pushed her leg aside and she stepped back, taking up a defensive stance again. A look of determination lit up Naomi's eyes. She attacked again with a high kick, but Evan dodged it easily. Crouching down in a mocking tone, he asked her if that was the extent of her abilities, and said that maybe she had only become a police officer thanks to her connections. Insulted by his words, Naomi ordered him to shut up. She landed another hard blow on him. However, Evan easily stepped back and warned her that if she didn't make a serious move, he would start fighting back. However, the girl wasn't intimidated and, telling him not to get cocky, launched herself at him again. Naomi even managed to land a punch on his chin. However, the hero immediately counterattacked, grabbing her by the hand. Then he pulled her toward him and spun her around. Evan pinned her, holding her arms behind her back and pressing her against his body. Completely immobilized and embarrassed, Naomi called him a pervert and started struggling, demanding that he let her go. Then, Evan released her, and she stumbled forward, a look of surprise and humiliation on her face, barely holding back tears. Then, the hero calmly asked her if she admitted defeat, and the girl acknowledged that his skills were superior. Then, Evan reminded her of their bet with a mischievous grin, and to his surprise, she accepted the terms, saying it was just a walk. Panicking, the young man hurried to say he was only joking and that they shouldn't take it seriously. However, Officer Naomi firmly stated that a martial artist is bound to keep their word. She grabbed the zipper of her jacket and unzipped it, saying she would show him everything. Completely bewildered, Evan closed his eyes and exclaimed that he was a married man. After that, the hero ran up the stairs, saying he had other things to do. Seeing him run away, Officer Naomi zipped up her jacket with a smug smile, deciding he was nothing but a coward. Meanwhile, in the upstairs room of the martial arts gym, Emily was playing the piano while Henry stood by her side, admiring her performance. However, the girl stopped, visibly annoyed by his compliments, and said she doubted he understood classical music. At that moment, Evan walked in and started clapping, commenting that he didn't expect the teacher to play at such a high level. Henry said he doubted Evan was capable of understanding the piece, but the hero calmly replied that Emily was playing the nocturne. Emily asked Evan if he liked the piece, and he replied that it was a really good piece. Blushing slightly, the girl shyly asked him if he knew how to play and if he'd like to give it a try. However, before the young man could answer, Henry let out a chuckle and declared that a guy like him couldn't possibly know how to play the piano. Ignoring Gary's words, Emily took the hero by the hand and enthusiastically invited him to play. When the hero started to play, he closed his eyes in concentration, and soon the room was filled with beautiful music. Emily listened with an expression of admiration and happiness on her face, noticing how wonderful it sounded. Meanwhile, Henry watched with a gloomy look, forced to admit that this man really did know how to play. When Evan finished, the girl hurried over to him and began to praise his performance with admiration. However, the heroine replied modestly that her own playing was also good, but that she needed to fix a few small mistakes. These words infuriated Henry. He accused him of arrogance, of daring to criticize Emily just because he knew how to play a little. Their argument was interrupted when a woman dressed in a formal suit entered the room, approached Emily, and asked if she had played the nocturne. The woman then praised her, saying she was surprised at how much her skills had improved. Seeing the chance to get rid of his rival, Henry told Evan that Emily's teacher, Giselle, had arrived and hinted that he should leave. Then the hero nodded and headed for the exit. But at that moment, Emily clarified that it was actually Evan who had been playing. As the young man approached the door, Giselle watched him closely. She called out to him and asked if he was Professor Evan, but the hero said she must have mistaken him for someone else. Emily watched the whole thing in confusion, while Henry dismissed the idea, saying there was no way he could be a teacher. However, the woman ignored his words and introduced herself as Giselle, explaining that she had once studied with him at Berklee College of Music. When he recognized her, Evan confirmed that he did remember her, but then apologized, saying he had to go home to cook. After he left, Giselle explained that Evan was a professor emeritus at Berklee and that every time he taught a class, the room was packed. This news left Henry completely shocked. He started to stutter, unable to believe what he had just heard. However, the mentor insisted that she couldn't be mistaken, since she would never forget his unique musical style. Then she turned to Emily and asked why she needed another teacher when she had such an exceptional person nearby. Meanwhile, Sarah was having lunch when Evan came in with the food. She asked him why he had come, reminding him that she had told him not to bring her lunch. The girl then asked how things were going at his new job at the martial arts gym, and he replied that everything was going well. Suddenly, his phone rang, and when he saw it was his grandfather calling, the main character walked over to the window to answer. The old man scolded him for taking a job at a martial arts gym when he was supposed to be keeping a low profile. Then his grandfather threatened to send his older sister to take care of him. And Evan, scared, hurried to explain himself. However, the old man ignored his words and ordered him to find a steady job that didn't involve fighting, and the hero reluctantly agreed. Then his grandfather gave him a new task. A group of thieves, known as the Qianren, had stolen a Buddha head from the museum, and Evan's mission was to recover the piece. The old man added that Qianren is an extremely dangerous and unpredictable organization. He also reminded Evan that he needed to keep looking for the girl who had the same Phoenix account his sister had given him. After the conversation, the hero thought he needed to find that account as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble with his grandfather. Noticing his serious expression, Sarah asked if everything was okay, but Evan just said he had an appointment that afternoon. She asked him to be careful as he was about to leave, and he agreed, after which he left the office. That same day, Evan rode his motorcycle to an upscale residential complex to start his new job as a security guard. There he met the manager and introduced himself as someone recommended by his former boss. While the hero was waiting, a guard approached him and recognized him as the messenger who brought news about the Sue family case. Evan tried to deny it, but the man was sure of what he was saying. Soon after, other guards gathered around him and started questioning him. One of them kept insisting that he was that same man. He offered the hero a cigarette and started trying to persuade him to share the details. Evan then said that he was married to the daughter of the Sue family, but her relatives didn't approve of him because he was poor, and they were trying to ruin his reputation through the media. However, the guards didn't believe him, wondering why he was working as a security guard if he was married to such a wealthy woman. Then, the head of security told him to stop bragging and mentioned that Sarah had bought an apartment in the complex and was currently renovating it. This information left Evan in shock. The others started making fun of him, pointing out that if he really were Sarah's husband, he would have known about the apartment purchase. At that moment, Sarah's red sports car pulled up right in front of him, and the head of security greeted her immediately. Annoyed that Evan was just standing there, he told him to go see President Sue. Then, Sarah got out of the car and asked him why he wasn't at the martial arts gym. The young man explained that certain circumstances had forced him to leave his job. And then the girl told him to come with her. As Evan followed Sarah, the guard watched them with a mocking smile and said he was looking forward to an interesting scene. However, before leaving, the hero discreetly flipped him the middle finger. Sarah asked him how long he planned to keep lying to her, and Evan explained that he had only recently found out about the apartment and asked her why she had moved. In response, the girl said irritably that an unknown woman had shown up at her house, which made it impossible for her to stay there. Then, Sarah told him he should quit. Evan tried to object, but she offered him the job of personal driver. Besides, he had lost his previous job because of her, so Sarah felt responsible and told him to get ready in the morning. In response, the hero just wondered if it was possible that he was now being supported by his own wife. The next day, Evan drove Sarah to the Sioux Group headquarters. He drove up to the entrance and opened the door for her. The girl said she had prepared a small office for him upstairs. As they walked toward the building, 2 guards greeted President Sue. One of them, watching them, smiled to himself, thinking their relationship was clearly not ordinary. Meanwhile, in one of the offices, the manager mentioned the layoffs and said that Lily's life would be tough if she lost her job. The girl admitted that she really needed the job, but refused to give in to his request. The man then brought up her mother's hospital bills and offered to pay her $30,000 a month if she stayed with him. In response, the girl declared that she would not sell her body. And he, enraged, lunged at her, accusing her of pretending. The man cornered an employee named Lily while she begged him to let her go. At the same time, Evan, who was walking down the hallway, heard screams coming from the office next door. He stopped at the door when he heard Lily screaming and the man yelling at her and insulting her. Looking inside, the hero saw President Song's son tearing the girl's blouse. Frightened, she screamed for help, but to silence her, the man hit her. At that moment, Evan calmly walked in and asked if they were busy. Stunned, President Song demanded to know who he was. Then, the fat man yelled at him to get out. However, without any further delay, the protagonist answered with a powerful kick that sent him flying across the room. When he hit the floor, the man banged his head hard. Evan then stated that Sun had dared to commit acts of violence in the workplace. However, the president threatened to call the police and have him thrown in jail. He then turned to Lily and falsely accused her of trying to seduce him, but she denied it. However, President Song was confident that the police would believe him. However, Evan pulled out his phone and showed that he had recorded everything that was happening, at which point the man's confidence was replaced by fear. Desperate to destroy the evidence, he rushed toward the phone. However, the hero easily dodged him and landed another hard slap. Standing in front of him, the young man told him not to think he wasn't capable of killing him. The man started begging him to stop, promising not to call the police, and a frightened Lily also asked him to stop. Then, Evan grabbed the phone and said he would keep a recording as insurance, warning him not to cause any more trouble. After that, the hero suggested to Lily that she leave, and the grateful girl followed him, leaving the beaten president lying on the floor. The girl introduced herself and asked him which department he worked in. Evan explained to her that he worked as President Sue's driver. Lily offered to treat him to lunch when he had time, but the hero politely declined, saying he liked helping people. He then added that if President Song bothered her again, she should get in touch with him, after which he announced he was leaving. Outside the building, a young man lit a cigarette, muttering under his breath that the atmosphere at the company was toxic. Then he walked over to the guard to ask for a lighter, who looked at him with interest and then opened his eyes wide. He cheerfully asked if he was who he thought he was and introduced himself as Nolan. Evan recognized him too. He was happy and told him he had missed him a lot, then asked where he had been all this time. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nolan hugged the hero and told him that many years ago his grandmother had said Evan had a great future ahead of him. However, their reunion was interrupted by another guard, who rudely yelled at Nolan, calling him an idiot and ordering him to go buy cigarettes. Nolan turned to Evan and asked him to wait a moment. Then he approached a man named Hank and tried to explain that Evan was his old friend, asking him for a little respect. However, Hank sarcastically wondered why a man like that deserved any respect, then again demanded that someone go buy him cigarettes. Trying to avoid a conflict, Nolan offered him 50 yuan, asking him to use it to buy cigarettes and not make a scene. Then Hank laughed condescendingly, but still took the money, pointing out that at least he was a sensible fool. However, before Hank could leave, Evan put his hand on his shoulder and demanded that he give the money back. Angry, Hank demanded to know who he was and ordered him to let go. But the hero didn't say anything unnecessary and landed a powerful punch, sending him to the ground. Standing over his fallen enemy, Evan said that Nolan was his brother and that if he dared to mess with him again, he would personally kill him. Stunned and angry, Hank jumped to his feet and ran off, shouting threats and demanding that Evan not go anywhere. No one said they shouldn't have fought because Hank is a dangerous person, but the hero replied that people like that only understand strength. The situation quickly escalated. Hank came back with other guards, pointed at Evan, and demanded that he stop. Seeing his friends surrounded, Nolan stepped between Evan and the others, defending him, apologizing, and offering to take the punishment himself. However, Hank vehemently rejected this offer and instead threatened to hit Nolan as well. But before things could get out of hand, Captain Lawrence stepped in, surprising Hank, who brusquely pushed him aside. Then he turned to Evan, handed him a pack of cigarettes, and apologized for his subordinate, asking him to forgive the newcomer. Hank, stunned, was trying to understand what was happening. However, the captain immediately turned his anger on him, hitting him and scolding him for causing trouble. Then Evan calmly stated that Nolan was his brother and that he had no intention of tolerating bullying. The captain nodded right away, adding that now Evan's brother was his brother too. At that moment, Lily came out of the building. She had already changed clothes and was walking with a drink in her hand. The other guards immediately admired her beauty and chatted excitedly among themselves. Evan responded to their looks with mockery, but one of the guards explained that she had had a tough life. Her husband, who was addicted to gambling, died, leaving her with huge debts, and her mother is seriously ill, so Lily has to take care of the child on her own. As she walked by, Lily smiled politely at the guards, which made them even happier. However, to their complete surprise, the girl headed straight for Evan. She offered him a cup of coffee, explaining that she had bought it for him and advised him to smoke less. A little surprised, the hero accepted the drink and thanked her, after which Lily turned around and left. The remaining guards were astonished and started talking among themselves with admiration, saying they considered Evan a real god. The captain asked what the coffee tasted like, and after taking a sip, the young man calmly replied that it was normal and a bit bitter. The captain didn't believe him and said that a drink made by a girl like that should be sweet. Nolan proudly declared that Evan had always been popular with women, and the captain, jokingly, offered to take him on as an apprentice. However, their conversation was interrupted when an expensive black car suddenly stopped in front of them. A beautiful woman with long purple hair named Rose stepped out, but her face showed annoyance. At first, the guards thought she was just another girl who had come to see Evan, but they were wrong. She looked sternly at the group and shouted Nolan's name, saying she had finally found him. The other guards whispered in amazement, unable to believe that Nolan knew such a wealthy woman. Rose leaned toward him, covered her nose in disgust, and told him he stank, asking when was the last time he took a shower. She said that their former class president, Charlotte, was getting married the next day and that she was calling all their classmates. The girl then turned her attention to Evan, noticing he looked familiar, and Nolan introduced him as his good friend. After a moment, Rose remembered she knew him from school, since he was often scolded during Monday school assemblies. However, Evan didn't feel embarrassed, and after taking a sip of coffee, he commented ironically that he doesn't dwell on his past achievements. Noticing his expensive suit, Rose asked him where he worked, and Evan replied that he worked on small projects. With a straight face, Evan mentioned his position, highly intelligent biokinetic transport. Impressed, Rose leaned in and asked what that meant, and the hero explained that he was actually a driver. Captain Lawrence, who was nearby, could barely contain his laughter. Rose then asked him if he would be attending the wedding and pointed out that it was a good opportunity for him to make a good impression. Evan agreed, and the girl said the wedding would be held the next day at the Taifang Hotel. She asked him not to be late, then got into the car and left. Then, Nolan asked Evan if he could get him an Audi A6 for the wedding, explaining that he wanted to impress his classmates. Then, the hero advised him to think bigger and promised to get him a truly luxurious car. After that, Evan pointed out that the break was over and it was time to go back. Later, Evan returned to his apartment. Madison was already here. She asked him why he had arrived so early, and he asked her why she was taking a shower right before he got back. Smiling, she started to flirt, asking him if he was upset because she hadn't waited so they could shower together. Ignoring her hints, Evan told her to stop talking nonsense and asked if he could borrow her car the next day. However, the girl kept flirting and, settling onto the couch, provocatively told him he didn't have to wait until tomorrow. Then, the hero started to get angry and reminded her that he was married, demanding that she not do such a thing. He threw her clothes at her and ordered her to get dressed. However, Madison didn't give in. She said she understood his relationship with Sarah and suggested that he divorce his wife and marry her instead. Then, the girl sat up, still in her underwear, and looked at him seductively. She walked over to Evan and hugged him, declaring that she intended to win him over and would confront Sarah when the time was right. However, the hero pushed her away abruptly and reminded her to stop causing trouble, emphasizing that his wife was pregnant. Madison pretended to give up, but then said there was a problem with her car and it wouldn't be ready until the next day. Hearing this, Evan commented irritably that this option didn't work for him since he needed the car in the morning. In the end, the hero decided to handle it himself and called Lucas, asking the old man to have a Rolls-Royce Phantom ready for him the next morning. Later, while walking down the office hallway with a sneaker in his hand, Evan reflected on how boring his life had become since he started working in an office. However, his peaceful stroll was interrupted by the sound of someone crying. Turning the corner, he saw a boy bullying a girl who was crying. The boy, mocking her, said she didn't have a father and called her an orphan. When Evan saw that the boy was about to hit the girl, he grabbed him by the wrist and asked why he was fighting. Then, Evan warned him to stop, but the boy stubbornly resisted, demanding to be let go, and even spat at him. Losing his patience, the young man hit him on the head with the slipper he was holding, making the boy cry out in pain. The noise drew the boy's mother, who burst into the room and demanded to know who had made her son cry. The woman became furious, clenched her fists, and started demanding an explanation for why he had dared to hit her son. Then, the hero explained that her son had been rude and that he had just taught him a lesson, so there was no need to thank him. These words made the woman even angrier. She started to defend her son, claiming that the girl really was left without a father, since he had passed away. The commotion attracted Lily, who came running out and rushed to her crying daughter, worriedly asking if she was okay. She sat down next to her, and then the girl, pointing at the boy, tearfully told her that he had said she didn't have a father and had spit on her. Meanwhile, the aggressor's mother, Sally, claimed that Lily's daughter was too spoiled and that her son was just playing with her. This blatant lie infuriated Evan, but Lily tried to calm things down and began apologizing to Sally on behalf of both herself and the hero. But Sally, staring straight at Evan, demanded to know which department he belonged to, and he replied that he was President Zhu's personal driver. The woman scoffed and arrogantly declared that she could have him fired that very day. After that, she left, and Lily started trying to persuade Evan to apologize, explaining to him that this woman was an influential financial manager. However, the hero remained completely calm. He said she could complain to President Xu, and he was actually interested to see how she would react. Despite his confidence, Lily seemed extremely worried, convinced that she had gotten him into real trouble. Meanwhile, in Sarah's office, Sally was loudly complaining, accusing Evan of mistreating the children and being dangerous. It was at that moment that Evan walked into the office and stated that Sally's son was misbehaving, and he was just helping to teach him a lesson. Outraged by his behavior, Sally turned to Sarah and insisted that he was acting like a shameless street bully, not like a coworker. However, Sarah kept her cool and said that she had resolved the situation and that the manager could leave. The woman was left bewildered and tried to continue the conversation, but Sarah brusquely repeated that their conversation was over. Defeated, Sally said she would let her work and headed for the exit. Once they were alone, Evan walked over to his wife's desk and scolded her for wearing high heels while pregnant. Then he knelt in front of her, took off her shoe, and replaced it with a pair of soft slippers. This gesture left Sarah puzzled. She wondered how that man could be so annoying one moment and so caring the next. Noticing that her leg was swollen, the hero suggested giving her a massage. An embarrassed Sarah tried to refuse, but Evan insisted, asking her to stay still as he began to massage her foot and ankle. During the process, the girl experienced a range of emotions because she couldn't even imagine that he was capable of such tenderness. However, this moment was interrupted when Sarah's assistant entered the office and announced the arrival of a delegation from France. But when she saw what was happening, she immediately felt embarrassed, blushed, and closed her eyes, apologizing for the intrusion. Sarah, pulling herself together, asked what was going on. The girl informed her that the French delegation had already arrived, but the translator was stuck in traffic. The girl explained that all the other translators work with English, while the guests only speak French. Sarah suggested using a translation device, but her assistant explained that it couldn't process most of the technical jargon. While the girl wondered what to do, Evan stepped forward and suggested she try it herself. Sarah asked him if he spoke French, and the hero said that he had lived in France for some time and knew a bit of the language. Then Sarah, still doubtful, asked if he could really handle it, warning him that he couldn't afford to make a mistake. With a slight smile, Evan confidently replied that he could handle it. With no other option, Sarah agreed and told Evan to come with her. In the conference room, the young woman shook the head of the delegation's hand professionally, greeting Mr. Chatham. The hero, who was nearby, translated her greeting into flawless French. When Mr. Chatham replied in French, the young man immediately translated for Sarah, saying that he was very pleased to meet her. The young woman looked at her husband with surprise and admiration, thinking that he really wasn't as simple as he seemed. The negotiations continued, and the assistant reported that Mr. Chatham would like to connect two more experts via video conference. A moment later, two men appeared on the screen, and one of them began to speak in Japanese, introducing himself. This made Sarah nervous, so she turned to her assistant and asked why no one had reported the Japanese specialists. However, Evan translated his speech and explained that the man's name was Yamamoto Ichiro and that he headed the company's East Asia division. Seeing the surprise on the girls' faces, the hero simply explained that he had learned the language during his travels abroad. Determined to put him to the test, Sarah asked him to translate the description of her project, and Evan immediately began speaking fluent Japanese. Admiring him, Sarah looked at him with awe, wondering if such a talented man was really just a messenger. 2 hours later, at the end of the meeting, the assistant reported that the Chatham team was very satisfied and had already been escorted to the hotel. When she and the hero were alone, Sarah turned to Evan and sincerely thanked him for his invaluable help. In response, the hero smiled warmly and said it was nothing important and that she shouldn't be so formal with him. Then the young man sat down across from her and, jokingly, asked what reward she was going to give him. A little embarrassed, the girl asked him to be more serious, reminding him that they were in an office. Then Evan changed the subject and asked if he could take the next day off, since he was going to attend a classmate's wedding. Surprised by such a modest request, Sarah asked if that was all he wanted, and then agreed without hesitation. The hero got up to leave, but asked her what she wanted for dinner, to which the girl replied that they'd talk about it later. When he left, Sarah thought he was a real simpleton for not asking for a more personal reward. The next day, at the zoo group building, Evan ran into his friend Nolan, who was dressed in a new suit for the wedding. He asked his friend what he thought of the suit, and Evan said it looked so good on him that he could compete with famous actors. Then the hero, wanting to boost his confidence, handed him an expensive watch and offered to put it on for him. While he was fastening the strap, Nolan asked if it was a real Rolex or a good imitation, to which Evan assured him the watch was genuine. Still skeptical, Nolan joked that if the watch was real, it must be worth millions. At that very moment, a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up. He stood right next to them, and Nolan was left frozen in amazement. Overwhelmed with emotion, he couldn't stop praising how incredible Evan was, even jokingly calling him a monster. Then he pointed out that renting a car like that for a day would cost him half his monthly salary and promised to pay him back by deducting it from his paycheck. However, he told him to stop acting like that and then ordered him to get in the car. On the way, Nolan's nerves came back, and he admitted that he doubted his classmate, Charlotte, would even notice him. Shortly after, Evan and Nolan arrived at the hotel. As he got out of the car, Nolan was stunned to see a wedding photo at the entrance. His classmate was marrying an older man. Evan thought he had heard that she was going to marry a high-ranking executive from the Sue family business and wondered who it could be. At that moment, a female voice called out to Nolan, asking why they were so late. It was Rose, their former classmate. She complimented Nolan on his appearance, which embarrassed him, and feeling a bit awkward, he asked her not to reveal his real financial situation. The girl nodded and quickly ushered them in, explaining that many of their classmates had already gathered upstairs. Shortly after, the three guys entered the hotel. In the banquet hall, a man greeted an elderly gentleman, calling him Master Philip. He recognized his former student Axel and pointed out that the two who had impressed him the most were Nolan and Evan. At that moment, Evan, Nolan, and Rose entered the hall, surprising everyone present. Professor Philip immediately recognized the girl and greeted her warmly. Meanwhile, Evan politely invited Mr. Han to take a seat, and a somewhat embarrassed Nolan thanked him and sat down. Axel asked Rose who that distinguished man was, and she introduced him again as Han Nolan, much to the professor's surprise. Nolan confirmed it was him, and the professor greeted him politely and asked what he was doing these days. Then, Evan explained that Mr. Han now runs a media company. Impressed, the professor asked the hero what he had become. Evan replied that he worked as a driver for Mr. Han, and at that moment, the professor recognized him. However, both he and Axel expressed their disappointment, saying they felt Evan hadn't been successful since he became Nolan's driver. Philip added that he had placed high hopes in him, and that, out of all of them, he seemed to be in the worst situation. Nolan, trying to ease the tension, pointed out that they had all been classmates, so there was no need to compare careers. However, Rose interrupted him and, changing the subject, asked if anyone knew why their other classmate, Christy, still hadn't arrived. Axel then explained that the girl was stuck in traffic and added that she was now the wife of a wealthy man whose husband made millions. Professor Philip was impressed and commented that, indeed, his class had produced many exceptional people. Then Axel added, hinting that there were drivers among them, but the main character just smiled calmly. At that moment, a woman in a pink dress, Christy, approached them and apologized for being late. Philip praised her. He always knew she would be successful, and Christy thanked him and then asked about that fool Nolan. The professor corrected her, explaining that he was now a boss and owner of his own company. This news surprised the girl, who said that, actually, he was just a security guard at her husband's company. This caused confusion among everyone. And Axel remembered that Evan had previously claimed that Nolan was a businessman and that he was his driver. Then, Christy said that everyone knew about Nolan's feelings for his fiancée, but there was no need to make up a fake identity. The young man, embarrassed, tried to stop her, but the girl said that such a fool didn't deserve any respect. Evan, who had remained silent until that moment, finally spoke up. The hero suggested that she find a more private place where she could laugh as much as she wanted. Furious, Christy asked him who he thought he was to speak to her in that tone and started bragging about her husband. Before the conflict could escalate, their classmates stood up and proposed a toast to Philip's professor to commemorate their gathering. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together. However, when Nolan took a sip, something unpleasant was off. He suddenly started coughing. He ended up spitting red wine all over Christy, to her horror. Nolan tried to apologize, insisting it was an accident, but she claimed her expensive dress was ruined. Christy said he had to pay for it, and Nolan was stunned by such a demand. He tried to explain that it was just a small stain and offered to wash the dress, but Christy refused and demanded $38,000. Axel then pointed out that this amount was almost equal to Nolan's annual income. And then, Evan declared that this amount was no problem at all for Han's boss. He pulled out his phone and asked Christy for her account number. This made Axel chuckle, and he sarcastically asked how much a driver could possibly make. A moment later, Christy received a notification on her phone about the $38,000 being deposited, which surprised her. However, she was still dissatisfied and ordered Evan to stop pretending, threatening to have Nolan fired. Then she waved her hand to the side and called her husband over. A burly, bald man named Harry walked up to the counter, but explained that he was having a little trouble parking. Harry explained that while parking, he accidentally scratched the car near the flower bed, and Evan calmly asked him for the car's license plate number. The main character confirmed that the car belonged to Boss Han. Christy said disdainfully that there was nothing to worry about, since it was just a scratch on a poor man's car. However, her husband corrected her, explaining that he had already checked the repair costs, which amounted to no less than $700,000. Then, Evan, with a slight smile, mentioned the car's brand, Rolls-Royce Phantom. This surprised both Axel's teacher and Philip's teacher, who asked if the luxury car parked at the entrance really belonged to them. In response, the young man simply took the key, but Christy claimed that they had rented the car just to show off. Evan then said that Nolan had bought the car the day before, and now it was Harry who had to pay for the damages. Christy said they couldn't afford a car like that, and Axel used his connections to find the real owner. Christy agreed and added that she also needed to get in touch with the owner. Then Nolan panicked and admitted that he had rented a car and that he was wrong to lie about it. After a while, the man reported that he hadn't been able to find the owner's name and that the only contact was a phone number. Christy then demanded the phone number, stating that she would personally call the owner, apologize, and pay for the damages no matter the amount. At that moment, Evan's phone, which was on the table, rang loudly, surprising everyone present. The hero calmly picked up the phone and put it on speaker. Christy, hearing her own voice coming from the phone, was just as confused as Nolan. She turned to her classmate and asked if he had written down the number correctly, to which he confirmed that the information was correct. Then, finally, everyone understood the truth. The car belonged to Evan, and realizing this horrified the girl. Evan said that he had already contacted the dealership and that soon they would be informed of the final repair costs, and he expected them to pay for it. Evan explained that Mr. Han wanted to act like a regular person, but they tried to humiliate him, so the show was over. After this, the hero declared that Nolan was the son-in-law of a wealthy tycoon, a statement that left everyone present stunned. However, their tense moment was interrupted by the arrival of the bride and groom. Charlotte approached the guests and greeted her former classmates, expressing her gratitude for their presence. In response, the guests raised their glasses for a toast. The bride then looked at Evan and Nolan and admitted that she didn't seem to remember them, so Rose introduced them again. After that, Charlotte regained her memory, and the young woman greeted them warmly, asking where they worked now. However, before they could answer, Rose started talking about their jobs, beginning with the fact that Evan was a driver. At that moment, the celebration was interrupted by the arrival of Vicente and his men. He approached the newlyweds and addressed the groom as Boss Jim, implying that he had married a beautiful woman once again. Vincent became increasingly insolent. He hugged the couple, who stood there awkwardly, and once again commented on the groom's good fortune. Then the groom tried to tactfully suggest that the guest might have had too much to drink, but Vincent, angry, shoved him aside roughly. Immediately after, he grabbed Charlotte roughly and said that he'd like to have a go with her too. And all Jim could do was beg him not to touch his wife. Unable to take it any longer, Nolan jumped up from his seat and pointed at Vincent, demanding that he let go of the girl. The bride herself tried to calm things down. She asked Vincent to calm down, and at the same time told Nolan to sit down. Charlotte then tried to apologize to Vincent, but at that moment, Evan, who had been sitting quietly until then, spoke up. As soon as Vincent heard Evan's voice and recognized it, his aggression vanished instantly, replaced by surprise. His attitude changed abruptly. He stood in front of the hero and greeted him with the utmost respect. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present completely stunned. Following the hero's example, Vincent immediately turned to Nolan and greeted him respectfully like a brother. Then Evan told Vincent that it was his classmate's wedding and that he should behave accordingly. He stated that he and his men would leave right then, and before going, he addressed the bride and groom and apologized for his rude behavior. After this, the groom, Jim, began to look at Nolan in a completely different way. He started to show him clear respect. Axel and Philip also began to praise Nolan, pointing out that you can't judge a person by their appearance and that they always knew he would succeed. Meanwhile, Evan, with a slight smile, noted that the kind words only started coming out after the situation changed. Professor Philip could only laugh nervously in response, clearly embarrassed by how he had previously treated his student. Trying to ease the awkwardness, his companion raised his glass to make another toast. In the end, all the guests ignored the newlyweds and toasted specifically to Nolan. After the wedding, the bride and groom stayed on the stairs, calmly saying goodbye to their classmates. The story then smoothly transitioned to the street, where the main character was helping a very drunk friend get to his car. Meanwhile, Nolan, continuing to play the role of an important person, announced that they urgently needed to attend an important meeting. At that moment, Christy asked if it was really necessary to raise money for the car repairs. In response, Evan said with utmost seriousness that they were going to get compensation for every scratch. Meanwhile, Nolan, drunk, was completely devastated by his failed romance. It was obvious that he couldn't control his emotions. At one point, Evan simply slammed the car door shut after putting his friend inside. Then, while talking on the phone, he explained that he had to take his boss home, but almost immediately after, he got another call. From that point, it became clear that the plans had changed and that the meeting was moving to a nightclub. In response, the young man calmly confirmed the new instructions and said he was ready to proceed without further questions. The story then shifts to the luxurious Shengao nightclub. Evan intended to study the local leaders and assess the situation. However, the club staff immediately saw him as a nobody and didn't pay him any attention. Evan had already received a file on his target, one of the 12 martial arts masters. Meanwhile, inside the club, there was total chaos, lights, sounds, and movement everywhere. Evan looked around, trying to spot the right person in the crowd. Then he headed to the bar, where he ordered a martini, trying not to draw any unnecessary attention. Meanwhile, the place was filled with the energy of the crowd. People were moving, talking, and completely immersed in the atmosphere. Right away, the bartender served him a freshly made drink. However, at that very moment, the situation changed drastically. A girl with cat ears unexpectedly bumped into him. At first, the hero didn't think much of it, but then he was surprised to realize it was a familiar face. Agent Naomi was clearly shocked by what was happening and asked him what he was doing there. Almost immediately after, she'd called him a pervert and shoved him away abruptly. In response, the guy asked her the same question. However, Evan kept his cool, saying he was a decent person and that he had just come to get a drink. At that moment, the protagonist got a notification on his phone, and from the message, it was clear that the deal had already started. After that, he warned Naomi that it would be better for her to leave before serious trouble started. Then, the young man headed toward the VIP room. There were 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Then he lit a cigarette and made sure once again that he was in the right place. One of the guards tried to stop him, telling him to scan the QR code, but Evan refused to do it. The next instant, the situation changed drastically, and the men immediately lunged at him. The protagonist acted quickly, throwing a cigarette in one of the guards' faces. He easily dodged the first blow. Right after, he landed a powerful elbow on his second opponent. After that, with one last move, he forced the first guard to back off. Everything happened in a matter of seconds. After checking the fallen guards, the young man concluded that he had no choice but to use force. After that, he calmly walked into the room, where a group of people in suits were busy closing a deal. One of the bodyguards immediately pointed a gun at him. However, Evan didn't show the slightest concern and calmly stated that their meeting was canceled. At that moment, someone else tried to step in, clearly trying to keep the conflict from escalating. However, this only enraged the boss, who then ordered his men to attack. Immediately after, two attackers lunged at him with sticks, but the hero acted without hesitation. He ripped a decorative panel off the wall and used it to instantly neutralize the first enemy. It happened so fast that those present didn't even have time to react. As a result, everyone present, including the boss, was left frozen in shock. Then, one of the men in suits looked at him closely and realized he was facing a representative of the Society of the Ten Elders. However, he didn't know the hero's name, so Evan calmly introduced himself. Upon hearing his name, the other man's attitude immediately changed. He called him the Ninth Young Master and announced the deal was done. However, the boss wasn't going to put up with it. He pulled out his weapon and declared that this was his territory. In response, Evan didn't bother with long conversations. He simply lunged at him with a metal vase in his hands. The blow landed perfectly. The weapon flew out of the boss's hands. After that, Evan told him to watch what he said. Then he calmly sat down, lit a cigarette, and went back to what he was doing. He demanded that they hand over the Buddha's head. Someone else tried to offer him an alternative, but the young man immediately said that was the only item he needed. Soon the situation escalated again. The man in the suit asked if Evan had come alone, and the hero confirmed it. And then they pointed a gun at him. However, he remained completely unfazed and said they could go ahead and shoot. At some point, a gunshot was heard. However, the bullet only hit the wall behind the protagonist. He himself was unharmed. The man then warned him of the serious consequences, making it clear that this move could lead to dangerous repercussions. However, Evan didn't change his mind. He simply held out the bag and demanded they hand over the object. Then the boss ordered his subordinates to follow the command, but one of them clearly hesitated. So, to speed things up, the boss fired a warning shot next to his ear. After that, the frightened man hurried to put the figurine in a bag. After getting what he wanted, Evan heard the final warning. He was told that from that moment on, there was no turning back. However, he didn't pay any attention to this. Calmly, he turned around and left the room, leaving the others to deal with the consequences of what had happened. Meanwhile, the others started to realize what had just happened. They understood that this man was an important figure. The boss, visibly shaken, demanded an explanation. He wanted to know where Evan was. Right after, he grabbed one of the men in suits and demanded answers, to which the man replied that his allies had left the place a while ago. Finally, he recommended that the boss find out who the 10 elders were before taking any action. These words left the man stunned. Obviously, he knew their reputation. At that moment, he put two and two together. He realized that he was facing the same person who had previously defeated Bald Liu. Meanwhile, on his way to the elevator, Evan suddenly ran into a group of people dragging a girl he knew, Naomi. She was in a terrible state, while the men were making it very clear what they intended to do to her. The young man recognized her immediately and commented that she had run into trouble during the mission. After that, he decided to step in and followed them without drawing unnecessary attention. The elevator took him to a brightly lit hallway, decorated in rich shades of pink and red. Loud music could be heard coming from somewhere, which caught his attention, so he decided to peek inside one of the rooms. There, he saw a girl chained to a counter, surrounded by shirtless men. The situation seemed extremely strange. The hero never imagined things would be this bad. Meanwhile, Naomi kept complaining about a fever, clearly oblivious to what was happening around her. At that moment, one of those present noticed the stranger and demanded that he leave immediately. Almost immediately after, he tried to attack. However, Evan easily blocked the attack and then kneed him in the chest. Then, the second attacker stepped in. He tried to attack the hero, but Evan reacted quickly. After this, the third man tried to intimidate him and asked Evan if he knew who he was. However, in response, he also got hit, after which all threats were eliminated. Then, the young man turned his attention back to the girl, who was still complaining about having a fever. At one point, she started trying to take off her clothes, unaware of what was happening around her. Evan grabbed a bottle of water, deciding that a cold shower would be the best thing in that situation. Then he helped Naomi take a few sips of water, trying to help her regain consciousness. After that, the young man helped her stand up while complaining with annoyance that all of this was causing too many problems. Then he grabbed the shower head and explained that the best thing was to get wet with cold water. Soon, the cold water started to take effect. The girl started to feel better and, little by little, began to regain consciousness. About 15 minutes later, Evan calmly stood off to the side smoking, while the attackers were still unconscious. Naomi had already regained her composure. She was wrapped in a towel and looked embarrassed. At first, she quietly thanked him for his help. However, as soon as Evan pretended nothing special had happened, she walked over to the men lying there and kicked them. After that, the girl accused him of supposedly seeing too much. In response, the boy claimed that, on the contrary, he was the one suffering. However, those words only made her more embarrassed. Then, heading toward the exit, Evan told her to get dressed, to which the girl replied by warning him to keep everything a secret. However, already at the door, Naomi stopped him. Her attention focused on the bag he was holding, and she started to suspect it contained something important. Evan tried to explain that it was just a routine errand, but the girl insisted on seeing what was inside. The next moment, she abruptly yanked the bag toward herself, causing it to open and reveal a damaged Buddha head inside. The girl immediately accused him of theft. In response, the young man began to justify himself, claiming he was simply returning the object. However, the situation had already gotten out of hand, so he decided not to continue the conversation and quickly headed for the exit. In response, the girl shouted at him and warned that she would find him if he didn't return the object the next day. As Evan was going down the stairs, he ran into the same people he had easily defeated before. However, this time their boss was acting much more calmly. He even bowed and called him the Ninth Master. On top of that, he offered Evan complete control of the place, but Evan stayed cool and said it was all just a misunderstanding. After that, he simply asked to be taken home. In response, the boss immediately gave orders to arrange transportation. At that moment, Evan got a call. He confirmed that he had the required item, but they asked him to hold on to it for a while. Almost immediately, Evan realized the consequences. Now, Officer Naomi would be actively looking for him. Later, he returned to his apartment, where he ran into Madison again, who was half naked, and asked her to get dressed. However, the girl just smiled and said she didn't see the need for it. So Evan tossed her a jacket, warning her that Megan would be home soon. In response, the girl asked where his wife Sarah was, to which the man replied curtly that it was none of her business. After that, he grabbed his phone and sent his girlfriend a message asking for something light to eat. Later that same day, Madison followed him outside and declared that during the day, he belonged to her. In response, Evan asked what nonsense she was talking about. Then she threatened him, saying he could pay off the debt with his own body, but Evan didn't pay any attention to that. As he kept walking beside her, he suddenly noticed a group of people crowding around Lily, blocking her way. Then one of them grabbed her and started making unmistakable demands for that night. At that moment, the woman suddenly recognized Evan, which immediately drew the attacker's attention. Evan then tried to explain that he just lived nearby, but this only made things worse, and one of the men started insulting him. So Evan stepped in and demanded that they stop and not make a scene. In response, the man pulled out a contract and said he was just doing his job to collect the debt. According to him, Lily had only paid the principal but not the interest. After that, Evan stood in front of her and asked what the total amount of the debt was. The man gave an obviously inflated figure, saying that, including the debt and interest, she owed him $300,000. Lily tried to protect the hero and asked him not to get involved in this matter. However, this gave the attacker a new idea. He offered to waive the interest in exchange for her paying him with her body. However, before anyone could react, Madison stepped in and landed a quick kick to his head. As a result, the attacker ended up on the ground. After that, she declared that she was his wife. These words caught both the hero and Lily completely off guard. He tried to explain to them that she was just an acquaintance. Meanwhile, the enemy got to his feet and ordered his men to seize both women. Two of his subordinates immediately rushed forward. However, the girl acted faster. She leapt forward and instantly incapacitated one of them. The second one took a hard elbow as she called them pathetic. Within seconds, all three were lying on the ground, completely incapacitated. Madison remained standing in front of them, with no apparent intention of stopping. Evan walked over to Lily and told her he was going to the company, but she looked worried because she didn't want to leave them alone. In response, he calmly assured her that everything would be fine, while the defeated men began to beg for mercy. After this, the hero headed to the company where his wife Sarah worked. Evan brought lunch to the girl, but she immediately expressed her displeasure at the fact that he was late. In response, he explained to her that there had been a delay. Then, suddenly, he commented that his cooking skills had improved, but their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. On the other end, her father was begging the girl to help save him since he had lost a large sum of money and was once again being held captive. However, Sarah, clearly tired of these kinds of situations, immediately cut the conversation short. She told the man never to call her again. When Evan asked her what had happened, she replied that it was her father's usual scheme to get money. However, almost immediately her phone rang again, and she received a message with a video. In the video, her father could be seen beaten, kneeling, and begging Sarah to help him, telling her that otherwise they would beat him to death. So she demanded to know the terms, and in response, they told her the amount, $3 million in cash, which she had to bring to the club. Evan offered to go with her, but she refused, saying he wouldn't be able to handle the situation. Then he at least offered to drive her, but the girl insisted on doing it herself, since she believed his involvement would only make things more complicated. Later, a red sports car stopped in front of the club. Sarah came out with a suitcase full of money and immediately demanded to speak to the boss. Meanwhile, Evan also arrived at the club on his motorcycle. The name sounded familiar to him. Inside, the girl saw her father, Sam, kneeling in front of his boss, looking defeated. He begged for mercy, but the local boss, Kevin, who was wearing a flashy shirt, calmly ate a watermelon. He said he was willing to let the man go in exchange for money. However, after taking a closer look at the girl, he changed the terms and claimed that her father had hurt his brother. After that, it became clear that his demands went beyond just money. Kevin leaned towards Sarah, commenting on how beautiful she was, and told her she needed to figure out what it was he wanted. Sam, instead of protecting her, offered to sacrifice himself for him. But Sarah wouldn't stand for it and immediately slapped the man in front of her. This made Kevin furious. He grabbed the wine bottle and ordered his men to hold her down. His subordinates immediately followed the order, grabbed the girl, and wouldn't let her move. At one point, Kevin tried to shove a bottle into her mouth, demanding that she drink and stop being so insolent. However, the girl didn't lose her composure. She landed a precise kick that hit him right in his most vulnerable spot. The blow was so strong that the man doubled over in pain instantly and screamed, unable to hold back his emotions. In a fit of rage, he smashed a bottle and started threatening, saying that Sarah had almost stolen his future. Meanwhile, her father, instead of stepping in, once again tried to save himself. He offered to hand over his daughter just to avoid punishment. Then, Kevin grabbed a broken bottle and threatened to disfigure the girl's face because of her resistance. However, at that moment, the situation changed drastically. Evan burst into the room. His appearance was unexpected for everyone. Sam immediately tried to pin the blame on him, calling him just a messenger trying to impress his daughter. These words only made Kevin even angrier, and he ordered his men to get rid of the unwanted guest right away. His subordinates immediately rushed at him, loudly declaring that they were going to punish him. However, the young man stayed calm and stopped the attack effortlessly, simply blocking the kick with his foot. Right after, he landed a single, precise punch to the face. That was enough to knock the second attacker out cold. After that, Evan found himself next to the girl and held her up, since she could barely stand. Meanwhile, Kevin watched the scene in complete shock, claiming that Evan had touched his woman. After that, he grabbed a broken bottle again, intending to attack Evan. However, his attack was stopped instantly. The hero's hand gripped his wrist so tightly that he couldn't move. Then, Evan calmly said that it wouldn't be hard for him to get rid of it. As a result, the enemy completely lost control of the situation. He couldn't even free his hand. Evan pointed the hand holding the broken bottle at the villain's face, and that's when he started to panic. After that, Evan simply pushed him aside. The man lost his balance and fell to the floor. At that moment, another man in a suit burst into the room and immediately demanded that it stop. Meanwhile, Kevin, still on the floor, kept pointing at the hero and demanding retaliation. However, his ally reacted differently. He hit him and told him he had crossed the line by daring to touch the Ninth Master's girl. Right after that, he bowed and apologized to Evan, explaining that his subordinate had acted without thinking. After that, he made Kevin kneel and apologize. Meanwhile, Sarah could barely stand, so Evan decided he'd deal with it later. He picked her up in his arms and headed for the exit. And at that moment, her father started acting friendly and even tried to get on her good side. However, Evan abruptly cut him off, saying he didn't know that man. Sam stood there, completely confused. Later, they arrived at the main character's apartment. Evan helped the girl get to the apartment and carefully laid her down on the bed. Then he offered to make her something to help her feel better. However, Sarah suddenly grabbed his hand and asked him not to leave her alone. Her grip was unexpectedly strong, which forced Evan to stay close and sit on the edge of the bed. An awkward atmosphere developed between them, and then the girl pulled him toward her and asked him again to stay. At that moment, Evan realized the situation was becoming ambiguous. Even though she insisted, he didn't want to take advantage of her condition. The next morning, Madison noticed that he looked tired and had dark circles under his eyes. She openly hinted that she had heard everything that happened during the night, but Evan didn't comment on it. Before leaving for the meeting, the hero reminded her that she needed to pick Megan up from school. However, Madison replied that she would only do it if she had time. Alone, the young man sat on the couch and sighed deeply, visibly tired. At that moment, Sarah, regaining her composure, asked him if he had undressed her, to which Evan replied that she had done it herself. Then he gave her back her clothes so she wouldn't feel even more embarrassed. When she picked up her things, a small object fell out of her pocket. It turned out to be a bead. When Evan saw it, his face changed drastically. He realized he had found what he was looking for. Sarah asked if it belonged to him. She understood that she had received it from the man who had helped her earlier. Then Evan confirmed that it was his. He pointed to the symbol inside, and that became the proof. At that moment, Sarah understood everything. She realized that he was the same person who had helped her before. Later, they arrived at the office building where she worked. At the entrance, the security staff welcomed her and her companion. Evan, for his part, allowed himself a casual gesture, as if he was used to being treated that way. Then he went back to everyday matters and reminded Sarah to choose lunch. When she entered her office, she saw that her friend Sophie was already waiting for her there. She suggested that they attend an event that night to celebrate the centennial of the vice president of the Zheng Chamber of Commerce's son. Sophie also noticed that Sarah was in a good mood. In response, she said that Evan turned out to be her savior. This news really surprised her friend, since he didn't seem like a rescuer at all. Then she offered to help recover the deleted messages to find that important person. Meanwhile, Evan was outside, calmly smoking and watching what was going on. When he finished, he walked over to the guards to greet them again. At one point, he got a call. It turned out to be his fourth sister, who told him she had come to the city for a conference. However, she then added that she wanted to meet his fiancé. These words caught the hero by surprise. It was clear he had no idea what they were talking about. And then, suddenly, the call was cut off, leaving the main character confused, realizing he was in trouble again. After that, he went back to Sarah's office. She asked him why he had come back so early, since it wasn't even noon yet in the workday. Evan bent down to straighten the girl's shoes, which made her suspicious. He then explained that his sister wanted to have dinner with him, but Sarah immediately refused. The girl asked him how many sisters he had, and he replied that he was the ninth of 9 adopted children. He also pointed out that his sister had achieved success in medicine. However, Sarah asked him to stop bragging and just send the meeting details, after which she dismissed him. As he left, Evan jokingly said goodbye and went to prepare dinner. Left alone, the girl paused to reflect for a moment and involuntarily smiled. It was clear that she was interested in this new side of his personality. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Evan received another call. It was Officer Naomi. She was interested in the stolen Buddha head. At first, the hero tried to blame a bad connection, but it didn't work. Then he promised to return the item within a week, buying himself some time. Before ending the conversation, Naomi asked one more question. She asked him why he had left the dojo. However, Evan gave her an evasive answer before saying goodbye and hanging up. Meanwhile, downstairs, Willie's sister was trying to find a ride and looked pretty worried. Suddenly, Evan saw her from the car. So, without further delay, he got out and offered to help her. The girl was surprised, but she accepted. Once they were in the car, she explained the situation. Her mother was in critical condition and they needed to get to the hospital immediately. Then Evan told her to fasten her seatbelt, after which he sped up and headed toward their destination. They arrived at the hospital and went to the room where the girl's mother was lying unconscious in bed. Her nephew was by her side and informed her that one of the directors had just confirmed the need for urgent surgery. However, Lily was clearly confused since another doctor had previously said that the operation was pointless. She hesitated to approach Director David, aware of his questionable intentions. However, her brother insisted, arguing that their mother's life was at stake now, and it didn't matter what kind of person he was. At that moment, Director David himself appeared in the room and immediately said that the woman could still be saved. Suddenly, Lily's brother started steering the conversation toward personal interests, hinting at the need for a lunch meeting between Lily and the director. He, in turn, started claiming that the invited expert was his professor, trying to persuade the girl to meet with him. After this, they asked the main character to return to the company, as if his presence was no longer needed. As he left the room, the young man had a feeling that something was off with the director, but at first he decided not to get involved. However, already out in the hallway, he happened to overhear a conversation that made him stop in his tracks. It turned out that Lily's brother and David had been talking about a plan to use their mother's illness as a way to pressure Lily. What's more, her relative didn't hesitate to call his own aunt a burden. When Evan heard this, he felt disgusted, realizing he was dealing with extremely dangerous and unscrupulous people. Without wasting any time, he immediately called his fourth sister and asked her if she knew that same David. She confirmed that she knew him and agreed to help without asking any further questions. After that, the hero calmly returned to the room. He stood next to the bed where Lily's mother was lying, getting ready to change those men's terrible plan. After a while, Lily and her relative came back to the room and were visibly surprised to see that he was still there. Then Evan said that the meeting could be canceled since all the problems had already been resolved. These words triggered an immediate reaction from Lily's brother, who started mocking him, calling him just an ordinary driver. At that moment, David came back, pretending to be polite, and was ready to take Lily to the meeting. Noticing the protagonist, he demanded an explanation, wondering what right an ordinary driver had to talk about his professor. In response, the young man calmly hinted that, if necessary, he could repeat their recent conversation out loud. These words put both speakers in an extremely uncomfortable position. However, the director quickly took on an aggressive tone, demanding that he leave the premises immediately. It was at that moment that a group of doctors entered the room, among them the institution's own chief physician. Lily was completely bewildered by this turn of events, not understanding what was happening. Next, the manager introduced a true medical expert, Dr. Nigel, who had come specifically to care for her mother. Upon hearing this, Director David was stunned, as he clearly hadn't expected the arrival of a real specialist. The doctor immediately began examining the patient, wasting no time on unnecessary conversation. Meanwhile, Lily's brother kept trying to please everyone around him, and Director David tried to pass himself off as the expert student. However, Nigel soon announced that the operation would take place that very day, and that thanks to Evan, it would be free of charge. These words left Lily completely stunned, as she hadn't expected him to be the one to arrange everything. However, the doctor confirmed it. Then Lily immediately started looking around for the young man. When she saw him near the car, she ran toward him. Meanwhile, Evan stayed calm and even asked her why she had come outside. But the girl, overwhelmed with emotion, simply hugged him, expressing her gratitude. He, in turn, tried to calm her down, but said he couldn't stay because he had to bring food to Sarah. In the end, they agreed to meet up later, after which he left. After getting into his car, he went on his way, feeling that his task was done. On the way, he called her to let her know that dinner was on its way, and she suddenly asked him to be her driver for dinner that night. Later, he drove to the luxurious building where the event was being held. Sarah looked especially stunning as she got ready for the evening. At the entrance, one of the guests immediately noticed her appearance. Then she warned Evan to stay calm, and he agreed without any objections. Once inside, they were greeted by Sophie, who pointed out an important guest they needed to connect with. It turned out we were talking about an older man, Charles, who had recently become a father. The girls congratulated him on the birth of his son, and in return, he asked how they were doing. However, Oliver suddenly started talking openly about them, drawing attention to the fact that Sarah had come with her husband. The situation became awkward when Charles asked what exactly Evan's relationship to her was, suggesting he might be a relative. However, Oliver clarified that he was her husband and added that he works as a courier. These words quickly spread among those present, leading to mockery. Meanwhile, Evan remained calm and didn't react to what was happening. Shortly after, Charles asked Sarah to come over to the table so he could introduce her. Evan immediately got up from his seat and politely greeted the group gathered there. However, President Charles paid little attention to him. Suddenly, another man, Lucas, approached him and greeted him warmly, which surprised those around them. Oliver immediately started asking why such a respected man was greeting the messenger. When they asked him about his profession, Evan calmly replied that he worked as a driver. This answer clearly disappointed Charles. At that moment, the protagonist's older sister announced the start of the show segment. She went up on stage and said she wanted to officiate a dream wedding for the guests. After that, the girls sat at the piano and began to play. Her performance was correct, but it didn't impress Charles much. Oliver started praising her enthusiastically, calling her a student of Master Giselle. However, it's clear that Evan didn't share this opinion. He said the girl played well, but without feeling. And then Oliver decided to provoke him by offering to play himself. Suddenly, Giselle interrupted their argument and stopped the performance. The girl who had been playing the piece expressed her displeasure, wondering what right he had to criticize her. Despite Sarah's warnings, Evan said he wasn't afraid and claimed he felt comfortable going out to play alone. Then he approached the instrument and sat down next to it. He said he was dedicating the performance of this piece to his wife, Sarah. At first, everyone around Evan doubted he could pull it off. However, from the very first notes, it was clear that his skill level was much higher. The atmosphere in the room changed, and the listeners became completely absorbed in the music. Even the girl whose performance he interrupted was impressed. After he finished playing, applause echoed throughout the room. The attempt to embarrass him failed, and Oliver asked the teacher for an honest assessment of his performance. However, Giselle said she couldn't judge his level. This left those who tried to ridicule him completely baffled. Even Charles was forced to publicly acknowledge his talent. Later, already in the car, Sarah started asking the hero questions. She wanted to understand who he really was and how he was connected to influential people. Evan explained that he had once tutored the son of the man in question, a claim that immediately raised many questions in Sarah's mind. Meanwhile, Sophie couldn't help but comment that he looked very confident and even attractive at the piano. However, the young man calmly accepted this comment without giving it much importance. However, his mood changed drastically when he noticed in the rearview mirror a car that was clearly following him. Almost immediately, he stepped on the gas, which made the two girls panic and start complaining, saying he was risking losing his driver's license. However, in response, Evan calmly pointed out that he didn't have one anyway, which caused even more surprise. The situation quickly spiraled out of control when two motorcycles appeared on the road. Suddenly, they started pressing in on his car from different sides. One of the pursuers suddenly pulled out a gun and opened fire on the protagonist's car. At that moment, Sarah, staying calm, ordered her friend to duck. At the same time, Evan was completely focused on driving. He jerked the steering wheel sharply and crashed the car into one of the attackers, flipping the motorcycle and taking the enemy out of action. Then he shouted at them to hold on tight because he was about to go on the offensive. The first pursuer was taken out, but the second kept up the chase without slowing down. The young man ordered the passengers to keep their heads down as they tried to escape the pursuit. At that moment, another car joined them, and a man with an eye patch and a large weapon got out. Almost immediately, gunshots rang out and the car's windshield shattered. Evan shielded Sarah with his hand, protecting her from the shrapnel. The chase continued and bullets kept hitting the car, making the situation more and more dangerous. When Evan tried to make a sharp turn, it became clear that one of the tires was damaged. The hero realized that the car was losing control. Even so, the young man managed to stop the car, controlling the skid. Sophie immediately realized she was the target of the attack and ordered everyone to run, warning them that they were shooting with the intent to kill her. However, the hero told her not to say such nonsense and instead to get out of the car. Then they headed toward the nearest park, hoping to escape their pursuers there. However, as soon as they got out of the car, some men in suits armed with silenced guns confronted them. At that moment, Evan ordered the girls to duck and shielded them with his body as the shooting began. Then, suddenly, he picked up a stone from the ground. He threw it with precision at one of the shooters. As a result, the stone hit the shooter directly in the eye and incapacitated him. The girls were amazed that Evan had such skills, but he didn't comment on it. Meanwhile, the attackers kept getting closer, and the situation was becoming more and more tense. The young man then led the girls behind a tree, using it as temporary cover. At one point, a bullet grazed him, but he calmly stated that they would pay for daring to threaten his wife. With these words, he came out of hiding again and started acting even more decisively. He dodged the gunfire and kept using whatever objects he had on hand, throwing stones with incredible accuracy. One of those throws hit an enemy square in the head, taking him out instantly, and soon all the attackers were incapacitated. After this, Evan pointed out that they were members of a group known as the Seven Fallen Angels. Sophie immediately demanded an explanation since she had no idea what he was talking about. Then, he pointed to a six-pointed star tattoo on one of the attackers' necks, explaining that it was the symbol of the Abyss organization. He then added that Sophie possessed something that could alter genetics and extend life, which meant that attacks like this were inevitable. Hearing this, Sarah was impressed by his knowledge and skills, but he just said that was far from everything he was capable of. Meanwhile, Soft got in touch with her relative to come pick them up. At the same time, Evan advised them to strengthen security and repair the car. The girl was still stressed and stayed close to her friend, trying to regain her composure. Later, the young man happened to meet Lily at the hospital by chance. At that moment, she tripped and dropped a box of things, which included her personal belongings. Evan hurried over to help her, asking why she was carrying the boxes by herself. But while he was picking up the things, he accidentally saw her underwear, which made him visibly embarrassed. However, the girl didn't pay any attention to this and asked about his injury. However, She soon realized what Evan was holding in his hands. So calmly, he replied that everything was fine and said that his mother's surgery had been a success, after which he tried to leave. However, Lily reminded him about the dinner they had promised him, but Evan carefully postponed this meeting, trying to stay calm. As he left, the young man reflected on what had happened, realizing how unpredictable those kinds of situations could be. Later, when he got home, he found Madison lying on the couch, looking quite provocative. The hero immediately asked her to get dressed, since there was a child in the house. After that, he got straight to the point and started talking about life-prolonging medications, which surprised her, since she hadn't expected him to know about that. Evan then explained the situation with the Abyss organization and the recent attack. In response, Madison warned that the organization was extremely dangerous and did not tolerate interference. She then began to hint at possible solutions to the problem. However, Evan said he would rather keep his distance if she got too close. Despite that, she kept trying to persuade him to cooperate, claiming she could solve the problem with just one word. At one point, she even tried to sit on his lap, but the hero stopped her, declaring that he had no intention of playing those kinds of games. Nevertheless, he agreed to get in touch with the leader of the organization, warning her to be careful. After that, she offered herself as a reward, striking a seductive pose. However, their conversation was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Megan. She walked into the room and called for her father. Madison quickly tried to explain her appearance, while Evan calmly watched what was happening. The girl handed him tickets to the amusement park, reminding him of his promise to spend time with her. Evan realized that, with all the commotion, he had almost forgotten that he had promised Megan he would take her out over the weekend. In the end, he agreed, after which he sent her to rest. After this, he asked Madison to behave appropriately in front of the boy, but she insisted that she still intended to take the mother's place. Then she said she was leaving the day after tomorrow, and the hero asked her if she really wouldn't stay a couple more days. The girl immediately took this as an invitation to stay longer with him. However, the hero asked her to leave the house as soon as possible, which irritated her. Meanwhile, somewhere else, at the Lin family mansion, 2 guards were on duty. And then, suddenly, a knife flew out of the darkness toward them, striking one of them right in the head. The attacker acted quickly and precisely, taking them out without making any unnecessary noise. However, some strange noises woke up Sarah and Sophie, who were in the house. Suddenly, an unknown woman with a long braid appeared at their balcony door, telling the girls to say their last words. She said she even felt a bit of remorse for killing them. However, Sophie didn't show any fear. She stood up and declared that she was the target, demanding that they leave Sarah alone. The attacker ignored her and was about to act, but suddenly someone called to tell her that the mission had been canceled. The man told her it was a direct order from her personal superior. Finally, the woman came back and reported that the mission had been canceled by order of upper management. She warned them that they were lucky and then left the place, disappearing as quickly as she had appeared. A few seconds later, the security guards burst into the house, but it was already too late. Then Sophie's uncle showed up and started checking if everything was all right. The girls hurried to assure him they were fine, but the assassin had managed to escape. After examining the guards' bodies, he realized her incredible skill, since she had literally killed them with a single blow. Sophie then confirmed that the attacker belonged to the Abyss organization and, judging by her tattoos, held a higher rank. This news left the old man stunned. He immediately realized that the situation was much more serious than it seemed. Meanwhile, Sarah explained that the attacker had received a call from a man named Han Huang, and that he was the one who called off the mission. When he heard that name, her uncle frowned, since he had never heard it before, and firmly stated that he intended to find out who was behind that alias. For her part, Sophie simply thanked him for his help. Meanwhile, Lily, who was near the hospital, tried unsuccessfully to hail a cab. At that moment, Evan suddenly pulled up next to her on a motorcycle and offered her a ride. The girl nodded without hesitation, then sat behind him, and he calmly told her to hold on tight. During the ride, she cautiously asked about Megan's mother. In response, the young man explained that his parents had already passed away. Lily was visibly affected by the news and felt compassion for the poor girl. Meanwhile, at the company where Sarah worked, the employees reported that she had taken the day off because she wasn't feeling well. When Evan arrived there, it was clear he was upset that she hadn't let him know. In the end, he decided to handle the situation himself and got back on his motorcycle. However, the first thing he thought of was to check on Megan, so he headed home to meet her after class. When he entered the house, he started calling out to Sarah, asking how she was feeling. However, he quickly noticed that the bedroom door was ajar, which struck him as odd. He looked inside cautiously and immediately realized that the situation was far from normal. In the room, there was a red-haired girl who seemed to be getting ready for a completely different kind of meeting with him. Right away, she started acting provocatively and tried to persuade him to get intimate, hinting at something more personal. However, Evan showed no interest at all, pretending not to understand her intentions. Still, the girl kept on acting. She walked up to him and asked him to turn around, promising him a surprise. Placing her hands on his back, she confidently declared that she would show him how to have a good time. But instead, she suddenly pulled out a knife and tried to attack him. She was counting on a quick win, but things turned out very differently. The young man easily dodged the blow and immediately caught her hand. Next, he effortlessly stopped her following attack, completely taking away the girl's ability to act. Then, Evan demanded an explanation, trying to find out who she really was. But the girl kept up her act, claiming she was his wife. However, the hero pointed out that his real wife behaves differently. Then he completely immobilized his opponent. Realizing there was no point in hiding anymore, the girl tried to escape by jumping over the furniture. However, she had a plan B. She pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at him. But even that didn't change the situation. He stayed completely calm, and the shot didn't hit him. Then, already in bed, the girl demanded that they give her the Buddha's head, threatening to kill her. However, Evan dodged the question again and claimed that the object was not in his possession. Even so, she didn't believe his words and kept shooting, claiming she had received reliable information. Then, all of a sudden, she pulled out her blackbar. The hero threw it with such precision that he knocked the weapon right out of her hands. After that, he pinned her down on the bed and demanded an explanation again, but the girl kept acting the same as before. Then, his attention shifted to her clothes. He noticed a small pendant and asked her if she was the daughter of the master of Shafeng Valley. The heroine's confusion gave him the chance to escape. She pushed him aside and headed for the window, but before leaving, she was surprised to realize that he knew where she came from. At that moment, Evan began to suspect that the woman in front of him might be his lifelong fiancée, who also looked a lot like Sarah. Before disappearing, the girl warned him about the Buddha's head, after which she jumped out the window. Once outside, Evan shouted to her that she still owed him an answer about the bill. As a result, he was left alone in the apartment, trying to figure out exactly what had just happened. Almost immediately, he called Lucas and asked him if Sarah had a twin sister. That's when he found out she was adopted, and the only clue about her past was an object her adoptive father had once sold. This made the heroine think about her possible connection to that same girl. Later, he started asking Sarah detailed questions about her childhood. The girl didn't understand why he was so interested in those questions. However, at that moment, her adoptive father showed up at the door and immediately started demanding a large sum of money, taking advantage of her sympathy. But Sarah no longer responded to that kind of behavior and made it clear she had no intention of helping him again. Even so, the man kept insisting, but the girl cut the conversation short and took him away, leaving her father alone. Left without any attention, he started acting extremely irritable, complaining about his daughter's ingratitude. Then he noticed the jacket the hero had left behind and decided to check the pockets. Sam was really angry because even an ordinary delivery guy now had more money than he did. There, he found money and that same account, and Sam started to wonder how an ordinary person could have something like that. He soon realized its importance and decided to take advantage of it. When Sarah came back, he had already come up with a new story. He claimed that she wasn't his biological daughter. As proof, Sam brought up a previous incident involving a blood transfusion. However, the girl didn't want to listen to him. Then he pulled out an account and said he would help her find her real parents, but demanded money in return. Sam demanded that she give him $500,000 right away, and then he would do everything he could. Sarah was only willing to give him $100,000, and after much debate, they agreed on $300,000. In the end, the girl agreed to transfer him that amount. After receiving the money, Sam left his post and hurried out of the office, claiming he had urgent matters to attend to. Alone, the girl looked at the object and felt a strange connection to it. Meanwhile, Evan returned to the office, trying to find something important. He started to take off his jacket and suddenly noticed something strange. At a certain point, he realized that the account was missing. The hero immediately suspected the stranger, who had recently disappeared. At that moment, Sarah entered the office and confirmed that her father had indeed come to see her. Trying to hide his excitement, he offered to accompany her to the hospital, and the heroine immediately agreed. He immediately asked her what had happened, but Sarah said it was just a routine checkup. During the trip, the girl asked that the visit be kept secret, and Evan confidently promised he wouldn't tell anyone. However, another car suddenly cut them off. Evan immediately cursed at the driver as he tried to steady the car after it was jolted. It was at that moment that the girl noticed the necklace hanging from his neck. Then Sarah demanded an explanation about where he had gotten it from. Evan tried to explain it to her through his friends, but she didn't believe him. He then started telling a convoluted story about family agreements and personal obligations. He even hinted that Sarah was jealous of him, but the girl immediately shot down his assumption. Later, back at the office, the girl was waiting for the test results. She looked at the necklace and started to think more and more that all of this might not be a coincidence, but part of a more complicated story. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted when her assistant announced the arrival of a visitor. It turned out that Madison had come to see Sarah. She walked in with so much confidence, it was as if she owned the place. The girl immediately recognized her as her cousin and realized she clearly hadn't come for a friendly chat. Without wasting any time, she put a bank card with $100 million on the table, offering to buy Evan's share. Sarah just chuckled at how trivial it all was and figured it must have been Evan's idea. She stated that she was married, pregnant, and standing by her decision. However, Madison pushed the card forward again, insisting that the girl think about the money. In response, Sarah asked with a hint of mockery if Evan really thought he was worth that much. When the unwanted guest left, the girl was alone in the office, trying to make sense of what had just happened. However, almost immediately, Sophie arrived, beaming with joy and bringing good news. She was quite well known and spoke enthusiastically about the possibility of collaborating on drug research. She said her partner was a genius in medicine, Ellie, and Sophie insisted that they had to meet this famous doctor. Sarah clung to the familiar name, Ellie, trying to remember where she had heard it before. As soon as they left, Joshua entered the empty office. He immediately noticed the bank card that had been left on the table. Joshua was visibly pleased to discover that the password was written right there. Meanwhile, Evan got in touch with the fourth sister by phone. She spoke to him in detail about Sarah, describing her as a good girl from a poor family with a healthy son. Shortly after, Evan was already preparing Sarah for a meeting with his fourth sister, assuring her that she was very calm and easy to get along with. However, as soon as they entered the house, they were immediately met with an unexpected scene. The protagonist's sister and Madison were already in the kitchen, acting as if they were at home. On top of that, it turned out that his sister Ellie was the medical genius Sarah had just heard about. The whole group was already gathered, including Megan, and Sarah was trying to make sense of what was happening. Her thoughts were all jumbled, and she couldn't help but wonder if her husband, who worked as a courier, was hiding his true background. Meanwhile, Ellie invited her brother and his wife to the table, introducing herself as Evan's fourth sister. At the table, Evan tried to seem relaxed and offered everyone his sister's signature fish dish. However, shortly after, Ellie unexpectedly said she was going to sleep with Sarah to take care of her and told Evan to go to the couch. Madison added a sarcastic comment about his new sleeping spot, but Evan abruptly cut her off, telling her to eat quietly. Soon after, night fell. Evan, already lying on the couch, kept trying to track down Sarah's double murderer by phone. He got a message during the night, and the young man checked it out with curiosity. However, what he saw left him shocked. The text message was from Sophie and came with a clearly inappropriate thank you photo. Evan, tired, covered his face with his hand, finally convinced that this girl had no boundaries. The next day, Evan went out for a walk with Megan when the girl's teacher, Emily, called him. In the end, without thinking twice, they decided to spend the day together. Soon after, the three of them headed toward the carousel. However, Evan suddenly stopped, feeling like someone was watching him. It turned out that Henry was watching them, but suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. When the man turned around, he realized it was none other than Evan. Henry immediately started flirting with Emily, to which she accused him of harassing her. The girl threatened to tell her father, but the man was worried that she was spending time with a man who already had a child. When Evan left with the girl and the boy, Henry commented that if he couldn't have her, no one else would. Despite that, they tried to continue their day calmly, and Evan even suggested going out for burgers. However, suddenly cries for help were heard and someone fell into the water. Seeing the man in the water, Evan immediately ran toward her. Emily also wanted to help, but suddenly someone stopped her, saying it was too dangerous. It turned out to be Henry, who wouldn't let the girl move because he was afraid something might happen to her. While they were arguing, Evan had already jumped into the water. He moved so quickly that those around him mistook him for a professional athlete. He finally managed to save one person, but was told there was another victim, someone trapped among the seaweed at the bottom of the sea. After that, he dove back in. Meanwhile, Megan and her teacher watched in horror as the scene unfolded. The girl remembered that her father had died under similar circumstances while trying to save someone else, so she was very nervous. And then, suddenly, Henry said that Evan might not come back, which caused a strong reaction among everyone nearby. Emily was shocked by his behavior and slapped him, calling him selfish, and was about to jump into the water herself. Henry kept trying to stop her, not understanding why she cared about the driver's death. At that moment, there was movement in the water, and immediately everyone paid attention. Evan appeared shortly after, along with the second rescued man, who looked exhausted but kept swimming toward the shore. The paramedics who arrived at the scene immediately headed to the site. Megan immediately ran to him, hugged him, and called the hero her father. However, the second rescued person remained unconscious, which puzzled the doctors. Then Evan, ignoring his own condition, said he would check for himself. Evan started to check his condition, which surprised those around him, and finally came to an unexpected conclusion. He had a malfunction with his bike. This statement made the man react immediately, and it turned out that it was a girl. She explained that she survived only because the hero breathed air into her mouth while they were underwater. Emily was surprised by the news, but Evan took it calmly, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The rescued girl introduced herself as Melanie. She thanked Evan and insisted that she had to invite him to dinner. However, a jealous Megan cleverly turned the situation into a group gathering by saying she wouldn't mind eating at that moment either. As they left, Henry kept watching them from the sidelines, upset that Evan was still alive. Since Melanie's phone was wet, she asked to borrow Evan's to make a call. At that moment, the girl received some bad news. She was told that the deal was in jeopardy because someone was trying to buy her research for only $150,000. Melanie ultimately had to cancel dinner at the last minute due to a business issue. So the girl asked him to call her a cab, but Evan offered to take her to the right place himself. Soon, they were speeding through the city toward the negotiation site. On the way, Melanie explained to the hero that her project was intentionally priced low. In a relatively short time, they had already arrived at the right place. When they got to the office building, she was told that a potential buyer was already waiting for her. Melanie walked in and introduced herself as the head of the development team. Then, the man immediately offered to buy the entire project for the same amount, $150,000. However, the girls flatly refused, explaining that they needed an investor. Still, one of her teammates had already given in to the temptation of money and suggested she reconsider her decision. The fat man noticed her weak spot and immediately lured her to his side by offering her a job. Another employee followed suit, leaving Melanie in shock over the betrayal. The businessman just shrugged indifferently, saying he didn't see anything wrong with it. However, at that moment, Evan stepped in with a project proposal in his hands. The young man harshly criticized the older man for trying to deceive the student, exposing his true intentions. The man, trying to save face, started making threats, but Evan just laughed it off, not taking his words seriously. When the negotiators left the room, Melanie thanked Evan for his help, but her coworker, who was still in the room, was panicking. He pointed out that now it was impossible for them to compete with the stolen software. In response, Evan, staying calm the whole time, simply asked for the account number to transfer the funds. A moment later, the girl received a notification on her phone about the $5 million transfer, and everyone present was literally stunned. Right after that, Evan introduced himself again, shaking hands with his new coworker, Melanie. After that, he immediately got straight to the point and ordered the project discussion to begin. Melanie started to explain the features of her software in detail. However, she soon admitted that they urgently needed legal and financial support, and that they didn't have any contacts. Then, Evan made a single phone call and soon promised that a top-tier team of lawyers would join them. Once that issue was resolved, he advised them to focus exclusively on the technical side, taking care of the financial matters himself. Later, when Evan was driving Megan and Emily home, the girl was still amazed by what had happened the day before. At one point, Megan realized that a car had been following them for a while. Soon, the hero realized that it was a real chase. Then, Evan dropped the girl off at the house and told her to go straight inside. As soon as she was safe, the young man turned his attention to the pursuer. The man in the cap hid among the bushes in an extremely clumsy way. Evan approached him from behind and grabbed him, and the man immediately started making excuses, claiming that his boss just wanted to talk. But Evan, not showing much interest, ordered that he be taken to that man. Shortly after, they approached a car where an elderly man and woman were waiting for them. The man introduced himself as Daryl, a criminal mastermind. But this claim didn't make any impression on Evan. He explained that he had witnessed a recent water rescue and wanted to hire a hero for underwater jobs, offering him $6 million. His partner doubted the need for such a large sum, but Daryl insisted, specifying that he would only pay after the job was done. Evan was skeptical about this condition and demanded a $2 million advance payment. Before agreeing, he paused and said he needed to make a call. At that moment, he received a message from his father urging him to accept. Then, picking up the conversation again, Evan accepted the deal. Right after, the woman handed him a prepaid card, along with a threat of consequences if he tried to cheat. After that, Daryl clarified that the mission was to recover bodies from a place called Long Witten. Upon hearing this, Evan became wary because of the ominous name. However, Daryl simply reminded him that the money had already been received, which meant the contract was considered fulfilled. After that, his new employers left, leaving the hero alone with his thoughts. Almost immediately, he got in touch with his father to get more information. He told him that the message he had sent was true, that Evan had to go to that place. He said that the mission's objective wasn't the bodies, but rather a golden statue with an object inside it. The old man explained the story in detail. It was a monument to a monk, inside of which a valuable artifact was hidden. Evan tried to clarify why this was so important, but got an evasive answer, asking him not to ask unnecessary questions. Finally, Evan agreed to follow the instructions. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Sarah was going through important documents. When Evan came back earlier than usual, the girl was clearly surprised. He noticed that she was holding the evaluation report in her hands. However, Sarah immediately backtracked, saying it was her business alone. Then she changed the subject and asked him about the account he was wearing, and finally she got to the question of his true identity. In response, Evan gave a rather flippant explanation about being an ancestral heir, which didn't impress the girl at all. But the young man just shrugged and offered to cook for her. The next morning, Sarah drove to a large office building where she was greeted by security guards. However, Madison was already waiting for her in the office, reminding her that she had accepted the money and was now obligated to fulfill the conditions. She explained her position in detail, stating that her relationship with Evan had been unbreakable for 12 years. She also said that Evan still had 6 bullets in his body because of her and that she was willing to sacrifice her life for him. After that, she tried to persuade Sarah to make the right decision, but the girl refused to sign any documents. Madison gave her 8.5 hours to change her mind. As she left the office, she ran into another woman, Sophie. Then, as the girl entered her friend's office, she asked who that influential guest was. At that moment, Sarah had a flashback. She had already seen that woman with Evan's sister, which made her suspicious. Sophie confirmed that the Zhang family had enormous influence and could easily buy out her business. This made Sarah quickly go through the documents on her desk. Soon she discovered something and, panicking, called her assistant. The girl asked if anyone suspicious had shown up in her office. The assistant then mentioned someone named Joshua, which immediately alarmed her. At that moment, Sarah's phone rang. She picked up the phone and demanded that Joshua return her bank card, but he pretended not to know what she was talking about. Sarah then threatened him, citing evidence of his past crimes. After that, she calmly turned to her friend and asked her to cancel their plans. Sarah tried to act like nothing had happened, even though she was really tense inside. After that, she said goodbye to her friend and stayed alone in the office for a while. After a while, Joshua came up to her and gave her the card back, claiming he had spent very little. However, not believing him, Sarah slapped him and demanded he tell her the exact amount. It turned out he had spent more than 10 million. And then the girl, furious, ordered him to leave immediately. When Joshua stormed out of the office, she realized that Madison had given her the 100 million just so she would give up on Evan. Meanwhile, the story shifts to the company's headquarters. There, Evan was calmly chatting with the guards, telling them stories about pirates. At that moment, he heard Sarah's voice calling him. He greeted her formally as the CEO, which made her think for a moment that he was about to leave. Instead, Evan suddenly announced that he'd like to make her a fish stew for dinner. As she watched him walk away, Sarah took out her phone and a plan started to form in her mind. She called someone and urgently tried to sell her new house and her car. They tried to talk her out of it, but Sarah said she urgently needed the money and was even willing to take a loss. At that very moment, a call from Madison interrupted all of Sarah's thoughts. The woman once again offered to buy Evan for any amount. However, Sarah calmly stated that she would return the 10 million and that would be the end of their financial relationship. She added that the person she was speaking to could get their card back at any time, completely ignoring their offer. As for Evan, Sarah emphasized that his future depended solely on himself and that she had no intention of interfering in that decision. Meanwhile, outside, Evan continued calmly talking with the guards, completely unaware of what was going on. At that moment, a luxury car pulled up next to them, and those around assumed it was there for him. Madison got out of the car and called Evan over to talk to him. She said she was planning to leave that very night, and Evan, a bit surprised, asked her why she was in such a hurry. Suddenly, the girl threw her arms open and, with obvious excitement, demanded that the hero give her a hug. Evan didn't resist and hugged her back with an unexpected tenderness. Suddenly, he realized the girl was crying, but Madison said it was silly, that she just had a speck of dust in her eye. So the young man tried to comfort her, hinting that they'd have time to talk later. However, in response, he got a hard knee to the groin. Then Evan, doubled over in pain, asked her to at least keep things decent in a public place. After that, the girl, without further delay, got into the car and, as she drove away, declared that she would always love him. Evan stood there, completely bewildered, trying to make sense of what had just happened. He couldn't understand how such drastic emotional swings could exist in one person. Meanwhile, at the office, Sarah received a message from Madison. It said she was leaving for good and that she was leaving a card with $100 million for the girl. This news deeply shocked Sarah, and now she was even more determined to figure out who Evan really was. Without wasting any time, she contacted an acquaintance and asked him to conduct a thorough background check on the young man. However, the report turned out to be extremely strange. It only mentioned an orphanage and military service, after which the trail disappeared completely. Despite this, Sarah decided to continue the investigation and asked them to look into his supposed sisters. At the same time, Evan received a call from his informant about Sarah's double. He said they managed to catch one of the woman's accomplices, but he was unconscious. The meeting place was a villa in Dragon Bay. So Evan immediately announced that he was heading over there. After getting on his motorcycle, the young man sped through the city streets. Shortly after, he arrived at the Long Wong Villa. Evan walked in confidently and called for his man, old Lucas. He pointed to a man lying unconscious on the couch. Without wasting any time, Evan ordered them to bring him back to his senses. The next moment, they poured water on the red-haired stranger's face. When the man woke up, he looked scared, while Evan remained calm. Evan showed him a photo of Sarah's double and demanded to know where she was. However, he just smiled and hinted that he knew about the Buddha's head that Evan had. Because of those words, he immediately received a hard blow. Even after that, he kept acting defiantly. However, Evan just looked at him, telling him he wasn't going to tolerate that kind of behavior. After a brief but very convincing jab to his sore spot, the man quickly changed his tone and started talking. He said the woman they were looking for was named Daphne and that she was gonna kill Evan. She belonged to the Ji family, one of the clans that made up the so-called 8 Dark Gates, which united the assassin clans. The informant warned that becoming a target of such an organization meant almost certain death. However, Evan just brushed off this information, not taking the threat seriously, and ordered that the person being questioned be taken away. However, despite his confidence, he immediately ordered protection to be arranged for Sarah, clearly worried about her safety. Even though he wasn't afraid of those people, his pregnant wife could be in danger. At that moment, Sophia appeared on the stairs, surprised to see him there. She was surprised that her grandfather addressed Evan as young master. Lucas explained that it was Evan who won the important project from the Ching family. Realizing this, the girl was shocked and suddenly remembered some photos she immediately regretted. The old man didn't understand what they were talking about, while Evan started criticizing the photos, which completely threw the girl off balance. She ran up the stairs in a panic, shouting that now she wouldn't be able to erase that embarrassment. After she left, the old man told Evan to follow the informant and look for information about that girl, Daphne. While Evan was processing what he had just heard, his phone rang. It turned out to be Melanie. The girl panicked and reported that their competitor had already launched a similar software. However, Evan calmly replied that he was heading to the company right away. Meanwhile, Sophie came back and started asking her grandfather where Evan had gone, which left Lucas puzzled. She was in a depressive state, still unaware of Evan's real situation. Lucas warned her not to reveal her identity to anyone for Sarah's safety. Meanwhile, in Melanie's office, the situation was quickly getting worse. She met with Evan and told him that the competition had already spent $2 million on advertising. Evan then asked why the $5 million he had allocated hadn't been used, but Melanie said she had hesitated to act. Once he made sure the software was ready, Evan gave the order to invest the full $5 million in promotion. The girl was surprised by the amount, but Evan said it was just a minor expense. Meanwhile, the competitors were in a good mood. They had achieved 300,000 downloads thanks to the 2 million they had invested. Their director felt confident and was even about to celebrate the victory with his secretary. He'd already planned to send a mocking gift in honor of his victory. However, he was soon informed that Melanie's team had also started an active promotion. This caused panic among the employees since it wasn't clear where they had gotten the funds from. A specialized technician confirmed that the competitors had invested $5 million in advertising. The director, irritated, decided not to back down and ordered that the same amount be allocated to maintain their advantage. In response, Evan's team soon took the top spot in the metrics, although Evan remained unfazed. At that moment, Melanie received a notification on her phone about a new transfer of another $5 million. Surprised, she asked why the hero had done that, to which Evan calmly replied that his enemy wouldn't give up so easily. As expected, the competition heated up, and the team suggested investing additional funds to maintain their position. Evan agreed and ordered that the pressure be kept up, giving the opponents no chance to recover. The competing companies were thrown into chaos when they saw the new investments. Their director was furious. Having already spent a considerable amount, he wasn't about to back down. Desperate, he contacted Old Juan and proposed a new plan to him. He decided that if he couldn't win financially, he'd have to resort to a cyber attack. The director instructed his technical specialist to grant full system access to a certain external contractor. Shortly after, a strange logo with a black goat appeared on the screen, which seemed vaguely familiar to the employees. Suddenly, one of the employees recognized the symbol that appeared on the screen and said the name out loud, Baphomet. He was one of the best hackers in the world, a member of the Black Goat Group, known for extorting hundreds of millions. The CEO just chuckled, deciding that destroying a competitor was much easier than competing fairly. Meanwhile, an attack was launched at Evan's office, and the same Black Goat logo appeared on the employees' screens. The team panicked as they immediately recognized the attack as Baphomet's signature move. Melanie quickly apologized for any losses, but Evan calmly pointed out that this was simply dirty play. He also added that, in fact, everyone knew the hackers, which came as a huge surprise to those around him. Evan then started making calls, switching between different languages like German, Korean, and Russian. The staff just watched in silence, amazed at how fluently he spoke so many languages. At that moment, the director of the rival company was already celebrating victory, convinced he had finally destroyed his competitors. However, suddenly, his technician's computer started acting strangely. The goat logo suddenly changed to an image of a model dancing in a bikini, which seemed like a blatant mockery. Panic spread through the office as it became clear that they themselves were under attack. The specialist reported that hackers ranked 2nd, 4th, 6th, and even 1st in the world were acting against them. Meanwhile, back at the office, Evan's team was already celebrating their success, and the hero himself explained that he had simply reached out to some old acquaintances. However, he wasn't going to stop there and stated that the next step would be to attract celebrities for promotion. After that, the young man got on his motorcycle and headed to the bar. Once inside, Evan approached the bartender, a woman named Molly. She asked him, surprised, what brought him there, while Evan himself noticed that the place seemed a bit too empty. The woman offered him money if he needed help, but he explained that he had come with a different request. He needed her old contacts in the entertainment industry to find famous people to collaborate with, and Molly agreed to help. Then Evan asked her if she was really going to sell the bar, and the woman explained that her friend didn't have enough money to buy it. When they clarified the amount and he learned that $9 million was needed, he immediately declared that he would pay it himself. Such a simple solution to the financial problem left the girl stunned. However, suddenly several thugs burst into the bar demanding money from Molly. Their leader noticed Evan, and after taking a closer look, recognized him as the messenger, which only made his disdainful attitude worse. Molly tried to step in, telling them not to touch her friends, but the man responded by slapping her and shoving her aside roughly, then demanded $5 million from her. She replied, claiming that the bar had already been sold, which made the attacker furious. He grabbed her by the neck and demanded that she tell him who the buyer was. At that moment, the main character hit him over the head with a bottle. Evan asked why he was attacking the women. Enraged, the blonde man shouted, ordering his subordinates to take care of the pathetic messenger. Two of his men immediately rushed to attack, but Evan easily fought them off. With a kick, he sent one of them flying. Out of the corner of his eye, the hero noticed someone else approaching from the side. However, he also took him down with a direct kick to the chest. Everything happened very quickly, and soon the whole group of villains was on the ground. Molly, worried about what was happening, asked him to stop, warning him that the attackers belonged to the Brotherhood. But Evan didn't care, as if the name meant nothing to him. The woman was afraid of the consequences and asked him to leave. However, Evan took out his phone and decided to make a call. The leader of the bandits watched the situation mockingly, but at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. But a second later, his expression changed drastically. He realized that the call was meant specifically for him. After answering, the man began to listen to the instructions and visibly turned pale, looking more and more frightened with every second that passed during the conversation. This brief conversation had an immediate effect on him, and when it ended, he knelt in front of Evan without hesitation and apologized to him. However, the main character remained indifferent to what was happening and said that he should have apologized not to him, but to his sister Molly. Then, the bandit immediately turned to the woman and repeated the same words, but now in a much less confident tone. Molly was clearly confused, and Evan, not wanting to continue with that scene, simply gestured for the whole group to leave and not come back. After they left, Molly sincerely thanked the hero for his help, feeling both relieved and surprised. As evening fell, the hero drove to a quiet residential complex. Evan had brought his daughter Megan there so she could spend time with a friend. At the same time, he spoke with the girl's mother, Lily, about the job she had been offered earlier, and she happily accepted. The kids asked for permission to do their homework together, and the hero had no objection. For Evan, that moment was unexpectedly peaceful, a stark contrast to the recent events. After dropping off his daughter, he headed home, and upon finding himself in an empty apartment, Evan felt an unusual silence and a slight sense of loneliness. He then decided to text Sarah, and the girl replied that she was at the bar, spending her time drinking. This disappointed the hero a little, and he resigned himself to the idea of having to spend the night alone. However, shortly after, he received a message from Daryl inviting him to a meeting the next day, which immediately shifted his attention to business. Meanwhile, Sarah was at the bar with Molly and Sophie. The girl tried to hide who she was texting with, which didn't go unnoticed. Sarah advised her not to overdo it with the alcohol, but Molly quickly changed the subject, saying that the bar had already been sold. She then said she wanted to meet Sarah's husband, who was a courier, so she could form her own opinion about him. In response, the girl took Evan's side, claiming that he was the good person and didn't seem like a courier at all. At the same time, a woman who was completely soaked and almost indistinguishable from Sarah appeared in the apartment. Evan was surprised to see her, but she explained that she had come back because she was worried about him. The hero noticed her condition, pointing out that she was completely drenched, but her brief response showed tension. When he offered to help her, the girl responded with a cold, distrustful look. The next instant, she suddenly attacked, pulling out a knife, and then the hero realized that it wasn't Sarah standing in front of him, but Daphne. However, Evan, without hesitating for a second, knocked the knife out of her hands with his elbow. The girl was stunned that he knew who she was. At that moment, she was already trying to twist his arm. However, Evan wasn't about to give up that easily. With a powerful move, the hero knocked her down and pinned her to the ground, demanding that she explain the purpose of her mission. Then Daphne shouted, demanding the return of the rosary and the Buddha's head. Evan simply watched her calmly, paying no attention to her threats. Despite her desperate attempts to break free, the girl couldn't do it. Then, all of a sudden, she spat a sharp needle at him. It flew past Evan's head, barely grazing him. Daphne kept making threats, but the hero continued holding her wrist, completely in control of the situation. He also easily blocked her next kick, and at that moment, Evan finally realized he was facing an exact copy of Sarah. The situation took an unexpected turn when the girl asked him if he wanted to become her relative. Daphne said that since he was her son-in-law, he had to obey her and hand over the Buddha's head. Evan grabbed her leg effortlessly and said he had no idea what she was talking about. Then, to the hero's surprise, she suddenly increased the pressure and managed to break free from his grip. At that very moment, he suddenly heard his phone ring. The person on the other end said something to her, and then Daphne was forced to obey and agree. As a result, the mercenary gave Evan a harsh ultimatum, giving him a limited time to hand over the required items. After that, she quickly left the apartment. Almost immediately after she disappeared, Sarah came out of the elevator and headed toward the apartment, suspecting nothing. The girl approached the door with the key in her hand, about to enter, having no idea what had happened just a few minutes earlier. At that moment, Evan heard the sound of the lock opening and assumed his opponent had returned. As soon as the door opened, Sarah looked down and was surprised to see water spilled everywhere. Evan reacted instantly and grabbed the girl who entered, addressing her as his wife's sister and demanding an explanation. However, a moment later, he checked her pulse and was shocked to realize he had made a serious mistake. It was the real Sarah standing in front of him. Realizing this, the hero immediately changed his tone and asked her why she had come back. The girl replied that she had forgotten an important document. Then, she noticed the state of the apartment and asked why the floor was covered in water. As she got closer, Sarah watched Evan closely and suspiciously tried to detect any strange smell on his clothes. When she asked if there was another woman there, the hero hastily declared that a man identical to her had just left. These words sounded so strange that the girl took them as an extremely unconvincing excuse. Sarah turned around and headed for the exit, not wanting to continue the conversation, but the hero kept insisting that she was mistaken. In the end, the girl left, slamming the door behind her, leaving him alone to deal with the consequences and figure out how to explain this unbelievable truth. The next morning, Evan received a message letting him know that the transportation for the meeting was already waiting for him. At the entrance, he was greeted by a woman named Lucy, who told him they had been waiting for him for a long time. Once inside the car, the hero immediately asked a question about Daryl. However, the girl avoided giving a direct answer, explaining that he should refer to him as the sixth master. Right after, she pulled out a blindfold, explaining that it was necessary for security reasons. About an hour later, the car arrived at a building that looked like a factory. Lucy had to wake Evan up to take off his blindfold. Once outside, the hero stretched after the ride and was then greeted by Daryl's men. He introduced him to Mr. Hamasaki, emphasizing his extraordinary swimming skills. The Japanese man, not realizing he was being understood, quietly voiced the idea that Evan would need to be eliminated after completing the mission. However, Daryl took his words as a sign of trust and high expectations. Still, Evan immediately exposed his deception, stating that he had perfectly understood what was said, but the conversation quickly shifted back to business. The group headed to the beach to carry out an underwater operation. Their guide was an old fisherman named Stanley, who also took part in recovering bodies from the water. And then, suddenly, Lucy said they had received a message indicating that another young master was also heading to that place. Daryl immediately ordered one of his men to stay behind and stop the competitor. Meanwhile, Stanley reported that the situation was changing and there was little time left, so they needed to start right away. Without using any equipment, the old guy dove into the river without hesitation, as if it was the most natural thing in the world for him. Lucy and Evan followed him into the water, fully dressed in their diving gear. Once underwater, the old man led them to the deepest part, showing them where a hidden grotto was located. On the way, Lucy pointed out a metallic landmark and made it clear that it was the iron bull that should show the way. The hero gestured to her, letting her know he understood everything. However, instead of the expected monument, they saw enormous creatures chained together that looked like sea serpents. The hero swam closer to examine them and soon realized that the creature looked more like a giant centipede than a snake. Stanley stopped him immediately, signaling with a gesture not to touch anything. Then he pointed toward a powerful whirlpool that, he said, served as a safe entrance to the cave. Soon, the whole group was swept inside by a fast-moving current. Once inside the grotto, the members of the operation barely had time to get their bearings. Stanley immediately tried to renegotiate the payment terms, which seemed highly inappropriate under the circumstances. Meanwhile, Evan ignored his words and began to examine the cave with a flashlight. He soon found their target, a golden statue embedded high up on the wall. An old man tried to get it by breaking off a stalactite and using it as a tool. However, his attempt was unsuccessful. Then, the hero decided to step in and help him. After safely approaching the right spot, he delivered a precise blow that broke the stone. This result clearly impressed Stanley. Inside, they found a mummified monk, after which Evan asked about the final payment amount. However, it was at that moment that Stanley suddenly attacked him, throwing a sharp stone at him. The impact hit the protagonist square in the face, leaving him with a deep wound. Without wasting any time, the old man grabbed the mummy and hurried off, only promising to perform a ritual in his honor. Evan, abandoned in the cave and bleeding, was overcome with rage and, at the same time, the realization that he had been betrayed. However, he didn't have time to think. Two intensely glowing eyes suddenly appeared in the nearby darkness. Almost immediately, a huge serpent-like creature appeared before him, and at that moment, Evan finally realized he was trapped. The creature lunged forward with the clear intent to attack him. However, he managed to react by dodging to the side. The hero was even able to land a blow right between the enemy's eyes. In response, the creature released a cloud of poisonous gas, forcing the man to clutch his head to avoid its effects. Taking advantage of the moment, Evan pushed off sharply and flew to the side, narrowly avoiding contact with the toxic gases. Evan didn't waste any time and drew the blades from his suit, getting ready to continue the fight. A series of quick strikes landed on the serpent-like creature's body, leaving visible wounds on its thick skin. However, despite the damage it had taken, the enemy was clearly not defeated. Even so, there was no point in dragging out the fight. So Evan made the decision to retreat and focus on completing the mission. He then dove back into the water, leaving the enraged creature behind. Meanwhile, bubbles began to appear on the surface. Stanley soon emerged from the water, which was a huge relief for Daryl. However, the old man immediately demanded extra payment, claiming that the diver had supposedly fallen into a trap and that the treasure had been safely hidden away. These words infuriated the man, and the Japanese man, unable to hold back, struck him with the butt of his pistol, demanding an explanation. Despite the threat, the old man kept insisting on his position and even offered to sell the information to the highest bidder. This finally enraged Daryl's men, and one of them hit Stanley. Then the others joined in the beating, but even under pressure, he refused to tell the truth. At that moment, Evan emerged from the water with a loud splash. Seeing what was happening, he immediately understood the situation and decided that the traitor was getting the punishment he deserved. The hero came out of the water with the find and declared that the statue was a fake. Besides, he knew that the real object was already in his possession. Without further delay, Evan decided they should face the consequences on their own and swam away in the opposite direction. Later, on the beach, Evan was changing clothes when his phone rang again. His father asked if he had managed to get the necessary items, and the hero confirmed that the task had been successfully completed. However, the old man gave him a new order: earn the trust of those around him and find out who was really behind the whole operation. The hero accepted without hesitation, taking on the new task. Meanwhile, on the shore, Hamasaki continued to forcefully extract information from the guide. The old man, despite what was happening, reiterated that he was willing to sell the information to the highest bidder. Then, Daryl, finally losing his patience, ordered Lucy to go look for Evan. At that moment, Stanley, with obvious delight, declared that the young man had probably already been swallowed by the sea monster. However, almost immediately, Lucy noticed a figure in the water waving. It turned out to be Evan, and the whole group hurried to bring him to shore. Once on solid ground, the hero immediately began looking for a guide, clearly intending to see the matter through to the end. The old man was surprised to see him alive, and Evan replied that he had no intention of letting the betrayal go unanswered. He ran toward him, but Daryl's men stopped him since they still needed the information. Stanley then tried to take advantage of the situation, declaring that he would only speak with Daryl personally. Not wanting to continue that conversation, Evan was about to attack, but a sudden gunshot stopped him. The bullet grazed his shoulder, and it turned out the shooter was Hamasaki. However, this didn't have the intended effect. The hero managed to dodge the bullet without taking any damage. What's more, he immediately launched a counterattack. In an instant, Evan disarmed his opponent by removing the magazine from the weapon. Now the situation had completely changed. The gun was now pointed at Hamasaki himself. Evan explained to Daryl that his partner had just tried to take him out, thus calling their professional relationship into question. To increase the pressure, he showed them a magazine of cartridges, threatening to stab the Japanese with it if they tried anything. Realizing how serious the situation was, Daryl hurried to calm things down, calling what happened a misunderstanding and offering compensation. He promised to transfer money in exchange for Hamasaki's release. Once the transfer was received, Evan pushed the opponent aside, thus completing the deal. Right after, he returned the unloaded weapon. Hamasaki was clearly humiliated and didn't hide his anger, but there was nothing he could do about it. But the hero decided he'd gotten off too easy, so he shot him in the ear. Evan, watching him, warned him not to act rashly, and at the same time, promised to get revenge on him. Once things calmed down a bit, Daryl suggested they talk about the hero's next steps. But in response, Evan came up with a new proposal. He said he could help get rid of everyone standing in the way of Daryl's rise. And then the old man realized that this man had just opened up new opportunities for them to work together.